Volume 2, Chapter 2 of the Heidenmauer, or the Benedictines, A Legend of the Rhine, by James Fenimore Cooper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joel Kindrick. The Heidenmauer, by James Fenimore Cooper, Volume 2, Chapter 2. I pray thee, loving wife and gentle daughter, give even way unto my rough affairs. King Henry IV. About an hour after the moment when Ulrich and Lottchen disappeared, as described in the close of the last chapter, the cavalcade of Heinrich Frey was seen moving along the Jägerthal beneath the hill of Limburg on its way towards the town. 4 light-armed followers of Emich accompanied the party on foot, under the pretense of doing honor to the burgomaster, but in truth to protect him against insult from any stragglers belonging to the men-at-arms who lay in the abbey, a precaution that was not altogether without utility, as the reader will remember that the path ran within the call of the ecclesiastical edifices. As the beast ambled past the imposing towers and wide roofs that were visible even to those who journeyed in that deep glen, Heinrich's countenance, which had been more than usually thoughtful ever since he passed beneath the gate of Hartenberg, grew graver, and Meta, who rode as usual at his crupper, heard him draw one of those heavy respirations which were so many infallible signs that the mental part of her worthy parent was undergoing extraordinary exercises. Nor did the shade appear only on the face of the burgomaster. A deep and thoughtful gloom clouded the fine features of his wife, while the countenance of his blooming daughter betrayed that sort of somber rest which is apt to succeed high excitement, a moment in which the mind appears employed in examining the past, as if disposed to dissect the merits and demerits of its recent enjoyments. Of them all, the male attendants alone excepted, old Ilse returned as she had gone, self-satisfied, unmoved, and talkative. Count Emich hath displeased thee, father, Meta said quickly, when a respiration which in one less physical would have been teemed a sigh gave her reason to think the burgomaster's bosom was struggling with some bitter vexation. Else wouldst thou be more cheerful and better disposed to give me thy parental counsel, as is thy habit when we go together on this pillion. The occasion shall not fail, girl, and these abbey walls offer in good time to prick my fatherly memory. But thou art in error if thou thinkest that the souls of the Herr Emich and mine are not bound together like those of David and Jonathan. I know not the man I more love, or the emperor and elector apart, as is my duty the noble I so much respect. It is well, it is so, for I greatly value these airy rides among the hills, and most of all do I prize a visit to the cottage of Lottchen. Heinrich ejaculated audibly. Meta, he said, thou art now getting to be of a womanish age, and it is time to fortify thy young mind in a manner that it may meet the cunning and malice of the world. Life is of great precariousness, especially to the valiant and enterprising, and we live in perilous times. He that is in his prime today, honored and of credit, may be cut down tomorrow, or even tonight, to bring the illusion more closely to ourselves. And thine own parent is as mortal as any reptile that creeps, or even the most worthless roisterer of the electorate that wasteth his substance, the saving of some gainful parent, perhaps in righteousness. This is true, father, rejoined the girl, who, though accustomed to the homely morality of the good citizen, never before had heard the burgomaster deal with so little deference to himself, and who spoke in a lowered tone, as if the reflection of his sudden humility produced a withering influence on her own self-esteem. We are no better than the poorest of Durkheim, and scarcely as good as poor Lottchen and Berkhold. A stronger ejaculation betrayed Heinrich's displeasure. Let these honest people alone, he answered. Since each must be saved or be damned on his own account, let Lottchen and her son take such fare as Providence shall send. We have just now serious matters of great family concernment to occupy us. I would reason with thee gravely, child, and therefore I have need of thy closest attention, it being conceded that I am mortal, and a mission thou mayest be certain, Meta, I should not loosely make or without necessity. It follows as a consequence that sooner or later I must be taken from thee, when thou wilt be left an orphan. Now, this great calamity may befall us both much sooner than thou fanciest, for, I repeat it, we live in perilous times, when hot-headedness and valor may any day bring a man to a premature end. The round arm of Meta clung more forcibly to the body of the burgomaster, who took the gentle pressure as so much proof of his child's concern in his supposititious end. "Why tell me of this, father?" she exclaimed, "when thou knowest it only makes both unhappy. Though young, it may be my fate to die first." "That is possible, but little probable," returned Heinrich with a melancholy air. "Giving nature a fair chance, it will be my turn to precede even thy mother, since I have 10 good years, the start of her. And as for thee, I greatly dread it will be one day thy misfortune to be left an orphan. God knows what will be the end of all these contentions that now beset us, and therefore I hold it wise to be prepared. Whenever the evil day of parting may come, Meta, thou wilt be left with a sore companion for one of tender years and little experience." "Father!" "I mean money, child, which is a blessing or a curse, as it proveth. Were I taken suddenly away, many idle and dissolute gallants would beset thee, swearing by their mustachios and beards that thou wert dearer to them than the air they breathe, when in truth their sole desire would be to look into the leavings of the departed burgomaster. There is great difficulty in marrying one of thy neutral condition happily, for while want of birth closeth the door of the castle and the palace against thy entrance, ample means give thee right to look beyond the mere burgher. I would fain have one of good hopes for a son-in-law, and yet no spendthrift." "That may not be so easy of accomplishment, good father," returned Meta, laughing, for few girls of her years listen to conjectures or plans concerning their future establishment without a nervous irritability that easily takes the appearance of merriment. "To me the world seems divided into those who get and those who spend, or into the wise and foolish. There are 3 ingredients that commonly enter into all marriages of girls in thy condition, and without which there is little hope of happiness or even everyday respect. The first is the means of livelihood, the second is the constant and blessing of the parents, and the third is equality of condition." "I had thought thee about to say something of tastes and inclinations, father." "Idle conceit, child, that any whim may change. Look at yonder peasant, who is trimming the abbey vines. Dost think him less happy with his cup of sour liquor than if he quaffed of the best Rhenish in Bonifacius's cellar? And yet, had the hind his choice, doubt it not he would be ready to swear none but the liquor of Hochheim should wet lip of his. The fellow might make himself miserable by mere dint of fancy, were he once to set his mind on other fare. But taking life soberly and industriously, who so content as he? Oh, I have often envied these knaves their happiness, when vexation and losses have weighed upon my spirits. And wouldst thou change conditions with these vine-trimmers, father? What art thou thinking of, wench? Is there not such a thing as order and propriety on earth? And this brings me to my purpose. There has been question today concerning some silliness, not to say presumption, on the part of young Berchtold Hintermeyer, in wishing to couple his poverty with thy means." The head of Meta fell abashed, and the arm which clasped the body of her father trembled perceptibly. "I doubt that Berchtold has not thought of this," she answered in a voice but little above her breath, though her respiration was very audible. "All the better for him, since such a desire would be just as unreasonable as it would be on thy part to wish to wed with Count Emich's heir." "Nay, that silly thought never crossed me," explained Meta frankly. "All the better for thee, girl, since Herr von Hartenberg has had the boy betrothed these many years. Well, as we now understand each other so well, leave me to my thoughts, for weighty matters press on my mind." So saying, Heinrich composed himself to reflection, fully content with the parental lesson he had just imparted to his daughter. But in a few and vague remarks that had fallen from the burgomaster, Meta found sufficient food for uncomfortable conjecture for the rest of the ride. During the short dialogue between Heinrich and Meta, there had also been a discourse between Ulrich and the crone that rode in her pillion. The propensity of old Ilse to talk and the well-tried indulgence of her mistress induced the former to break silence the moment they were clear of the hamlet, and were so far advanced beyond the rest of the party as to render it safe to speak freely. "Well," exclaimed the nurse, "this hath been truly a day. First we had matins in Durkheim, and then the stirring words of Father Johann with the Abbé Mass, and lastly this high demeanor of the Count Emich. I do not think, good wife, that thou hast ever before seen the burgomaster so preferred. He is ever in the graces of Herr von Hartenberg, as thou mayest know else, returned Heinrich's partner, speaking like one that thought of other things. I would that they were less friendly at this moment. Nay, therein thou dost little justice to thy husband. It is honorable to be honored by the world's honored, and thou shouldest wish the burgomaster favor with all such, though it were even with the emperor. But thou wert ever particular, even as a child, and I should not deal too harshly with a propensity that, coming as it were of nature, is not without good reason. Ah, heaven is ever tender with the good. Now what a happy life is thine, Ulrich. Here canst thou go forth before all that were once the equals, a burgomaster's companion, and not a varlet between Durkheim gate or indeed thine own gate and the hold of Hartenberg shall stand covered as thy steed shovels past. This is it to be fortunate. Then we have worthy Heinrich for a master, and such another for keeping all in due respect is not to be seen in our town, and Meta, who beyond dispute is both the fairest and the wisest of her years, among all the maidens, and thyself, scarcely less blooming than of old, with such health and contentment as might even disarm widowhood of its sorrows. Ah, what a life hath been thine! Ulrich seemed to arouse herself from a trance as the nurse thus chanted praises in honor of her good fortune, and the sigh she drew, unconscious of its meaning, was long and tremulous. I complain not of my fate, good Ilse. If thou didst, I would cause the beast to halt, that I might quickly descend, for nothing good could come of a journey so blasphemous. No, granted before all other virtues except humility, for humility leadeth to favors, and favor is the lawful parent of gratitude itself. I would thou couldst have been at last shriving, Ulrich, and thou shouldst have heard questions of nice meaning closely reasoned. It happened that Father Johann was in the confessional, and when he had got the little I had to say of myself in the way of acknowledgment, for though a great sinner like all human, it is little I can do against heaven at 70, we came to words concerning doctrine. The monk maintained that the best of us might fall away so as to merit condemnation, while I would have sworn, had it been seemly to swear in such a place, that the late prior, than whom none better ever dwelt in Limburg, always having comfortable assurance of mercy, being safe when fairly earned. I wonder not that these heresies should be abroad, when the professed throw this discouragement in the way of the old and weak. Thou art too apt, good Ilse, to dwell on subtleties when a meeker faith might better become thy condition. And what is this condition, prithee, that thou namest it as a disqualifier? Am I not aged? And can any say better what is sin or what not? Didst thou know what sin was thyself, child, till I taught thee? Am I not mortal, and therefore frail? Am I not a woman, and therefore inquiring? And am I not aged, and therefore experienced? No, come to me, and thou wouldest get an insight into real sin, sin that hath much need of grace. Well, let it be thus. But, Ilse, I would recall thy mind to days long past, and take counsel of thy experience in a matter that toucheth me nearly. That must be some question of Meta, naught else could touch a mother nearly. Thou hast reason in part, 'tis of Meta, and us all, in sooth, that I would speak. Thou hast now been in the Heidenmauer more than once, with our girl in quest of the holy anchorite? Have I not? Thou mayest well say more than once, since I have twice made that weary journey, and few of my years would have come off so lightly from the fatigue. And what is said in the country round of the holy man, of his origin and history, I mean? Much is said, and much that is good and edifying is said. It is thought that one blessing of his is as good as two from the abbey, for of him no harm is known, whereas there is much reputed of Limburg that had better not be true. For myself, Ulrich, and I am one that does not treat these matters lightly, I should go away with more surety of favor with a single touch of the hermit's hand than if honored with blows from all of Limburg. But from the account I accept Father Arnulf, who, if he be not an anchorite, well deserves from his virtues to be one. Oh, that is a man, were justice done him, who ought never to taste other liquor than water of the spring, or other food than bread hard as a rock. And hast thou seen him of the Heidenmauer? It hath been sufficient for me to be in sight of his hut. I am none of those that cannot have a good thing in possession without using it up. I have never laid eyes on the holy man, for that is a virtue I keep in store against some of the sore evils that beset all in age. Let any of the autumn plagues come upon me, and thou shalt see in what manner I will visit him. Else, thou mayest yet remember the days of my infancy, and hast some knowledge of most of the events of Durkheim for these many, many years? I know not what thou callest infancy, but if it mean the first cry thy feeble voice ever made, or the first glance of thy twinkling eyes, I remember both, and it were yesterday's vespers. And thou hast not forgotten the youths and maidens that then sported at our merrymakings and were gay in their time as these we see today? Call you these gay? These are hired mourners compared to those of my youth. You that have been born in the last 50 years know little of mirth and gaiety, if thou wouldest learn. Of this we can speak at another season. But since thy memory remains so clear, thou canst not have forgotten the young Herr von Ritterstein, he that was well received of old within my father's doors? Ulrich spoke in a low voice, but the easy movement of the beast they rode suffered every word to each the ear of her companion. "Do I remember Odo von Ritterstein?" exclaimed the crone. "Am I a heathen to forget him or his crime? Poor Odo! Bitterly hath he repented that transgression in banishment, as I have heard. We may hope that his offense is forgiven." "Of whom? Of heaven? Never, as thou livest, Ulrich, can such a crime be pardoned. It will be 20 years of this night since he did that deed, as all in the Jägerthal will know. For there have been masses and exorcisms without number said in the Abbey chapel on his account. What dost take heaven to be that it can forget an offense like that?" "It was a dreadful sin," answered Ulrich, shuddering, for though she betrayed a desire to exonerate the supposed penitent, horror at his offense was evidently uppermost in her mind. "It was blasphemy to God and an outrage to man. Let him look to it, I say, for his soul is in cruel jeopardy." A heavy sigh was the answer of the burgomaster's wife. "I knew young Odo von Ritterstein well," continued the crone, "and though not ill-gifted as to outward appearance, and of most seductive discourse to all who would listen to a honeyed tongue, I can boast of having read his inmost nature at our very first acquaintance." "Thou understood a fearful mystery," half-whispered Ulrich. "It was no mystery to one of my years and experience. What is a comely face, and a noble birth, and a jaunting air, and a bold eye to your woman that hath had her opportunities, and who hath lived long? Nay, nay, young Odo's soul was read by me, as your mass-saying priest readeth his missal, that is, with half a glance. It is surprising that one of thy station should have so quickly and so well understood him, that most have found inexplicable. Thou knowest he was long in favor with my parents." "Aye, and with thee, Ulrich. And this proves the great difference of judgments. But not a single day, nay, not even an hour, was I mistaken in his character. What was his name to me? They say he had crusaders among his ancestors, and that nobles of his lineage bore the sign of the cross under a hot sun and in a far land, in honor of God. But none of this would I hear. I saw the man with mine own eyes, and with mine own judgment did I judge." "Thou sawest one else of no displeasing mien." "So thought the young and light-minded. I deny not his appearance. 'Twas according to heaven's pleasure. Nor do I say aught against his readiness in exercises, or any other esteemed and knightly qualities, for I am not one to backbite a fallen enemy. But he had a way. Now, when he came first to visit thy father, here did he enter the presence of the honest burgomaster, and he had been the elector instead of a mere baron, and though there I stood wanting to do him reverence as he became his rank and my breeding, nay, doing him reverence, and that oft repeated, not a look of grace, nor a thank, nor a smile of condescension did I get for my pains. His eyes could not stoop to the old nurse, but were fastened on the face of the young beauty, besides many other levities. Oh, I quickly accounted him for what he was." "He was of contradictory qualities." "Worse than that, 100-fold worse. I can count you up his graces in brief speech. First was he a roisterer that never missed occasion to enter into all debaucheries with the very monks he dishonored." "Nay, that I did never hear. Is it reasonable to suppose otherwise, after what we know of a certainty? Give me but one bold vice in a man, and I will quickly show you all its companions." "And is this true?" Ought we not rather to think that most yield in their weakest points, while they may continue to resist in their strongest? That there are faults which, inviting the world's condemnation, produce indifference to the world's opinion? May be true, but I hope few are so evil as not to retain some portion of their good qualities. Hast thou ever seen a siege, good wife? Thou wouldest not say this. Here is your enemy without the ditch, shouting and screaming and doing his worst to alarm the garrison. I say now but what I have thrice seen here, in our very Durkheim. But so long as the breach is not made, or the ladders placed, each goes his way in the streets quietly and unharmed. But let the enemy once enter, though it be but by a window or down a chimney, open fly the gates, and in pour the columns, horsemen and footmen, till not a house escapes rifling, nor a sanctuary violation. Now this blasphemy of Herr Odo was much as if a curtain of wall had fallen at once, letting in whole battalions and squadrons of vices in company. That the act was fearful is as certain as that it was heavily punished. But still, may it have been the fault of momentary folly or of provoked resentment? It was blasphemy, and as such it is punished. Why then say more in its defense? Here cometh Meta within call, and it were well she should not hear her mother justify sin. Remember, thou art a mother, and bear thy charge with prudence. As the horses ridden by the burgomaster and his daughter drew near, Ulrich ceased speaking, with the patient forbearance that distinguished her intercourse with the old woman, and during the rest of the ride little more passed among the equestrians. On reaching his own abode, however, Heinrich hastened to hold a secret council with the chief men of the place. The remainder of the day passed as was wont in the towns of that age. The archers practiced with their bows without the walls. The more trained arquebusiers were exercised with their unwieldy but comparatively dangerous weapons. The youthful of the two sexes danced, who quaffed, after the toil of the week, the cheap and healthful liquor of the Palatinate in a heavy animal enjoyment. Here and there a monk of the neighboring abbey appeared in the streets, though it was with an air less authoritative and assured than before the open promulgation of the opinions of Luther had brought into question so many of the practices of the prevailing church. End of Volume 2, Chapter 2, read by Joel Kindrick. Volume 2, Chapter 3, of the Heidenmauer, or the Benedictines, A Legend of the Rhine, by James Fenimore Cooper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joel Kindrick. The Heidenmauer, by James Fenimore Cooper, Volume 2, Chapter 3. Thus I renounce the world and worldly things. Rogers. It will be remembered that the time of this tale was in the waning month of June, when the sun had fallen beneath those vast and fertile plains of the west, among which the Rhine winds its way a swift and turbid through noble current that, like some bold mountaineer, has made a descent from the passes of Switzerland to gather tribute from every valley on his passage. There remained in the air the bland and seductive warmth of the season. Still, the evening was not a calm moonlight night like those which grace a more alluring climate, but there regained in its quiet a character of somber repose that constantly reminded all of the hour. It seemed a moment more adapted to rest than to indulgence. The simple habits of Durkheim caused its burghers to shut their doors early, and, as usual, the gates of the town were closed when the bells sounded the stroke of 8. The peasants of the Jägerthal had not even waited so long before they sought their beds. It was, however, near 10 when a private door in the dwelling of Heinrich Frey opened, and a party of 3 individuals issued into the street. All were so closely muffled as effectually to conceal their persons. The leader, a man, paused to see that the way was clear, and then, beckoning to his companions, who were of the other sex, to follow, he pursued his way within the shadows thrown from the houses. It was not long ere they all reached the gate of the town, which opened to the hill of the Heidenmauer. There was a stronger watch afoot that night than was usual in Durkheim, though the city, and especially at a moment when armies ravaged the Palatinate, was never left without a proper guard. A few armed men paced the street at the point where it terminated with the defenses, and a sentinel was visible on the superior wall. "Who cometh?" demanded an arquebusier. The muffled man approached, and spoke to the leader of the guard in a low voice. It would seem that he spoke him fair, for no sooner did he utter the little he had to say than a bustle among the citizens announced an eager desire to do his pleasure. The keys were produced, and a way made for the exit of the party. But the man went no farther. Having procured the egress of his companions, he returned to the town, stopping, however, to hold discourse with those on watch before he disappeared. Then, without the gate, the females began to ascend. The way was difficult, for it lay among terraces and vineyards by means of winding narrow footpaths, and, as it appeared, the limbs of those who were now obliged to thread them felt all the difficulties of the steep acclivity. At length, though not without often stopping to breathe and rest, they reached the fallen pile of the ancient wall of the camp. Here both seated themselves to recover their strength in profound silence. They had mounted by means of a path that conducted them towards that extremity of the mountain which overlooked the valley of Artale. The sky was covered with fleecy clouds that dimmed the light of the moon so as to render objects beneath uncertain and dull, though occasionally the mild orb seemed to sail into a little field of blue, shedding all its light below. But these momentary illuminations were too fitful to permit the eye to become accustomed to the change, and ere any saw distinctly, the driving vapor would again intercept the rays. To this melancholy character of the hour must be added the plaintive sound of a night breeze which audibly rustled the cedars. A heavy respiration from the one of the two who, by her air and attire, was evidently the superior, was taken by the other as a permission to speak. "Well, thrice in my life have I mounted this hill at night," she said, "and few of my ears could do the deed by the light of the sun. Hist, Ilse, hearest thou not uncommon? Naught but mine own voice, which, for so mute a person, is in sooth of little want. Truly there is other sound. Come hither to the ruin. I fear we are abroad at a perilous moment." As both arose, there was but a minute before their persons were concealed in such a manner as to render it little probable that any but a very curious eye would remark their presence. It was evident that many footsteps were approaching and nearly in their direction. Ilse trembled, but her companion, more self-possessed and better supported by her reason, was as much or even more excited by curiosity than by fear. The ruined hut in which they stood was within the cover of the cedars, where a dull light alone penetrated. By means of this light, however, a band of men was seen moving across the camp. They came in pairs, and their march was swift and nearly noiseless. The glittering of a morion as it passed beneath some opening in the trees, and the reclining arquebuses, no less than their order, showed them to be warriors. The line was long, extending to some hundreds of men. They came in this swift and silent manner from the direction of the Jägerthal and passed away among the melancholy cedars in that of the plain of the Rhine. When the last of this long and ghost-like band had disappeared, Ilse appeared to revive. "In the sooth," she said, "they seem to be men. Do they, too, come to visit the holy hermit? Believe it or not, they have gone down by the rear of Durkheim, and will soon be beyond our wishes or our fears. Lady, of what origin are they, and on what errand do they come?" This exclamation of old Ilse sufficiently betrayed the nature of her own doubts, though the firmness of her companion's manner proved that, now the armed men were gone, she no longer felt distrust. "This may or may not be a happy omen," she answered musingly. "There was a goodly number, and warriors too of fair appearance. Thrice have I visited this camp at night, and never before has it been my fate to view its tenants. Thinkest thou they were Romans, or are they the followers of the Hun? They were living men, but let us not forget our errand." Without permitting further discourse, the superior of the two of them took the way toward the hut of the hermit. At first her footstep was timid and unassured, for strengthened as she was by reflection and knowledge, the sudden and sprite-like passage of such a line of warriors across the deserted camp was indeed likely to affect the confidence of one even more bold. "Rest thy old limbs on this bit of fallen wall, good nurse," said the muffled female, "while I go within. Thou wilt await me here. Go, of heaven's mercy, and speak the holy anchoret fair. Take what thou canst of comfort and peace for thine own soul, and if there should be a blessing or a relic more than thou needest, remember her who fondled thy infancy, and who, I may say, and say it I do with pride, made thee the woman of virtue and merit thou art. God be with thee, and with me," murmured the female as she moved slowly away. The visitor of the anchorite hesitated at the door of his hut. Encouraged by sounds within, and certain that the holy man was still afoot, by the strong light that shone through the fissures of the wall, she at length summoned resolution to knock. "Enter, of God's will," returned a voice from within. The door opened, and the female stood confronted to the person of the anchorite. The The cloak and hood both fell from the female's head, as by an involuntary weakness of her hands, and each stood gazing long, wistfully, and perhaps in doubt at the other. The female, more prepared for the interview, was the first to speak. "Odo," she said with melancholy emphasis. "Ulrich." Eye then studied eye, in that eager and painful gaze with which the memory traces the changes that time and the passions produce in the human face. In that of Ulrich, however, there was little to be noted but the development of a more mature womanhood, with such a shadowing of thought as deeper reflection and diminished hopes are apt to bring. But had she not been apprised of the person of him she sought, and had her memory not retained so vivid an impression of the past, it is probable that the wife of Heinrich Frey might not have recognized the features of the gayest and handsomest cavalier of the Palatinate, in the sunken but still glowing eye, the grizzled beard, and the worn though bold lineaments of the anchorite. "Thou, Odo, and a penitent," Ulrich added, "one of a stricken soul. Thou seest me, sworn to mortifications and sorrow. If repentance come at all, let it be welcome. Thou leanest on a rock, and thy soul will be upheld." The recluse made a vague gesture, which his companion believed to be the usual sign of the cross. She meekly imitated the symbol, and bowing her head, repeated an Ave. In all great changes in religions and politics, the spirit of party attaches importance to immaterial things, which, by practice and convention, come to be considered as the evidence of opinion. Thus it is, when revolutions are sudden and violent, that so many mistake their symbols for their substance, and men cast their lives on the hazards of battle in order to support an empty name, a particular disposition of colors in an ensign, or some idle significations of terms that were never well explained, long after the real merits of the controversy have been lost by the cupidity and falsehood of those entrusted with the public welfare. And thus it is, that here, where all change has been gradual and certain, that the neglect of these trifles has subjected the country to the imputation of inconsistency, because, in attending so much to the substance of their work, it has overlooked so many of those outward signs, which, by being the instruments of excitement in other regions, obtain a value that has no influence among ourselves. The Reformation made early and rude inroads upon the formula of the Romish Church. The cross ceased to be a sign in favor with the Protestant, and after 3 centuries it is just beginning to be admitted that this sacred symbol is a more fitting ornament of one of those silent fingers pointing to the skies, which so touchingly adorn our churches, than the representation of a barnyard fowl. Had Ulrich been more critical in this sort of distinctions, or had her mind been less occupied with her own sad reflections, she might have thought the movement of the hermit's hand, when he made the sign alluded to, had such a manner of indecision and doubt as equally denotes one new in practices of this nature, or one about to abandon any long-established ritual. As it was, however, she noted nothing extraordinary, but silently took the seat to which the anchorite pointed, while he placed himself on another. The earnest, wistful, and half-mournful look of each was renewed. They sat apart, with the torch throwing its light fully upon both. "Grief hath borne heavily upon thee, Odo," said Ulrich. "Thou art much changed, and innocence and happiness have dealt tenderly by thee. Thou hast well merited this favor, Ulrich. Art thou long of this manner of life? Or touch I on a subject that may not be treated? I know not that I may refuse to give the world the profit of my lesson. Much less I can pretend to mystery with thee." "I would gladly give thee consolation. Thou knowest there is great comfort in sympathy." "Thy pity is next to the love of angels. But why speak of this? Thou art in the hut of a hermit condemned, of his own conscience, to privation and penitence. Go to thy happy home, and leave me to the solemn duty which I have allotted to be done this night." As he spoke, the anchorite folded his head in a mantle of coarse cloth, for he was evidently clad to go abroad, and he groaned. "Nay, Odo, I quit thee not in this humour of thy mind. The sight of me hath added to thy grief, and it were uncharitable, more it were unkind, to leave thee thus. What wouldest thou, Ulrich?" "Disburthen thy soul. This life of seclusion hath heaped a load too heavy on thy thoughts." "Where hast thou passed the years of thy prime, Odo? What hath brought thee to this condition of bitterness? Hast thou still so much of womanly mercy as to feel an interest in the fate of an outcast?" The paleness of Ulrich's cheek was succeeded by a mild glow. It was no sign of tumultuous feeling, but a gentle proof that a heart like hers never lost the affinities it had once fondly and warmly cherished. "Can I forget the past?" she answered. "Wert thou not the friend of my youth? Nay, wert thou not my betrothed? And dost thou acknowledge those long-cherished ties? O Ulrich, with what madden folly did I throw away jewel beyond price! But listen, and thou shalt know in what manner God hath avenged himself and thee." The burgomaster's wife, though secretly much agitated, sat patiently awaiting while the hermit seemed preparing his mind for the revelation he was about to make. "Thou hast no need to hear aught of my youth," he at length commenced. "Thou wilt knowest that, an orphan from childhood, of no mean estate, and of noble birth, I entered on life exposed to all the hazards that beset the young and thoughtless. I had most of the generous impulses of one devoid of care, and a heart that was not needlessly shut against sympathy with the injured, and, I think I may say, one that was not closed against compassion. Thou dost not justice to thyself, Odo. Say that thy hand was open, and thy heart filled with gentleness." The anchorite, humbled as he was by penitence and self-devotion, did not hear this opinion uttered by lips so gentle and so true without a change of features. His eye lighted, and for a moment it gazed toward his companion, with some of its former bright youthful expression. But the change escaped Ulrich, who was occupied with the generous impulse that caused her, thus involuntarily, to vindicate the hermit to himself. "It might have been so," the latter resumed, coldly after a moment of thought, "but in youth, unless watched and wisely directed, our best qualities may become instruments of our fall. I was of violent passions above all. Miserable traces in that unerring index, the countenance, prove how violent." Ulrich had no answer to this remark, for she had felt how easy it is for the strong character to attach the mild, and how common it is for the human heart to set value on qualities that serve to throw its own into relief. "When I knew thee, Ulrich, the influence of thy gentleness, the interest thou gavest me reason to believe thou felt in my happiness, and the reverence which the young of our sex so readily paid to innocence and beauty and faith, in thine served to tame the lion of my reckless temper, and to bring me for a time in subjection to thy gentleness." His companion looked grateful for his praise, but she remained silent. "The tie between the young and the guiltless is one of nature's holiest mysteries. I loved thee, Ulrich, purely and in perfect faith. The reverence I bear here in my solitude, and penance to these signs of sacred character, is not deeper, less tinctured with human passion, or more fervent than the respect I felt for thy virgin innocence." Ulrich trembled, but it was like the leaf quivering at the passage of a breath of air. "For this I gave thee credit, Odo," she whispered, evidently afraid to trust her voice. "Thou didst me justice. When thy parents consented to our union, I looked forward to the marriage with blessed hope, for young though I was, I so well understood myself as to foresee that some spirit, persuasive, good, and yet firm as thine, was necessary to tame me. Woman winds herself about the heart of man by her tenderness, nay, by her very dependence, in a manner to effect that which his pride would refuse to a power more evident. And couldst thou fill all this? Ulrich, I felt more, was convinced of more, and dreaded more than I ever dared avow, but all feelings of pride are now past. What further shall I say? Thou knowest the manner in which bold spirits began to assail the mysteries and dogmas of the venerable church that has so long governed Christendom, and that some were so hardy as to anticipate the reasonings and changes of more prudent heads by rash acts. 'Tis ever thus with young and heated reformers of abuses. Seeing not but the wrong, they forget the means by which it has been produced, and overlook the sufficient causes which may mitigate if they do not justice to the evil. And this, unhappily, was thy temper? I deny it not. Young and without knowledge of the various causes that temper every theory which reduced to practice, I looked eagerly to the end alone. Though Ulrich longed to extort some apology from the penitent for his own failings, she continued silent. After minutes of thought, the discourse at length proceeded. "There were some among thy friends, Odo, who believed the outrage less than the convent reported. They trusted too much to their wishes," said the anchorite in a subdued tone. "It is most true that, heated with wine and maddened with anger, I did violence, in presence of my armed followers, to those sacred elements which Catholics so reverence. In a moment of inebriated frenzy, I believed the hoarse applause of drunken parasites and the confusion of a priest of more account than the just anger of God. I impiously trampled on the host, and sorely hath God since trampled on my spirit. Poor Odo, that wicked act changed the course of both our lives. And dost thou now adore that being to whom this great indignity was offered? Hast thy mind returned to the faith of thy youth? 'Tis not necessary in order to fill the burthen of my guilt, exclaimed the anchorite, whose eyes began to lose the human expression which had been kindled by communion with this gentle being and gleamings of a remorse that had been so long fed by habits of morbid devotion. Is not the Lord of the universe my God? The insult was to him. Whether there be error in this or that form of devotion, I was in his temple, at the foot of his altar, in the presence of his spirit. There did I mock his rule and defy his power, and this for a silly triumph over a terrified monk. Heart-stricken Odo, where soughest thou refuge after the frantic act? The anchorite looked intently at his companion, as if a flood of distressing and touching images were pressing painfully upon his memory. My first thought was of thee, he said. The rash blow of my sword was no sooner given than it seemed suddenly to open an abyss between us. I knew thy gentle piety, and could not even in that moment of frenzy deceive myself as to thy decision. When in a place of safety, I wrote the letter which thou answered, and which answer was so firm and admirable a mixture of holy horror and womanly feeling. When thou renounced me, I became a vagrant on earth, and from that hour to the moment of my return hither have I been a wanderer. Much influence and heavy fines saved my estates, which the life of a pilgrim and a soldier has greatly augmented. But never till this summer have I felt the courage necessary to revisit the scenes of my youth. And whither strayed thou, Odo? I have sought relief in every device of man, the gaiety and dissipation of capitals, hermitages, for this is but the fourth of which I am the tenant, arms and rude hazards by sea. Of late have I much occupied myself in the defense of Rhodes, that unhappy and fallen bulwark of Christendom. But wherever I have dwelt, or in whatever occupation I have sought relief, the recollection of my crime and of its punishment pursues me. Ulrich, I am a man of woe. Nay, dear Odo, there is mercy for offenders more heavy than thou. Thou wilt return to thy long-deserted castle and be at peace. And thou, Ulrich, hath my crime caused thee sorrow? Thou, at least, art happy? The question caused the wife of Heinrich Frey uneasiness. Her sentiments toward Odo von Ritterstein had partaken of passion, and were still clothed with hues of the imagination. While her attachment to the burgomaster ran in the smoother channel of duty and habit, still time, a high sense of her sex's obligations, and the common bond of Meta kept her feelings in the subdued state which most fitted her present condition. Had her will be consulted, she would not have touched on this portion of the subject at all. But, since it was introduced, she felt the absolute necessity of meeting it with composure. I am happy in an honest husband with an affectionate child, she said. Set thy heart at rest on this account. We were not fitted for each other, Odo. Thy birth alone offered obstacles we might not properly have overcome. The anchorite bowed his head, appearing to respect her reserve. The silence that succeeded was not free from embarrassment. It was relieved by the tones of a bell that came from the hill of Limburg. The anchorite arose, and all other feeling was evidently lost in a sudden return of that diseased repentance which had so long haunted him, and which, in truth, had more than once gone nigh to unsettle his reason. That signal, Ulrich, is for me. And dost thou go forth to Limburg at this hour? An humble penitent, I have made my peace with the Benedictines by means of gold, and I go to struggle for my peace with God. This is the anniversary of my crime, and there will be midnight masses for its expiation. The wife of Heinrich Frey heard of his intention without surprise, though she regretted the sudden interruption of their interview. Odo, thy blessing, said Ulrich, kneeling. Thou askest this mockery of me? Cried the hermit wildly. Go, Ulrich, leave me with my sins. The anchorite appeared irresolute for a moment, and then he rushed madly from the hut, leaving the wife of Heinrich Frey still kneeling in its center. End of Volume 2, Chapter 3. Read by Joel Kindrick. Volume 2, Chapter 4 of the Heidenmauer, or the Benedictines, A Legend of the Rhine by James Fenimore Cooper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joel Kindrick. The Heidenmauer by James Fenimore Cooper, Volume 2, Chapter 4. Mona, thy druid rites awake the dead. Rogers. Ulrich was in the habit of making frequent and earnest appeals to God, and she now prayed fervently where she knelt. Her attention was recalled to earth by a violent shaking of the shoulder. "Ulrich, child! Frau Frey!" exclaimed the assiduous Ilse. "Art glued to the ground by necromancy? Where art thou here, and whither hath the holy man sped? Sawest thou Odo von Ritterstein?" "Whom? Art mad, Frau? I saw none but the blessed anchorite who passed me, and he were an angel taking wing for heaven. And though I knelt and beseeched but a look of grace, his soul was too much occupied with its mission to note a sinner. Had I been evil as some that might be named, this slight might give some alarm, but being that I am, I set it down rather to the account of merit than to that of any need. Nay, I saw naught but the hermit." "Then didst thou see the unhappy Herr von Ritterstein?" Ilse stood aghast. "Have we harbored a wolf in sheep's clothing?" she cried when the power of speech returned. "Hath the Palatinate knelt and wept and prayed at the feet of a sinner like ourselves? Nay, even worse than ourselves after all. Hath what hath passed for true coin been naught but base metal? Our unction, hypocrisy, our hopes, wicked delusions, our holy pride, vanity?" "Thou sawest Odo von Ritterstein, Ilse," returned Ulrich, rising, "but thou sawest a devout man." Then, giving her arm to the nurse, for of the two the attendant most required assistance, she took the way from the hut. While walking among the fallen walls of the deserted camp, Ulrich endeavored to bring her companion to consider the character and former sins of the anchorite with more lenity. The task was not easy, for Ilse had been accustomed to think the truant Odo altogether abandoned of God, and opinions that have been pertinaciously maintained for 20 years are not gotten rid of in a moment. Still, there is a process by which the human mind can be made to do more than justice when prejudice is finally eradicated. It is by this species of reaction that we see the same individuals now reprobated as monsters and now admired as heroes. The common sentiment as rarely doing strict justice in excessive applause as in excessive condemnation. We do not mean to say, however, that the sentiment of Ilse toward the anchorite underwent this violent revulsion from detestation to reverence. For the utmost that Ulrich could obtain in his favor was an admission that he was a sinner whose behalf on all devout Christians might without any manifest impropriety occasionally say an Ave. This small concession of Ilse sufficiently favored the wishes of her mistress, which were to follow the hermit to the abbey church, to kneel at its altars, and to mingle her prayers with those of the penitent, on this the anniversary of his crime, for pardon and peace. We pretend not to show what court of human infirmity the wife of Heinrich Frey was led into the indulgence of a sympathy so delicate, with one to whom her hand had formerly been plighted. For we are not acting here in the capacity of censors of female propriety, but as those who endeavor to expose the workings of the heart, be they for good or be they for evil. It is sufficient for our object that the result of the whole picture shall be a lesson favorable to virtue and truth. So soon as Ulrich found she could lead her companion in the way she wished, without incurring the risk of listening to stale morals dealt out with a profuse garrulity, she took the path directly towards the convent. As the reader has most probably perused our introduction, there is no necessity of saying more than that Ulrich and her attendant proceeded by the route we ourselves took in going from one mountain to the other. But the progress of Ilse was far slower than that described as our own, in ascending to the Heidenmauer under the guidance of Christian Kinzel. The descent itself was long and slow, for one of her infirmities in years, and the ascent far more tedious and painful. During the latter, even Ulrich was glad to halt often, to recover breath, though they went up by the horse path over which they had ridden in the morning. The character of the night had not changed. The moon appeared to wade among fleecy clouds as before, and the light was misty but sufficient to render the path distinct. At this hour, the pile of the convent loomed against the sky with its dark Gothic walls and towers, resembling a work of giants in which those who had reared the structure were reposing from their labors, accustomed as she was to worship at its altars. Ulrich did not now approach the gate without a sentiment of admiration. She raised her eyes to the closed portal, to the long ranges of dark and sweeping walls, and everywhere she met evidences of midnight tranquility. There was a faint glow upon the side of the narrow giddy tower that contained the bells and which flanked the gate, and she knew that it came from a lamp that burnt before the image of the Virgin in the court. This gave no sign that the porter was awake. She stepped, however, to the wicket and rang the night bell. The grating of the bolts quickly announced the presence of one within. "Who cometh to Limburg at this hour?" demanded the porter, holding the wicket chained as if distrusting treachery. "A penitent to pray." The tones of the voice assured the keeper of the gate, who had means also of examining the stranger with the eye, and he so far opened the wicket as to permit the form of Ulrich to be distinctly seen. "It is not usual to admit thy sex within these holy walls, after the morning mass hath been said, and the confessionals are empty. There are occasions on which the rule may be broken, and the solemn ceremony of tonight is one." "I know not that. Our reverend abbot is severe in the observance of all decencies." "Nay, I am one closely allied to him in whose behalf this service is given," said Ulrich hastily. "Repel me not, for the love of God. Art thou of his kin and blood?" "Not of that tie," she answered in the checked manner of one who felt her own precipitation, "but bound to his hopes by the near interest of affection and sympathy." She paused, for at that instant the form of the anchorite filled the space beside the porter. He had been kneeling by the image of a crucifix hard by, and had been called from his prayers by the soft appeal that betrayed Ulrich's interest in him, very tone of which went to his heart. "She is mine," he said authoritatively. "She and her attendant are both mine. Let them enter." Ulrich hesitated. She scarce knew why, and else wearied with her efforts and impatient to be at rest, was obliged to impel her forward. The hermit, as if suddenly recalled to the duty on which he had come to the convent, turned and glided away. The porter, who had received his instructions relative to him for whom the mass was to be said, offered no further obstacle, but permitted Ilse to conduct her mistress within. No sooner were the females in the court than he closed and barred the wicket. Ulrich hesitated no longer, though she trembled in every limb. Dragging the loitering Ilse after her, with difficulty she took the way directly towards the door of the chapel. With the exception of the porter at the wicket and the lamp before the Virgin, all seemed as dim and still within as it had been without the abbey walls. Not even a sentinel of Duke Friedrich's men-at-arms was visible. But this occasioned no surprise, as these troops were known to keep as much aloof from the more religious part of the tenants of Limburg as was possible. The spacious buildings in the rear of the abbot's dwelling might well have lodged double their number, and in these it was probable they were now housed. As for the monks, the lateness of the hour and the nature of the approaching service fully accounted for their absence. The door of the abbey church was always open. This usage is nearly common to every Catholic place of worship in towns of any size, and it contains an affecting appeal to the passenger to remember the being in whose honor the temple has been raised. The custom is, in general, turned to account equally by the pious and the inquisitive, the amateur of the arts and the worshipper of God. And it is to be regretted that the former, more especially when they belong to a different persuasion or sect, should not oftener remember that their taste becomes bad when it is indulged at the expense of that reverence which should mark all the conduct of man in the immediate presence of his Creator. On the present occasion, however, there were none present to treat either the altar or its worship with levity. When Ulrich and Ilse entered the chapel, the candles of the great altar were lighted, and the lamps of the choir threw a gloomy illumination on its somber architecture. The fretted and painted vault above, the carved oak of the stalls, the images of the altar, and the grave and kneeling warriors in the stone that decorated the tombs stood out prominent in the relief of their own deep shadows. If it be desirable to quicken the devotion by physical auxiliaries, surely all that was necessary to reduce the mind to deep and contemplative awe existed here. The officials of the altar swept past the gorgeous and consecrated structure. In their robes of duty, grave, expectant monks were in their stalls, and Boniface himself sat on his throne, mitred and clad in vestments of embroidery. It is possible that an inquisitive and hostile eye might have detected in some weary countenance or heavy eyelid longings for the pillow, and little sympathy in the offices, but there were others who entered on their duties with zeal and conviction. Among the last was Father Arnulf, whose pale features and thoughtful eye were seen in his stall, where he sat regarding the preparations with the tranquil patience of one accustomed to seek his happiness in the duties of his vow. To him might be put in contrast the unquiet organs and severe, rather than mortified, lineaments of Father Johann, who glanced hurriedly from the altar and its rich decorations to the spot where the anchorite knelt, as if to calculate to what degree of humiliation and bitterness it were possible to reduce the bruised spirit of the penitent. Odo of Ritterstein, for there no longer remains a reason for refusing to the anchorite his proper appellation, had placed himself near the railing at the foot of the choir on his knees, where he continued, with his eyes fixed on the golden vessel that contained the consecrated host he had once outraged, the offense which he had now come, as much as in him lay, to expiate. The light fell but faintly on his form, but it served to render every furrow that grief and passion had drawn athwart his features more evident. Ulrich studied his countenance, seen as it was in circumstances of so little flattery, and trembling she knelt by the side of Ilse on the other side of the little gate that served to communicate between the body of the church and the choir. Just as she had assumed this posture, Gottlob stole from among the pillars and knelt in the distance, on the flags of the great aisle. He had come to the Mass as a ceremony refused to none. So strong was the light around the altar, and so obscure the aisles below, that it was with difficulty Bonifacius could assure himself of the presence of him in whose behalf this office was had. But when, by contracting his heavy front so as to form a sort of screen of his shaggy brows, he was enabled to distinguish the form of Odo, he seemed satisfied, and motioned for the worship to proceed. There is little need to repeat the details of a ceremony it has been our office already to relate in these pages. But as the music and other services had place in the quiet and calm of midnight, they were doubly touching and solemn. There was the same power on the single voice as in the morning, or rather on the preceding day, for the turn of the night was now past, and the same startling effect was produced even on those who were accustomed to its thrilling and superhuman melody. As the Mass proceeded, the groans of the anchorite became so audible that at times these throes of sorrow threatened to interrupt the ceremonies. The heart of Ulrich responded to each sigh that escaped the bosom of Odo, and ere the first prayers were ended, his face was bathed in tears. The examination of the different countenances of the brotherhood during this scene would have been a study worthy of a deep inquirer into the varieties of human character, or of those who love to trace the various forms in which the same causes work on different tempers. Each groan of the anchorite lighted the glowing features of Father Johann with a species of holy delight, as if he triumphed in the power of the offices, and at each minute his head was bent inquiringly in the direction of the railing, while his ear listened eagerly for the smallest sound that might favor his desires. On the other hand, the workings of the prior's features were those of sorrow and sympathy. Every sigh that reached him awakened a feeling of pity, blended with pious joy, it is true, but a pity that was deep, distinct, and human. Bonifacius listened like one in authority, coldly and with little concern in what passed, beyond that which was attached to a proper observance of the ritual, and from time to time he bent his head on his hand, while he evidently pondered on things that had little connection with what was passing before his eyes. Others of the fraternity manifested more or less of devotion according to their several characters, and a few found means to obtain portions of sleep as the rites admitted of the indulgence. In this manner did the community of Limburg pass the first hours of the day, or rather of the morning, that succeeded the Sabbath of this tale. It may have been afterwards source of consolation to those among them that were most zealous in the observance of their vows, that they were thus passed, for events were near that had lasting influence not only on their own destinies, but on those of the very region in which they dwelt. The strain of the last hymn were rising into the vault above the choir, when amid the calm that exquisite voice never failed to produce, there came a low rushing sound which might have been taken for the murmuring of wind, or for the suppressed hum of 100 voices. When it was first heard, Stealing among the ribbed arches of the chapel, the cowherd arose from his knees and disappeared in the gloomy depths of the church. The monks turned their heads as by a general impulse to listen, but the common action was as quickly succeeded by grave attention to the rites. Bonifacius, indeed, seemed uneasy, though it was like a man who scarce knew why. His gray eyes roamed over the body of darkness that reigned among the distant columns of the church, and then they settled with vacancy on the gorgeous vessels of the altar. The hymn continued, and its soothing power appeared to quiet every mind, when the sound of tumult at the great gate of the outer wall became too audible and distinct to admit of doubt. The whole brotherhood arose as a man, and the voice of the singer was mute. Ulrich clasped her hands in agony, while even Odo of Ritterstein forgot his grief in the rude nature of the interruption. End of Volume 2, Chapter 4. Read by Joel Kindrick. Volume 2, Chapter 5 of the Heidenmauer, or the Benedictines, A Legend of the Rhine by James Fenimore Cooper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joel Kindrick. The Heidenmauer by James Fenimore Cooper, Volume 2, Chapter 5. It is scarcely necessary to explain that the man who had accompanied Ulrich and Ilse to the gate of Durkheim was Heinrich Frey. No sooner had his wife disappeared and his short conference with the men on watch was ended than the burgomaster hurried towards that quarter of the town which lay nearest to the entrance of the Jägerthal. Here he found collected a band of 100 burghers, chosen from among their townsmen for resolution and physical force. They were all equipped, according to the fashion of the times, with such weapons of offense as suited their several habits and experience. We might also add that as each good man on going forth on the present occasion had seen fit to consult his bosom's partner, there was more than the usual display of headpieces and breastplates and bucklers. When, with his followers, and assured of their exactitude in numbers, the burgomaster, who was a man nowise deficient in courage, ordered the postern to be opened and issued first himself into the field. The townsmen succeeded in their allotted order, observing the most profound silence. Instead of taking the direct road to the gorge, Heinrich crossed the rivulet, by a private bridge pursuing a footpath that led him up the ascent to the most advanced of the mountains on that side of the valley. The reader will understand that this movement placed the party on the hill which lay directly opposite to that of the Heidenmauer. At the period of the tale, cedars grew on the two mountains alike, and the townsmen, of course, had the advantage of being concealed from observation. A half-hour was necessary to effect this lodgment, with sufficient caution and secrecy. But once made, the whole band seemed to consider itself beyond the danger of discovery. The men then continued the march with less attention to order and silence, and even their leaders began to indulge in discourse. Their conversation was, however, guarded, like that of those who felt they were engaged in an enterprise of hazard. "'Tis said, neighbor Dietrich," commenced the burgomaster, speaking to a sturdy smith who acted on this occasion as lieutenant to the commander-in-chief, an honor that was mainly due to the power of his arm, and who, emboldened by his temporary rank, had advanced nearly to Heinrich's side. "'Tis said, neighbor Dietrich, that these Benedictines are like bees who never go forth but in the season of plenty, and rarely return without rich contribution to their hive. Thou art a reflecting and solid townsman, one that is little moved by the light opinions of the idle, and a burgher that knoweth his own rights, which is as much as to say his own interests, and one that will understandeth the necessity of preserving all of our venerable usages and laws, at least in such matters as touch the permanency of the welfare of those that may claim to have a welfare. I speak not now of the varlets, who belong, as it were, neither to heaven nor earth, being condemned of both to the misery of houseless and irresponsible knaves, but of men of substance, that, like thee and thy craft, pay scot and lot, keep bed and board, and are otherwise to be marked for their usefulness and natural rights. And this brings me to my point, which is neither more nor less than to say that God hath created all men equal, and therefore it is our right, no less our duty, to see that Durkheim is not wronged, especially in that part of her interest that belong, in particularity, to her substantial inhabitants. Do I say that which is reasonable, or do I deceive both myself and thee, friend Smith? Heinrich had a reputation for eloquence and logic, especially among his own partisans, and his appeal was now made to one who was little likely to refuse him any honor. Dietrich was one of those animal philosophers who seemed specially qualified by nature to sustain a parliamentary leader, possessing a good organ with but an indifferent intellect to derange its action. His mind had precisely the description of vacuum, which is so necessary to produce a good political or moral echo, more particularly when the proposition is false. For the smallest addition to his capacity might have had such an effect on his replies as a sounding board is known to possess in defeating the repetitions of the voice. "By Saint Benedict, Master Heinrich," he answered, "for it is permitted to invoke the saint, though we so little honor his monks, it were well for Duke Friedrich had he less wine in his Heidelberg tuns, and more your wisdom in his counsels. What you have just proclaimed is no other than what I have myself thought these many years, though never able to hammer down an idea into speech so polished and cutting as this of your worship. Let them that deny what I say take up their weapons, and I will repose on my sledge as on an argument not to be answered. We must, in sooth, see Durkheim righted, and more is the need, since there is this equality between all men as hath just been so well said. Nay, this matter of equality is one much spoken of, but as little understood. Look you, good Dietrich, give me thy ear for a few minutes, and thou shalt get an insight into its justice. Here are we of the small towns born with all properties, and wants of those in your large capitals. Are we not men to need our privileges? Or are we not human that air is unnecessary for breath? I think thou wilt not gainsay either of these truths. He that would do it is little better than an ass. This being established, therefore, naught remains but to show the conclusion. We, having the same rights as the largest towns in the empire, should be permitted to enjoy them, else is language little better than mockery, and a municipal privilege of no more value than a serf's oath. This is so clear, I marvel any should deny it. And what say they of the village, Master Burgomaster? Will they, think you, sustain us in this holy cause? Nay, I touch not on the villages, good smith, since they have neither burgomasters nor burghers. And where there is so little to sustain a cause, of what matter is resistance? I speak chiefly of ourselves, and of towns having means, which is a case so clear that it were manifest weakness to confound it with any other. He that hath right of his side were a fool to enter into league with any of doubtful franchises. All have their natural and holy advantages, but those are the best which are most clear by their riches and force. I pray you, worshipful Heinrich, grant me but a single favor, and you love me so much as a hare. Name thy will, smith, that I may speak of this among the townsmen. Such wisdom and conclusion so evident should not be cast to the winds. Thou knowest I do not discourse for vain applause. By my father's bones, I will touch upon it with discretion, most honorable burgomaster, and not as one of vain speech. Your honor knows the difference between a mere street babbler and one that hath a shop. Have it as thou wilt, but I take not the merit of originality, for there are many good and substantial citizens, and some statesmen who think much in this manner. Well, it is happy that God hath not gifted all alike. Else might there have been great and unreasonable equality, and some would have arrived to honors they were little able to bear. But having so clearly explained your most excellent motives, worshipful Heinrich, wilt condescend to lighten the march by an application of its truth to the enterprise on which we go forth? That may be done readily, for no tower in the Palatinate is more obvious. Here is Limburg, and yon is Durkheim, rival communities as it were in interest and hopes, and of necessity by little disposed to do each other favor. Nature, which is a great master of all questions right and wrong, saith that Durkheim shall not harm Limburg, nor Limburg Durkheim. Is this clear? Himmel, as the flame of a furnace, honorable burgomaster. Now, it being thus settled, that there shall be no interference in each other's concerns, we yield to necessity and go forth armed in order to prevent Limburg from doing wrong to a principle that all men admit to be inviolable. You perceive the nicety. We confess that what we do is weak in argument, and the greater need it should be strong in execution. We are no madcaps to unsettle a principle to gain our ends, but then all must have heed to their interests, and what we do is with a reserve of doctrine. This relieves my soul from a mountain, exclaimed the smith, who had listened with a sort of earnestness that denotes honesty of purpose. Naught can be more just, and woe to him than shall gainsay it while back of mind carries harness. In this manner did Heinrich and his lieutenant lighten the way by subtle discourse, and by arguments that we feel some consciousness may subject us to the imputation of plagiarisms, but for which we can vouch as genuine on the authority of Christian Kinzel, already so often named. The high and disinterested intellect that is active in regulating the interests of the world has been so often alluded to, in other places and on different occasions, that it is quite useless to expatiate on it here. We have already said that Heinrich Frey was a stout friend of the conservative principle, which, reduced to practice, means little more than that. They shall get who have the power, and they shall keep who can. Justice, like liberality, has great reservations, and perhaps there are few countries in the present advanced condition of the human species that does not daily employ some philosophy of the same involved character as this of Heinrich, supported by reasoning as lucid, irresistible, and nervous. The direction in which the band of Durkheimers proceeded led them by a tortuous way, it is true, but surely to the side of the valley on which the castle of Hartenberg stood. Heinrich, however, brought his followers to a halt long before they had made the circuit which would have been necessary to reach the hold of Count Emich. The place he chose for the collection and review of the band was about midway between Durkheim and the castle, pursuing a line that conformed to the sinuosities and variations of the foot of the mountain. It was in an open grove where the shadows of the trees effectually concealed the presence of the unusual company. Here refreshments were taken by all, for the good people of the town were much addicted to the practices of this consolatory nature, and the occasion must have been doubly urgent that could induce them to overlook the calls of the appetite. "Seest thou aught of our allies, honest smith?" demanded Heinrich of a lieutenant who had been sent a short distance along the brow of the hill to reconnoiter. "It were unseemly in men so trained as our friends to be lacking at need." "Doubt them not, Master Heinrich. I know the knaves well. They merely tarry to lighten their packs by the way, in consumptions like this of our own. Dost see the manner in which the Benedictines affect tranquillity, worshipful burgomaster? 'Tis their usual ghostly hypocrisy, brave Dietrich, but we shall uncloak them. Good will come of our enterprise, for, of a truth, by this spirit on our part, which shall forever demonstrate the necessity of not meddling in the concerns of a neighbor, we settle all uncertainties between us. By the kings of gold, is it to be tolerated that a gownsman shall hoodwink a townsman to the day of judgment? Is there not a light in the abbey chapel? The reverend fathers pray against their enemies. Dost think, worshipful burgomaster, that the tale concerning the manner in which those heavy stones were carried upon Limburg Hill has received small additions by oft-telling? It may be thus, Dietrich. For naught, unless it may be damp snow, gaineth more by repeated rolling than your story. And gold, rejoined the smith, chuckling in a manner not to displease his superior, since it palpably intimated the idea he entertained of the burgomaster's success in accumulating money, an idea that is always pleasant to those who deem prosperity of this nature to be the principal end of life. Gold well rolled increases marvelously. I am of your mind, Master Heinrich, for to speak truth, I much question whether the evil spirit would have troubled himself with so light an affair as carrying the smaller of materials afoot. As to the heavy columns and the hewn keystones, with other loads of weight, it was not so much beneath his character, and may be considered as probable. I have never contradicted that part of the legend, for it hath likelihood to back it, but ha! Here comes the succor. The approach of a band of men who came from the direction of Hartenberg, always keeping along the margin of the hills and within the shadows, absorbed all attention. This second party was treble the force of the townsmen. Like them, it was armed, and, like them, it showed every sign of military preparation. When it had halted, which it did at a little distance from the band of Heinrich, as if it were not deemed advisable to blend the two bodies in one, a warrior advanced to the spot where the burgomaster had taken post. The newcomer was well but lightly armed, wearing a headpiece and harness, and carrying his sword at rest. "Who leadeth the Durkheimers?" he demanded when near enough to trust his voice. "Their poor burgomaster in person, would there had been a better for the duty." "Welcome, worshipful sir," said the other, bowing with more than usual respect. "In my turn I come at the head of Count Emich's followers. How art thou styled, brave captain? 'Tis a name but little worthy to be classed with yours, Herr Frey. But such as it is, I disown it not. I am Berthold Hintermeyer. Umph! A young leader for so grave an enterprise. I had hoped for the honor of thy lord's company. I am commanded to explain this matter to your worship." Berthold then walked aside with the burgomaster, while Dietrich proceeded to take a nearer view of the allied force. It is well known to most of our readers that every baron of note, at that time of which we write, entertained more or fewer dependents who, succeeding to the regularly banded vassals of the earlier ages, held a sort of middle station between the servitor and the soldier. There stands a noble ruin called Pierrefonds, within a day's ride of Paris and on the very verge of a royal forest. A forest that in some of its features approaches nearer to an American wood than any we have yet met in the other hemisphere. Which castle of Pierrefonds is known to have been the hold of one of these warlike nobles who did many and manifest wrongs to the lieges of the king, even in an age considerably later than this of our tale. In short, European society just then was in the state of transition, beginning to reject the trammels of feudalism and struggling to wear its bonds, at least in a new and less troublesome form. But the importance and political authority of the Counts of Leiningen fully entitled them to preserve a train that barons of lesser note were beginning to abandon, and consequently all of their castles had many of these loose followers who have since been entirely superseded by the regularly embodied and trained troops of our own time. The smith found much to approve and something to censure in the party that Berchtold had led to their support. So far as recklessness of character and object, audacity in acts, and indifference to moral checks were concerned, a better troop could not have been desired, for more than half of them were men who lived by the excesses of the community, occupying exactly that position in the social scale that fungi do in the vegetable, or that sores and blotches fill in the physical economy of the species. But in respect to thews and sinews, a primary consideration with the smith in estimating the value of every man he saw, they were much inferior as a body to the townsmen in whom orderly living, gainful, and regular industry had permitted the animal to become developed. There was, however, a band of peasants drawn from among the mountains, or inhabitants of the hamlet beneath the castle walls, who, though less menacing in air and bold of speech, were youths that Dietrich thought only required the Durkheim training to become heroes. When Heinrich and Berchtold rejoined their respective followers after the private discourse, all discontent was banished from the former's brow, and both immediately occupied themselves in making the dispositions necessary to the success of the common enterprise. The wood in which they had halted lay directly opposite to the inner extremity of the Abbey Hill, from which it was separated by a broad and perfectly even meadow. The distance, though not great, was sufficient to render it probable that the approach of the invaders would be seen by some of the sentinels, who, there was little doubt, the men-at-arms lent by the elector to the monks, maintained were it only for their own security. Limburg was not a fortress, its impunity being due altogether to the moral power that the church, to which it belonged, still wielded, though it were so much weakened in that part of Germany. But its walls were high and solid, its towers numerous, its edifices massive, and all was so disposed that a body within resolutely bent on resistance might well have set at defiance a force like that which now came against it. Of all these truths Heinrich was sensible, for he had shown courage and gained experience in the defense of places during a life that was now past its meridian, and which had been necessarily spent amid the tumults and contentions of that troubled age. He looked about him, therefore, with greater seriousness, in order to ascertain on whom he might rely, and the fine and collected deportment of Berchtold Hintermeyer gave him that sort of satisfaction which brave men feel by communion with kindred spirits in the moment of danger. When every necessary disposition was made, the party advanced, moving deliberately to preserve their order and conscious that breath would be necessary in mounting the steep acclivity. Perhaps there is no time in which the ingenuity of man is more active than in those moments when he has a sensitive consciousness of being wrong, and consequently a fervish desire to vindicate his works or act to himself as well as to others. A deep conviction of truth and the certainty of being right fortifies the mind with a high moral dignity that even disinclines it to the humility of vindication. Thus, he who rushes from a dispute in which his own convictions cause him to distrust his own arguments into rash and general asseverations, betrays the goadings of conscience rather than spirit, and weakens the very cause that it may be his wish to establish. An arrogant assumption of knowledge, especially in matters that our previous habits and education rather disqualify than teach us to comprehend, can only lead to contradiction and detection. And although circumstances may lend a momentary and fallacious support to error, the triumph of truth is as certain as its punishments are severe. Happily, this is an age in which no sophistry can long escape unscathed, nor any injury to natural justice go long unrequited. No matter where the wrong to truth has been committed, on the throne or in the cabinet, in the Senate or by means of the press, society is certain to avenge itself for the deceptions of which it has been the dupe, and its final judgments are recorded on that opinion which lasts long after the specious triumphs of the plausible are forgotten. It were well that they who abused their situations by a reckless disregard of consequences in order to obtain a momentary object oftener remembered this fact, for they would spare themselves the mortification and in some cases the infamy that is so sure to rest on him who disregards right to attain an end. Heinrich Frey greatly distrusted the lawfulness of the enterprise in which he was engaged, for, unlike his companions, he had the responsibility of advising, as well as that of execution on his head. He had therefore a restless wish to find reasons of justification for what he did, and as he marched slowly across the meadows, with Berkhold and the smith at his side, his tongue gave utterance to his thoughts. There cannot be any manner of doubt of the necessity and justice of what we do to Limburg, Master Hintermeyer, he said, for men usually affirm in all dubious cases with a confidence precisely in an inverse ratio to the distrust they feel of the rectitude of their cause. Else why are we here? Is Limburg forever to trouble the valley and the plain with its accursed exactions and avarice, or are we slaves for shaven monks to trample on? There are sufficient reasons of a truth for what we do, Herr Burgomaster, answered Berkhold, whose mind had taken a strong bias to the new change in religious opinions that were then fast gaining ground. When we have so good motives, let us look no farther. Nay, young man, I am certain that the honest smith here will say, no nail he drives into a hoof can be too well clenched. That fact is out of all question, Master Berkhold, answered Dietrich, and therefore must his worship be right in the whole argument. Let it be so. I shall never gainsay the necessity of breaking up a nest of drones. I call them not drones, young Berkhold, nor do I come to break them up, but simply to show the world that he who would deal with the affairs of Durkheim hath need of a lesson to teach him not to enter his neighbor's grounds. This is wholesome, and will bring great credit on our town, responded the smith. The more the pity that we do not press the same matter home upon the elector too, who hath of late raised new pretensions to our earnings. With the elector the affair may not be discussed, for his interference is of too strong a quality to call upon our manhood in maintaining the right of non-interference. These subtle questions of law are not to be learned over a furnace, but need nice capacities to render them clear, but clear they are to all who have the power to understand them. It is more than probable that to thee, Dietrich, they are not so manifest. But wert thou one of the town council, thou shouldst look into the question with different eyes. That I doubt not, honorable Heinrich, that I doubt not. Could but such an honor light on one of my name and breeding, Himmel, the worshipful council should find a man ready to believe any nicety of this sort, or indeed of any other sort. Ha! There's a light at yonder loop, exclaimed Berkhold. This bodes well. Hast a friend in the abbey? Go to, Herr Burgomaster. This touches on excommunication, but I much like yon light at the loop. Let there be silence, whispered Heinrich to those in his rear, who passed the order to their fellows. We draw near. The party was now at the foot of the hill. Not a sign of their approach being known had yet met them, unless a single taper placed at a dungeon loop could thus be interpreted. On the contrary, the stillness already described in the approach of Ulrich reigned over the whole of the vast pile, but neither Heinrich nor his companion liked this fearful quiet, for it boded a defense the more serious when it did come. They would have greatly preferred an open resistance, and nothing would have more relieved the minds of the two leaders than to have been able to command a rush under a hot discharge from the arquebusiers of Duke Friedrich. But this relief was refused them, and the whole band reached a point of the hill under a flanking tower, where it became necessary to abandon all idea of cover, and to make a swift movement to gain the road. It was the rush of this evolution which first disturbed the monks in the chapel. The second interruption proceeded from the ruder sounds of the assault that immediately after was made upon the outer gate itself. End of Volume 2, Chapter 5. Read by Joel Kindrick. Volume 2, Chapter 6 of the Heidenmauer, or the Benedictines, A Legend of the Rhine, by James Fenimore Cooper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joel Kindrick. The Heidenmauer by James Fenimore Cooper, Volume 2, Chapter 6. I'll never be such a ghostly to obey instinct, but stand as if a man were author of himself, and knew no other line. Coriolanus. The assailants, as has been seen, were led by the burgomaster and his two lieutenants, Berkhold and the smith. Close at the heels of the latter followed 3 of his own journeymen, each, like his master, armed with a massive sledge. No sooner did the party reach the gate than these artisans commenced the duty of pioneers with great readiness and skill. At the third blow from Dietrich's brawny arm, the gate flew open, and those in front rushed into the court. "Who art thou?" cried Berkhold, seizing a man who knelt with a knee on another's breast immediately across his passage. "Speak, for this is not a moment of trifling." "Master Forester, be less hot, and remember thy friends. Dost not see it is Gottlieb that holdeth the convent porter, lest the knave should use the additional bars? There are strangers within, and, to consult his ease, the faithless varlet hath not done his fastenings properly, else mightest thou have pounded till Duke Friedrich's men were upon thee." "Bravely done, foster brother. Thy signal was seen and counted on. But, since thou knowest the way so well, lead on, at once, against the men-at-arms. Himmel! The rogues have bristly beards, well grizzled with war, and may not like to have their sleep thus suddenly broken. But service must be done. Choose the most godly of thy followers, worshipful burgomaster, to go against the monks, who are fortified in the choir, and well armed with prayer, while I will lead the more carnal to another sort of work against the elector's people." While this short dialogue had place, the whole of the assailants poured through the gate, their officers endeavoring to maintain something like order among the ill-trained band. All felt the imperious necessity of first disposing of the troops, for as respects the monks themselves, there was certainly no cause of immediate apprehension. A few were left, therefore, to guard the gate, while Heinrich, guided by the cowherd, led his followers toward the buildings where the men-at-arms were known to lodge. If we were to say that the party advanced to this attack without concern, we should overrate their valor and do the reputation of the elector's men injustice. There was sacrilege in the invasion of the convent according to the predominant opinions of the age. For though Protestantism had made great progress, even reformers had grievous doubts in severing the bonds of habit and long-established prejudices. To this lurking sentiment was added the unaccountable silence that still reigned among the men-at-arms, who, as Gottlieb had said, were known to be excellent soldiers at need. They lay in the rear of the abbot's dwelling and were sufficiently entrenched behind walls and among the gardens to make a fierce resistance. But all these considerations rather flashed upon the minds of the leaders than they were maturely weighed. In the moment of assault, there is little leisure for thought, especially when the affair gets to be as far advanced as this we are now describing. The men rushed towards the point of attack, accordingly beset by misgivings rather than entertaining any very clear ideas of the dangers they ran. Gottlieb had evidently made the best of the time he had been at liberty in the abbey to render himself master of the intricate windings of the different passages. He was soon at the door of the abbot's abode, which was dashed into splinters by a single blow of Dietrich's sledge, when there poured a stream of reckless, and we may add lawless, soldiery through the empty apartments. In another moment the whole of the assailants were in the grounds, in the rear of this portion of the dwellings. As there is nothing that more powerfully rebukes violence than a calm firmness, so is there nothing so appalling to or so likely to repulse an assault as a coolness that seems to set the onset at defiance. In such moments the imagination is apt to become more formidable than the missiles of an enemy, conjuring dangers in the place of those which, in the ordinary course of warfare, might be lightly estimated were they seen. Everyone knows that the moment which precedes the shock of battle is by far the most trying to the constancy of man, and a reservation of the means of resistance is prolonging that moment and, of course, increasing its influence. Every man among the hostile band, even to the leaders, felt the influence of this mysterious quiet among the troops of the elector. So imposing, in fact, did it become that they halted in a group, a position of all others most likely to expose them to defeat. And there was a low rumor of mines and ambuscades. Berkhold perceived that the moment was critical, and that there was imminent danger of defeat. "Follow!" he cried, waving his sword and springing towards the silent buildings in which it was known the men-at-arms were quartered. He was valiantly seconded by the burgomaster and the smith, when the whole party resumed its courage and advanced tumultuously against the doors and windows. The sounds of sledges and the yielding bars and bolts came next, after which the rush penetrated to the interior. The cries of the assailants ran among the empty vaults. There was the straw, the remnants of food, the odor of past debauches, and all the usual disgusting signs of ill-regulated barracks. For in that day, neatness and method did not descend far below the condition of the affluent. But no cry answered cry, no sword or arquebus was raised to meet the blow of the invader. Stupor was the first feeling on gaining the knowledge of this important fact. Then Heinrich and Berchtold both issued orders to bring the captured porter who was in the center of the assailants before them. "Explain this," said the burgomaster authoritatively. "What hath become of Duke Friedrich's followers?" "They departed at the turn of the night, worshipful Herr, leaving Limburg to the care of its patron saint." "Gone? Whither, and in what manner? If thou deceivest me, knave, thy Saint Benedict himself shall not save thee from a flame." "I pray you, be not angered, great magistrate, for I say nothing but truth. There came an order from the elector, as the sun said, recalling his meanest warrior, for it said he is sore pressed and hath need of succor." The silence which followed this explanation was succeeded by a shout, and individuals began to steal eagerly away from the main body, bent on their own designs of pillage. "What road took the Duke's men?" "Worshipful Heinrich, they went down by the horse path in great secrecy and order, and passed up the opposite mountain in order to escape troubling the townsmen to open the gates at that late hour. It was their intention to cross the cedars of the Heidenmauer, and descending on the other side of the camp, to gain the plain in the rear of Durkheim." There no longer remained a doubt that the conquest was achieved, and the entire party broke off in bands, some to execute their private orders, and others, like those who had already proved delinquent, to show after their own particular interests. Until this moment, not a solitary straggler had gone near the chapel, as it was not the wish of those who had planned the assault to do personal injury to any of the fraternity. The orders had been so worded as to leave this portion of the abbey for a time unvisited, in the expectation that the monks would profit by the omission, to escape by some of the many private posterns that communicated with the cloisters. But as there no longer was an armed enemy to subdue, it now became necessary to think of the fraternity. The process of sacking their dormitories was already far advanced, and the bursts of exultation that began to issue from the buildings announced that the rich and commodious dwelling of the abbot himself was undergoing a similar summary process. "Himmel," muttered Gottlieb, who, from the moment of his liberation, had not quitted the side of his foster brother. "Our castle rogues are taking deep looks into the books of the most reverend Bonifacius, Master Berchtold. It were good to tell them which are Latin at least, lest they burthen their shoulders with learning they can never use." "Let the knaves plunder," replied Heinrich gruffly. "As much evil as good hath come from that store of letters, and it will be all the better for Durkheim were the damnable ammunition for the Benedictines a little less plenty. There are those on the plains who doubt that necromancy is bound up in some of the volumes that bear a saint's name on their backs." Perhaps Berchtold might have remonstrated, had not his instinct told him that remonstrance on such a subject in that moment of riot and confusion would have been worse than useless. The consequence was that valuable works and numerous manuscripts which had been collected during centuries of learned ease were abandoned to the humor of men incapable of estimating their value or even understanding their objects. "Let us to the monks," said Heinrich, sheathing his heavy blade, for the first time since they had quitted the wood. "Friend Smith, thou wilt look to the duties here, and see that what is done thoroughly. Remember that thy metal is well heated, and on the anvil waiting thy pleasure. It must be beaten flat, lest at another day it be remolded into a weapon to do us harm. Go to, Dietrich. Thou knowest what we of the town would have, and what we expect of thy skill." Taking Berchtold by the arm, the burgomaster led the way towards that far-famed pile, the abbey church. They were followed by a body of some 20 chosen artisans who, throughout the whole of that eventful night, kept close to the two leaders, like the men who had been selected for this particular duty. The same ominous silence reigned around the chapel as had rendered the approach to the quarters of the men-at-arms imposing. But here the invaders went against a different enemy. With most still living, the mysterious power of the church still possessed a deep and fearful interest. Dissenters had spoken boldly, and the current of public opinion had begun to set strongly against the Romish Church. In all that region, it is true, but it is not easy to eradicate by the mere efforts of reason the deep roots that are thrown out by habit and sentiment. At this very hour, we see nearly the entire civilized world committing gross and evident wrongs, and justifying its acts if we look closely into its philosophy on a plea little better than that of a sickly taste formed by practices which in themselves cannot be plausibly vindicated. The very vicious effects of every system are quoted as arguments in favor of its continuance. For change is thought to be, and sometimes is, a greater evil than the existing wrong, and men in millions are doomed to continue degraded, ignorant, and brutal simply because vicious opinions refuse all sympathy with those whose hopeless lot it has been to have fallen by the adventitious chances of life beneath the ban of society. In this manner does error beget error until even philosophy and justice are satisfied with making abortive attempts to palliate a disease that a bolder and better practice might radically cure. It will not occasion surprise, therefore, when we say that both Heinrich and Berchtold had heavy misgivings concerning the merit of their enterprise as they drew near the church. Perhaps no man ever much preceded his age without at moments distrusting his own principles, and it is certain that Luther himself was often obliged to wrestle with harassing doubts. Berchtold was less troubled, however, than his companion, for he acted under the orders of a superior and was both younger and better taught than the burgomaster. The first of these facts was sufficient of itself under his habits to remove a load of responsibility from his shoulders, while the latter not only weakened the influence of previous opinions, but caused those which he had adopted to be well fortified. In short, there existed between Heinrich and Berchtold that sort of difference which all must have remarked in the advancing age in which we live between him who has inherited his ideas from generations that have passed and him who obtains them from his contemporaries. The young forester had grown into manhood since the voice of the reformer was first heard in Germany, and as it happened to be his lot to dwell among those who listened to the new opinions, he had imbibed most of their motives of dissent without ever having been much subject to the counteracting influence of an opposite persuasion. It is in this gradual manner that nearly all salutary moral changes are effected, since they who first entertain them are rarely able to do more in their generation than to check the progress of habit, while the duty of causing the current to flow backward and to take a new direction devolves on their successors. In believing that Wilhelm of Venlo would be foremost in deserting his post, in this moment of outrage and tumult, the authors of the assault did him injustice. Though little likely to incur the hazards or to covet the honors of martyrdom, the masculine mind of the abbot elevated him altogether above the influence of any very abject passion, and if he had not self-command to curtail the appetites, he had a dignity of intellect which rarely deserts the mentally gifted in situations of difficulty. When Heinrich and Berchtold therefore entered the church, they found the entire community in the choir remaining like Roman senators to receive the blow in their collective and official character. There might have been artifice as well as magnanimity in the resolution which had decided Bonifacius to adopt this course, for coming as they did from the scene of brutal violence without, those who entered the church were much impressed by the quiet solemnity which met them. The candles still burned before the altar. The lamps threw their flickering light on the quaint architecture and the gorgeous ornaments of the chapel, while every pale face and shaven head beneath looked like some consecrated watchman placed near the shrine to protect it from pollution. Each monk was in his stall with the exception of the prior and Father Johann, who had stationed themselves on the steps of the altar. The first as the officiating priest of the late Mass, and the latter under the impulse of his governing and natural exaggeration, which moved him to throw his person as a shield before the vessel that contained the host. The abbot was on his throne, motionless, indisposed to yield, and haughty, though with features that betrayed great and condensed passion. The burgomaster and Berchtold advanced into the choir alone, for their followers remained in the body of the church in obedience to a sign from the former. Both were uncovered, and while they walked slowly up the choir, scarce a head moved. Every eye seemed riveted by a common spell on the crucifix of precious stones and ivory that stood upon the altar. The blood of Heinrich creeped under the influence of this solemn calm, and by the time he had reached the steps where he stood confronted equally to the abbot and the prior, for the former of whom he had quite as much fear as hatred, and for the latter an unfeigned love and reverence, the resolution of the honest burgomaster was sensibly weakened. "Who art thou?" demanded Bonifacius, admirably timing his question by the indecision and the quailing eye of him he addressed. "By Saint Benedict, my face is no stranger in Limburg that you put this question, most holy abbot," answered Heinrich, making an effort to imitate the other's composure that was very sensible to himself but better concealed from others. "Though not shaven and blessed, like a monk, I am one well known to most that dwell in or near Durkheim. I had better say, what art thou? Thy name and office are known to me, Heinrich Frey, but in what character dost thou now presume to enter Limburg church, and to show this want of reverence to our altars? To speak thee fairly, Reverend Bonifacius, 'tis in the character of the head man of Durkheim, a much injured and long abused town, that is tired of monkish exactions and monkish pride, and which hath at length assumed the office of doing itself justice, that I appear. We are here tonight not as peaceful citizens bent on prayers and hymn singing, but armed as thou seest, and bold in the intention to do away a nuisance from the neighborhood forever. Thy words are as little friendly as thy guise, and what thou sayest here but too well answers to that which thy rude followers perform beyond the walls of this consecrated spot. Hast thou well pondered on this bold step of thy town, Herr Heinrich? If often pondering be well pondering, it hath been before us, Bonifacius, at different meetings and in various discussions any time this year past. And hast thou no dread of Rome? That is an authority which lessens daily in this region, holy Benedictine. Not to deal doubly by thee, of the two we have most distrusted the anger of Duke Friedrich, but that fear is diminished by the certainty that he hath so much on his hands just now, that his thoughts cannot easily turn to other affairs. We did not know, in sooth, that he had recalled his men-at-arms, but had counted on some angry discussion with those obstinate warriors. And thou wilt easily comprehend that their absence hath in no manner lessened our faith in our own cause. The elector may regain his power when a day of reckoning will come for those who have dared to profit by his present distress. We are traders and artisans, good Bonifacius, and have made our estimates with some nicety. If the abbey must be paid for, an event by no means certain, we shall count the bargain profitable so long as it cannot be rebuilt. Brother Luther, we think, is laying a cornerstone that will prevent the devil from ever attempting to set up that which we now propose to throw down. This is thy final answer, Burgomaster? Nay, I say not that, Abbot. Send in thy terms to the town council tomorrow, and if we can entertain them, it may happen that a present accommodation shall stop all further claims. But what has here been so happily commenced must be as happily finished. Then before I quit these holy walls, hearken to my malediction, returned Bonifacius, rising with priestly and practiced dignity. On thee and on thy town, on all that call thee magistrate, parent. Stay the dreadful words, cried a piercing female voice from among the columns behind the choir. Reverend and holy abbot, have mercy, added Ulrich, pale, trembling, and shaken equally with horror and alarm, though her eye was bright and wild like that of one sustained by more than human purpose. Holy priest, forbear, he knows not what he does. Madness hath seized on him and on the town. They are but tools in the hands of one more powerful than they. At the appearance of Ulrich, Bonifacius resumed his seat, disposed to await the effect of her appeal. Thou here? Said Heinrich, regarding his wife with surprise, but entirely without anger or suspicion. Happily here, to avert this fearful crime from thee and thy household. I had thought thee at prayers with the poor Herr von Ritterstein in his comfortless hermitage of the Heidenmauer. And canst thou think of the deed which hath driven the Herr Odo to this penitence and suffering, and stand here armed and desperate? Thou seest that years do not suffice to relieve a soul on which the weight of sacrilege rests. Oh, hast thou been with me to witness the agony that preyed upon poor Odo as he knelt at yonder step, listening to the mass that hath this night been said in his behalf? Thou mightest better know how deep is the wound that made on the heart that hath been seared by God's anger. This is most strange, rejoined the wondering burgomaster, that those whom I had hoped well disposed of, and that in a manner neither to suspect nor trouble our enterprise, should cross us at the moment when all is so near completion. Sapperment, young Berkhold, thou seest in what manner matrimony clogs the stoutest of us, though girded with the sword. And thou, Berchtold Hintermeyer, son of my dearest friend, child of my fondest hope, thou comest too on this unholy errand, like the midnight robber stealing upon the unarmed and consecrated? None love or none reverence thee more than I, Madam Ulrich, answered the youth, bowing with sincere respect. But wert thou to address thy speech to the Herr Heinrich, it would go at once to him who directs our movements. Then on thee, Burgomaster, will be thrown the heaviest load of heaven's displeasure, as on the leader of the outrage. What matters it that the Benedictines are grasping or overweening in their respect for themselves, or that some among them have forgotten their vows? Is not this temple devoted to God? Are not these his altars before which thou hast dared to come with a hostile heart and angry purpose? Go to, good Ulrich, returned Heinrich, saluting the cold but ever handsome cheek of his wife, who leaned her head on his shoulder to recall her faculties, while she firmly held his hand with both her own, as if to say his acts. Go to, thou art excellent in thy way, but what can thy sex know of policy? This matter hath been had up before many councils, and, by my beard, tongue of woman, cannot shake the resolutions of Durkheim. Go, depart with thy nurse, and leave us to do our pleasure. Is it thy pleasure, Heinrich, to brave heaven? Dost thou not know that the crimes to the parent are visited on the child? That the wrong done today, however we may triumph in present success, is sure to revisit us in the dread shape of punishment? Were there no other power than conscience, so long as that fearful scourge remains on earth? 'Tis vain to expect immunity. Dost thou owe all to thy Durkheim council and its selfish policy? Hast thou forgotten the hour that my pious parents gave thee my hand, and the manner in which thou then plighted thy faith to protect me and mine, to assume the place of these departed friends, to be father and mother and husband? To her thou took thy bosom. Is Meta, that child of our mutual esteem, not that thou triflest with her peace and hopes? Lay aside, then, these hasty intentions, and turn thy mind to thine own abode. Bethink these of those whom nature and the law condemn to suffer for thy faults, or to whom both have given the dearer right to rejoice in thy clemency and mercy. Was ever woman so bent on crossing the noble duties of man? Said the burgomaster, who, spite of himself, had been sensibly moved by this hasty and comprehensive picture of his domestic duties, and who was greatly troubled to find the means of extricating himself from the position in which he stood. Thou art better in thy chamber, good Ulrich. Meta will hear of this onset and have her fears. Go then, and calm the child. Thou shalt have such escort as becometh my quality and thy deserts. Berchtold, I make the last appeal to thee. This cruel father, this neglect husband, is too madly bent on his counsel and on the wild policy of the town to remember God. But thou hast young hopes and sentiments that become thy years and virtue. Dost think, rash boy, that one like Meta will dare trust the last chance of happiness to a participator in this crime, when such an inheritance of guilt will be the portion that shall descend from her own father? A stir among the monks, who had hitherto listened with an attention that vacillated between hope and fear, interrupted the answers of the wavering burgomaster and his young companion. The movement was caused by the entrance of the group which, until now, had stood aloof in the obscurity of the great aisle, but which seized the moment of doubt to advance into the center of the choir. One, closely muffled, walked from out its center, and throwing aside the cloak that had concealed his form, showed the armed person of Emic of Leiningen. The moment Ulrich recognized the unbending eye of the Baron, she buried her face in her hands and quitted the place. She went not unattended, however, for both her husband and Berchtold followed anxiously, nor did either return to the work of the night until he had seen the heart-stricken wife and mother under the protection of a well-chosen company of the townsmen. End of Volume 2, Chapter 6. Read by Joel Kindrick. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of the Heidenmauer, or the Benedictines, A Legend of the Rhine, by James Fenimore Cooper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joel Kindrick. The Heidenmauer, by James Fenimore Cooper, Volume 2, Chapter 7. He who the sword of heaven will bear should be as holy as severe, measure for measure. The first glances between Emic and Bonifacius were filled with those passions which each had so long dissembled, and of which the reader has already had glimpses during the more unguarded moments of the recent debauch. In the eyes of the Count, triumph mingled with hatred, while there still remained a slight covering of artifice and caution about the lineaments of the abbot, masked that he scarcely thought it yet expedient to throw entirely aside. "We owe this visit, then, to thee, Herr Emic?" said the latter, struggling to appear calm. "And to thine own desert, most holy Bonifacius. What wouldest thou, audacious baron? Peace in this oft-violated valley, humility in shaven crowns, religion without hypocrisy, and mine own. I will not talk to thee of heaven, bold man, for the word were blasphemy in such a presence. But thou art not yet so lost to worldly policy as to overlook the punishment of the empire. Hast thou well counted thy gold, and art thou sure thy coffers are sufficiently stored to rebuild the sainted pile which thy hand would fain destroy? Or dost think thy riches can replace all that pious princes have here bestowed during ages in which the church hath been duly reverenced? As to thy vessels and precious stones, revered abbot, it shall be my heed to preserve them to meet this demand, which haply may never be made. And as to the cost of rebuilding the abbey, why, the same notable workman that helped first to set it up will owe me a good turn for punishing those that outwitted him and sent him away without the promised boon of souls. Though in God's truth, were the fact fairly dived into, I am of opinion that Limburg, after all, hath sent more customers to his furnaces than all the drinking inns and pot-houses of the Palatinate. This sally of their lord produced a general and deriding laugh among his followers, who now began to flock into the church from other parts of the abbey, with the expectation that there was rich plunder to be had in the sanctuary. It was about this time, too, that a brand was cast among the straw of the barracks, and the strong light which glared through the stained windows very effectually told the monks of the inefficiency of further remonstrances. Notwithstanding his known licentiousness and the general freedom of his life, the abbot had imbibed from the high object of his calling by that secret process that renders even the least deserving in some measure subject to the influence of their professions, a cast of dignity, and perhaps we might add even sincerity. For there is often a strange admixture of inherent faith and practical unbelief about the dissolute, that caused him frequently to rise to the level of his most solemn duties. A character strong and masculine as his could not be aroused without displaying some of its latent energies, be it for good or be it for evil. And Emic had, in which his enemy succeeded in repressing his fierce resentment and the expression of clerical dignity and official calmness that reigned in his countenance. The abbot arose like a prelate in the undisturbed exercise of his functions, and raising his voice so as to send his words to the deepest recesses of the chapel, he spoke after the manner of the peculiar rites of the church he served. God in his hidden wisdom hath permitted to the wicked a momentary triumph, he said. We search not now into the reasons of this mysterious dispensation. The truth will be known in his own time. But as servitors of the altar, as guardians of this holy sanctuary, as the sworn and professed of heaven, as one consecrated and blessed, there remaineth a solemn and imperative duty to perform. Bonifacius, beware, interrupted the Count of Leiningen. Thou dealest not now with burgomasters and weeping wives. In the behalf, then, of that God to whom this shrine hath been raised, continued the unmoved abbot, in his holy interest and in his holy name, at thy peril, priest. And Emic shook, partly in anger and partly in a terror he could scarce explain. As his unworthy but necessary minister, as consecrated and blessed, gifted with the power by the head of the church, and now required to use it, do I pronounce thee, where are ye, followers of Hartenberg? Down with the silly maledictions of this mad monk. Remember, ye are not trembling women, to need a Benedictine's blessing. The voice of Emic was drowned, as well as that of the abbot, by the noises that were now raised in the chapel. The first interruption came from a long, dark instrument that was thrust from out of the aisle behind the throne of Bonifacius and within a few feet of his head, an interruption that filled the whole edifice with the wild, plaintive strains of the mountains. This signal, which came from the cherry-wood trumpet of Gottlieb, who rarely went abroad without this badge of his profession, was immediately followed by a general shout from the band of the Count, and by a variety of similar sounds that were raised by different instruments that had hitherto been mute. The effect of these shrill strains echoing among the vaulted and fretted roofs, which were brightly illuminated by the growing and fierce light that now pervaded the church, and the seeming of calm of the abbot who ended his malediction, spite of the uproar, is left to the reader's imagination. When he had finished the unheard curse, Bonifacius looked at him in gloomy observation. It was evident to his cool and instructed mind, which was far too earthly in its habits to cling to any hopes of a merely spiritual nature, that the outrage had already gone so far as to render it more hazardous to his enemy to retreat than to advance. Signing to the community, he descended slowly and with dignity from his throne and led the way from the choir. The monks obeyed. The fraternity walked from that extraordinary scene in their customary silent order. Emic followed the dark procession with a troubled eye, for even the conqueror regards the calm retreat of his foes with uneasiness, and there was an instant of painful distrust of his own purpose, as the last flowing robe vanished through a private door that led to a secret postern by which the routed Benedictines quitted a mountain, where they had so long dwelt in the calm and, we might add, in the ease of an affluent and privileged seclusion. The invaders of the abbey took this open abandonment of the place by its ancient possessors to be an unequivocal admission of their triumph. There is no moment so likely to produce excesses as that in which the uncertainty of strife is changed to the certainty of victory. The feelings seem willing to avenge themselves for all their previous doubts, and man is ever too ready to ascribe his successes to some inherent qualities, which give him an apparent right to abuse any advantages that may happen to be their consequence. The band of the castle and the people of the town, among whom a large proportion had to the last distrusted the presence of the community, to which vulgar opinion attributed to the power of working miracles, no sooner found themselves, as they believed, in undisputed possession of the mountain, than the reaction of feeling to which there has just been allusion urged them to increase their violence and to redouble those efforts which had momentarily been checked. A shout of triumph was the common signal for renewing the assault. It was followed by the crashing of windows and the overthrow of every fixture in the body of the church that was not too solid to resist their first and ill-directed efforts, and a general mutilation of the monuments and labored statuary. Marble cherubs fell on every side, wings and limbs of angels separated from the trunks, and the grave and bearded visages of many an honored saint were doomed to endure contumely and fractures. But they and their decorations were ruthlessly scattered, as if the enmity of the conquerors were transferred from those who had administered at them to the dreaded being in whose name the rites had been celebrated. The reader will imagine the confusion and tumult that attended a scene like this. During the uproar, Emic buried his face in his mantle and paced to and fro in the choir, which his presence and perhaps some lingering reverence for the sacred spot still preserved from violence. He was joined only by the burgomaster and Berkhold, the remainder of the party having mingled with those who were destroying the chapels and decorations of the church. Heinrich seated himself in one of the vacant stalls, for the recent scene and the subsequent parting with his wife had shaken his resolution. "Is the Herr Count troubled?" demanded the latter after a moment of deferential silence. Emic dropped the cloak, and leaning a hand familiarly on the shoulder of his young servitor, he stood regarding the gorgeous riches and the elaborate beauty of the high altar, all of which was rendered doubly imposing by the powerful light that now illuminated the whole interior of the edifice, which was never more beautiful than as then seen, with its strong relief and deep shadows. "Berkhold, there is a God," he said with emphasis. "None but the fool doubts it, Herr Emic, and he hath ministers on earth, those whom he hath commissioned to do him pleasure and to burn his incense. We have high authority for this belief, my good lord. We have. The authority is high that hath so much antiquity, which so suits our secret desires, which descends to us from our fathers, and which is so supported by proofs sacred and profane. Thou hast been well schooled, good Berkhold," said the Count, looking earnestly at his companion. "Heaven left me a pious and tender mother when it took my father away." Emic continued to lean on the shoulder of Berkhold, while his eye, in which sternness of purpose was singularly blended with the waverings of doubt, never turned from its contemplation of the altar. Above the chased and gilded cabinet which contained the host was a small picture of the Mother of Christ, delineated in those mild and attractive colors with which the pencil is accustomed to portray the virgin wife of Joseph. Her eye seemed to meet the gaze of Emic in sorrow. It was easy to fancy the gentle expression was in reproach of the sacrilege. "These Benedictines are at length unhoused," he continued, trying fruitlessly to avert his look from that mild but expressive image. "They have too long ridden roughly on their betters." Berkhold bowed. "Dost thou see aught strange youth in that image of Maria? 'Tis a skilful design, Herr Count, and a fair face to regard. Methinks it looks upon this violence with an evil eye. 'Tis but the work of an ingenious man, my lord, and cannot look other than it hath always seemed. Dost think this, Berkhold? There are many who pretend that images and paintings have been known to speak when it was heaven's pleasure. They relate such legends, my good lord, but these events and are little wont to touch those who are not much disposed to see them. And yet in these facts had my father's faith, and in this belief was I trained." Berkhold was mute, his own education having been more suited to the growing opinions of the times. "That God can surpass the ordinary workings of nature to effect his pleasure," continued Emic, "we may at least believe." "It may be believed, Herr Count, but is it necessary? He who made nature may use it at his pleasure." "Ha! Thou hast no faith in miracles, boy." "I am myself a miracle that tells me every moment of the existence of a superior power, and in that much I bend to its control. But it hath never been my fortune to hear an image speak, or see it do aught else that belongs to the will. By my father's bones! But thou art fit to deal with the cunningest knave that wears a cowl. How now, brave followers?" turning towards his people. "Leave no vestige of the roguery and abominations that have so long been done within these polluted walls." "Herr Count," said Berkhold, eagerly presuming in his haste to touch the cloak of Emic, "here are the Benedictines." The word caused the bold and at that moment the independent baron to turn suddenly, laying a hand on his sword as he did so. But the hand released its grasp, and the features of Emic immediately reverted to their former expression of anxiety and doubt at what he now beheld. By this time all of the different edifices which composed the Abbey of Limburg were fired, the church and its immediate appendages alone excepted. The consequence was such an increase of light within the latter as penetrated the most obscure of its Gothic recesses. The choir above all received the strongest illumination, and young Berkhold thought its tracery never appeared so beautiful as in that fearful moment of impending destruction. The candles and lamps of the great altar began to look dim, and all around prevailed the glorious and fiery brightness which accompanies a fierce conflagration. During the instant that Emic was turned towards his people, 2 monks had come from the sacristy and placed themselves on the steps of the altar. They were the prior and Father Johann. The former bore a small ivory crucifix, which from time to time he kissed, while the latter placed at his feet a massive and curiously carved chest, of sufficient size and weight to have required the aid of a lay brother to bring it from its repository. The countenance of the prior was mild, persuasive, and filled with holy concern. That of his companion flushed, excited, and bearing the look of feverish fire, which is the effect of an enthusiasm that springs as much from temperament as from conviction. Emic looked at the Benedictines uneasily, and he advanced so near, always attended by the forester, as to be within reach of his arm. "'Fore God, but ye are tardy, fathers," he said, determined to assume an indifference he was far from feeling. "The pious Bonifacius hath departed many minutes, and quickened as he is by love of his person, I make no question that his footsteps have already gone down the mountainside." "Thou hast at length yielded to the whispering of the devil, Count Leinigen," returned the prior. "Thou art resolute that this blot shall rest upon thy soul. We are not at confession, holy Arnulf, but engaged in a nightly redressing of our rights. If thou hast aught here that is dear to thee, take it, of God's name, and go thy way. Thou shalt have safe conduct, were it to the gates of Rome. For of all thy fraternity thou art he for whom alone I feel regret or amity in this just enterprise." I know not this difference in love when it touches the existence of our shrine or the duty that ties us to its service. This question is not between thee and me, Lord Emic, but between thee and God. Have it as thou wilt, Herr Prior, so thou dost but depart in peace. I am not weak enough to resist when resistance is vain, mildly answered the monk, nor am I quick to desert my post while there is hope. Thou hast not well bethought thee of this act, Emic. Thou hast not remembered thy posterity, nor thy kind interest in the noble Ermengarde. Dost fancy me an uxorious citizen, Reverend Arnulf, that thou wouldst fain stop a knight in his onset by speaking of the good wife and her babes? As he concluded, Emic laughed. Thou hast not well conceived me. This is not a question of death in battle or of the grief of those who survive, for such thoughts are unhappily but too common with those who rule the earth to raise disquiet. But I would speak to thee of the long future and of its pains. Dost thou know, irreverend baron, that the God of Israel, who is my God and thine, the God of Israel hath said that he will visit the sins of the parent upon the descendant from generation to generation, and yet blinded by the specious success thou seemest to court his anger? This may be so or not, for ye of the cloisters have many subtle ways of reasoning as you wish. But to me it appeareth better that each should suffer for his own sins, and such, I take it, is what the community of Limburg doth now undergo. That we have done much evil and neglected much good is, alas, too true. By the kings of Colne, thou art getting to be of our side, holy Arnulf. For such is the common course, continued the unmoved prior. But that thou art not our judge is equally certain. That each does and will suffer for his own acts is beyond denial, but the fearful consequences of crime do not stop with him who hath committed it. This much is taught us by reason, and what is still more sure, it is consecrated by words from God's own mouth. Ponder then, whilst thou may, on the load of sorrow thou art heaping on thy descendants. Remember that thou standest there subject to goading passions, the miserable being thou art, simply that in thy person thou payest the price of a parent's sins. What our common father did is still avenged on us his children. How now, Herr Prior? Thou pushest my pedigree beyond its pretensions. Noble and princely if thou wilt, but I pass not the dark ages in any of my claims. Let them that have greater ambition pay for the purchase in the way thou namest. I am content with more modern honors. Emic spoke jeeringly, but the attentive monk saw that he was troubled. If thou hast no thought for posterity, none for thyself, none for thy God, Emic, the latter resumed, bethink thee of those who have gone before. Hast already forgotten thy visit to the tombs of thy family? Thou hast me there, Arnulf. Those sacred vaults have been thy covenant's shield these many months, and thou art now disposed to forget them? If thou wilt ask yon honest men, they will tell thee, Prior, they have no order to spare the meanest of thy marble cherubs, even though it hover over a grave of mine own house. Then I do indeed despair of touching thy heart, answered Father Arnulf, sorrowing as much for the crime as for its consequences. Then indeed art thou madly and ruthlessly bent, not only on our destruction, but on thine own. For pity for the child and love of the parent are equally despised. Emic of Leinigen, I curse thee not. This is a weapon too fearful for human hands lightly to wield. I bless thee not. Duty to God forbids the holy office. Hold, Reverend Arnulf, let us not part in anger. I would, in sooth, crave thee from thy worthy hands some touch of consolation, if there be chapel in this church, for which thou hast more than usual reverence. Let it be named, and I swear by knight's faith, unless the work be already done, it shall stand unscathed amid the ruins in testimony of my love for thee. Or if thou hast aught here of peace, whether of monkish or worldly value, point it out that it may be held safe for thy better leisure. In return, I ask but the parting words of peace. 'Tis forbidden to those who war against God, returned the grieved prior, releasing his robe from the eager grasp of the baron. I can and will pray for thee, Emic, but to bless thee were treachery to heaven. So saying, the pious Arnulf buried his face in his dress to shut out the view of the profanation that was working around him, and withdrew slowly from the choir. End of Volume 2, Chapter 7. Read by Joel Kindrick. Volume 2, Chapter 8, of the Heidenmauer, or the Benedictines, A Legend of the Rhine, by James Fenimore Cooper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joel Kindrick. The Heidenmauer, by James Fenimore Cooper, Volume 2, Chapter 8. Avaunt, incarnate Lucifer! 'Tis holy ground. A martyr's ashes now lie there, which make it a shrine. Byron. During the foregoing scene, the Benedictine already known to the reader as Father Johann had awaited its issue with a species of lofty patience on the steps of the altar, but in a character so exaggerated that there remained little that was purely natural. Even the forbearance of the monk partook of the forced and fervid qualities of his mind. Conventual discipline, deep and involuntary respect for the prior, and that very disdain which he felt for all gentle means of recalling a sinner to the fold, kept him tolerably tranquil, while Emic and his spiritual superior held their parley. But there was a gleam of wild delight in his eye when he found of all that powerful and boasted fraternity that he alone remained to defend the altars. The feeling of the moment in such a breast, notwithstanding the scene of tumult that rather increased than diminished in the church, was that of triumph. He exulted in his own constancy, and he anticipated the effects which were to follow from his firmness with the self-complacency of a prurient confidence and with the settled conviction of an enthusiast. Emic took little heed of his presence during the first moments that succeeded the departure of the prior. There is a majesty and a quiet energy in truth and sound principles that happily form their constant buttresses. Without this wise provision of Providence, the world would be hopelessly abandoned to the machinations of those who consider all means lawful, provided the ends tend to their own successes. All near the Abbey of Limburg had felt the influence of these high qualities in Father Arnulf, and it is more than probable that, as in the case of the city of Canaan, had the community contained 4 of his spiritual peers, the abbey would not have fallen. The Count, in particular, who, like all that first break from mental servitude, was so often troubled with strong doubts, had long entertained a deep respect for this monk, and it is not improbable that, had the pious Arnulf fully understood his own power, by an earlier and more vigilant use of his means, he might have found a way to avert the blow that had now alighted on Limburg. But the meekness and modesty of the prior were qualities as strongly marked as his more active virtues, and the policy of Limburg was not of a character to rely on either for its security. "There is good in that brother," said Emic to Berchtold when his thoughtful eye again rose to face the young forester. "Had he been mitred instead of Bonifacius, our rights might have still suffered." "Few are more beloved than Father Arnulf, Herr Count, and none so deserve to be. Thou art of this mind. How now, Master Heinrich? Art in monkish meditation in thy stall, or dost dispose of the lesson of the virtuous Ulrich, more at thy ease in a seat where so much substantial carnal aliment hath been digested by godly Benedictines? Come to the front, like a stout soldier, and give us the savour of thy good wisdom in this strait." "Methinks our work is well nigh done, Lord Emic," answered Heinrich, complying with the request. "My faithful townsmen are not idle in the chapels and among the tombs, and the sledge of yon smith dealeth with an angel, and it were a bar of molten iron. Each stroke leaves a mark that no chisel will repair. Let the knaves amuse themselves. Every blow is quickened by the recollection of some hard penance. Thou seest that they placed the confessionals in a pile ready for the torch. This is attacking the enemy in his citadel. But Heinrich, is the excellent Ulrich wont to come forth with thee in thy phrase against the church? God's judgment! Were Ermengarde of this humour, we should have no hope of salvation in our castle. You do my wife injustice, Herr Count. Ulrich was here to pray, and not to encourage. Thou mightest have spared the explanation, for truly such encouragement never did soldier need. Wert privy to the visit? Ha! Wert privy, worthy burgomaster? To speak you honestly, Herr Emic, I thought the woman otherwise bestowed. By the Magi! In her bed? Nay, at her prayers, but in a different place. But we do her too much honor, noble Emic, to let the movements of a mere housewife occupy our thoughts in this busy moment. Nothing that touches thee is of light concern with thy friends, good burgomaster, answered the baron, who pondered with instinctive uneasiness even in that moment of tumult on this visit of Ulrich to the Benedictines at an hour so unusual. Thou art well wived, Herr Heinrich, and all that know thy consort do her honor. The burgomaster was a man by far too well satisfied with his own superior merits to harbor jealousy. Self-complacency might have been at the bottom of his security, though it were scarce possible for one even much more addicted by nature to that tormenting passion to have lived so long in perfect familiarity with the pure mind of Ulrich, without feeling reverence for its principles and virtue. The sentiments of the baron were very different, for though in his heart equally convinced of the character of her to whom he alluded, he could not altogether exclude the suspicions of a man of loose habits, nor the uneasiness of one who had himself been discarded. The answer of the husband, however, served to turn the discourse by giving the burgomaster an opportunity of placing himself in the most prominent relief. "A thousand thanks, illustrious Herr," he said, raising his cap. "The woman is not amiss, though much troubled with infirmity on the score of altars and penances. When we shall have fairly disposed of Limburg, another reign will commence among our wives and daughters, and we can hope for more quiet Sabbaths. As to this grace of your present speech, Lord Count, I take it as it was no doubt meant to be a pledge of our lasting amity and close alliance." "Thou talkest well," quickly answered Emic, losing the passing feeling of distrust in the recollection of his present purpose. "No words of friendship are lost on a true and sworn supporter. Well, Heinrich, is our affair finally achieved?" "Sapperment, Herr Count. If not finished, it is in a fair way to be so quickly." "Here remaineth a Benedictine," said Berchtold, drawing their attention to the monk who still maintained his post on the steps of the altar. "The bees do not relish quitting their hive while any of the hard earnings are left," said the Count, laughing. "What wouldest thou, Father Johann? If thy careful mind hath had thought of the precious vessels, make thy choice and depart." The Benedictine returned the laugh of the noble with a smile of deep but quiet exultation. "Assemble thy followers, rude baron," he said. "Call all within thy control to this sanctified spot, for there yet remaineth a power to be overcome of which thou hast not taken heed. At that moment when thou fanciest thyself most secure, art thou nearest to disgrace and to destruction." As the excited monk suited his words by a corresponding energy of emphasis and tone, Emic recoiled a step like one who distrusted a secret mine. The desperate character of Father Johann's enthusiasm was well known, and neither of the three listeners was without apprehension that the fraternity, aware of the invasion, had plotted some deep design of vengeance which this exaggerated brother had been disputed to execute. "Ho! Without there!" cried the Count. "Let a party descend quickly to the crypt, and look to the villainies of these pretended saints." "Cousin of Weiderbach!" revealing in the eagerness of the moment the presence of this sworn soldier of the cross. "See thou to our safety, for the Rhodian warfare hath made thee familiar with these treacheries." The call of the Count, which was uttered like a battle cry, stayed the hands of the destroyers. Some rushed to obey the order, while most of the others gathered hastily into the choir. It is certain that the presence of fellow sufferers diminishes the force of fear, even though it may in truth increase the danger, for such is the constitution of our minds that they willingly admit the influence of sympathy, whether it be in pain or pleasure. When Emic found himself backed by so many of his band, he thought less of the apprehended mine, and he turned to the question of the monk with more of the calmness that became his condition. "Thou wouldst have the followers of Hartenberg, Father," he said ironically, "and thou seest how readily they come. I would that all who have listened to schismatics, all who refuse honor to the Holy Church, all who deny Rome, and all that behave themselves on earth freed from the agency of heaven now stood before me," answered the Benedictine, examining the group of heads that clustered among the stalls with the bright but steady eye of one engrossed with the consciousness of his force. "Thou art in hundreds, Count Leinigen. Would it were God's pleasure that it had been in millions." "We are of sufficient strength for our object, monk." "That remaineth to be seen. Now listen to a voice from above. I speak to you, unhallowed ministers of the will of this ambitious baron, to you, misguided and ignorant tools of a scheme that hath been plotted of evil and hath been brought forth from the prolific brain of the restless father of sin. Ye have come at the heels of your Lord, vainly rejoicing in a visible but impotent power, impiously craving the profits of your unholy enterprise and forgetting God. By the mass, priest, interrupted Emic, thou hast once already given us a sermon today, and time presseth. If thou hast an enemy to present, bring him forth. But we tire of these churchly offices. Thou hast had thy moment of wanton will abandon, Emic, and now cometh the judgment. Seest thou this box of precious relics? Dost thou forget that Limburg is rich in these holy remains, and that their virtues are yet untried? Woe to him who scoffeth at their character and despiseth their power! Stay thy hand, Johann, cried the Count hastily when he saw that the monk was about to expose some of those well-known vestiges of morality to which the Church of Rome then, as now, attributed miraculous interventions. This is no moment for fooleries. Callest thou this sacred office by so profane a name? Abide the issue, foul-mouthed asperserer of the holy authority, and triumph if thou canst. The Count was much disturbed, for his reason had far less influence now in supporting him than his ambition. The party in the rear, too, began to waver, for opinion was not then sufficiently confirmed to render the mass indifferent to such an exposure of clerical power. Whatever may be the difference that exists between Christian sects concerning the validity of modern miracles, all will allow that when trained in the belief of their reality, the mind is less prepared to resist their influence assailed, since it is placing the impotency of man in direct and obvious collision with the power of the deity. Before such an exhibition of force, nature offers no means of resistance, and the mysterious and unseen agency by which the wonder is produced enlists in its interest both the imagination and that innate dread of omnipotence which all possess. 'Twere well this matter went no farther, said Emic, uneasily whispering his principal agents. Nay, my lord Count, answered Berchtold calmly, it may be good to know the right of the matter. If we are not on heaven's side in this affair, let it be shown in our own behalf, and if the Benedictines are no better than pretenders, our consciences will be all the easier. Thou art presuming, boy. None know the end of this. Herr Heinrich, thou art silent. What would you have, noble Emic, of a poor burgomaster? I will own, I think it were more for the advantage of Durkheim that the matter went no farther. Thou hearest the Benedictine, said the Count, laying the point of his sheathed sword on the richly chased and much reverenced box that the monk had already unlocked. This must stop here. Take away the weapon, Emic of Leiningen, said Father Johann with dignity. The Count obeyed, though he scarce knew why. This is a fearful instant for the unbeliever, continued the monk. The moment is near when our altars shall be avenged. Nay, recoil not, bold baron. Remain to the end, ye dissolute and forsaken followers of the wicked, for in vain ye hope to flee the judgment. There was so much of the tranquil enthusiasm in the air and faith of Father Johann that, spite of a general wish to be at a distance from the relics, curiosity, and the inherent principle of religious awe held each man spellbound. Though every heart beat quicker as the monk proceeded, calmly and with a reverential mien, to expose the bones of saints, the remnants of mantles, the reputed nails of the true cross and morsels of its wood, with divers of similar memorials of holy events and of sainted martyrs, not a foot had power to retire. When all were laid in the solemn silence on the bright and glowing shrine, Father Johann, crossing himself again, turned to the crowd. What may be heaven's purpose in this strait, I know not, he said, but withered be the hand, and forever accursed the soul of him who dareth violence to these holy vestiges of Christian faith. Uttering these ominous words, the Benedictine faced the crucifix and kneeled in silent prayer. The minute that followed was one of fearful portent to the cause of the invaders. Eye sought eye in doubt, and one regarded the fretted vault, another gazed intently at the speaking image of Maria as if each expected some miraculous manifestation of divine displeasure. The issue would have been doubtful had not the cherrywood trumpet of the cowherd again sounded most opportunely in his master's behalf. The wily knave blew a well-known and popular imitation of the beasts of his herd among the arches of the chapel, striking at the effect of what had just passed by the interposition of a familiar and vulgar idea. The influence of the ludicrous at moments when the passions vacillate or the reason totters is too well known to need elucidation. It is another of those caprices of humanity that baffle theories, proving how very far we are removed from being the exclusively reasoning animal we are fond to thinking the species. The expedient of the ready-witted Gottlieb produced its full effect. The most ignorant of the castle followers, those even whose dull minds had been on the verge of an abject deference to supposition, took courage at the daring of the cowherd. And as the least founded in any belief are commonly the most vociferous in its support, this portion of the band echoed the interruption from 50 hoarse throats. Emic felt like a man reprieved, for under the double influence of his own distrust, the wavering of his followers, the Count for a moment had fancied his long-meditated destruction of the community of Limburg in great danger of being frustrated. Encouraged by each other's cries, the invaders returned to their work laughing at their own alarm. The chairs and confessionals had been already heaped in the great aisle, and a brand was thrown into the pile. Fire was applied to the church wherever there was food for the element, and some of the artisans of Durkheim, better instructed than their looser associates, found the means to light the conflagration in such parts of the roofs and the other superior stories as would ensure the destruction of the pile. In the meantime, all the exterior edifices had been burning, and the whole hill, to the eye of him who dwelt in the valley beneath, presented volumes of red flame or of lurid smoke. During the progress of this scene, Emic paced the choir, partly exulting in his success and partly doubting of its personal fruits. Over the temporal consequences he had well pondered, but the motionless attitude of Father Johann, the presence of the long-reverenced relics, and the denunciations of the Church still had their terrors for one whose mind had few well-grounded resources to sustain it. The presence of the long-reverenced relics and the denunciations of the Church still had their terrors for one whose mind had few well-grounded resources to sustain it. From this state of uneasiness he was aroused by the noise of the sledge at work in the crypt. Followed by Heinrich and Berkhold, the Count hastened to descend to this place, which, it will be remembered, contained the tombs and the chapel of his race. Here, as above, all was in bright light, and all was in confusion. Most of the princely and noble tombs had already undergone mutilation, and no chapel had been respected. Before that of Hartenberg, however, Albrecht of Weiderbach stood with folded arms and a thoughtful eye. The cloak which during the commencement of the attack had served to conceal his person was now neglected, and he seemed to forget the prudence of disguise in deep contemplation. "We have at length got to the monuments of our fathers, cousin," said the Count, joining him. "To their very bones, noble Emic. The worthy knights have long slept in evil company. There shall be further rest for them in the chapel of Hartenberg. I hope it may be found, Herr Graf, that this adventure is lawful. How? Dost thou doubt with the work so near accomplished? By the mass, a soldier of Rhodes might better be fighting your turban infidel than waking the nobles of his own house from so long a sleep at so short a summons. Thou canst retire into my hold, Herr Albrecht, if thy arm is wearied," said Emic coldly. "Not a malediction can reach thee there." "That would be poor requital for a free hospitality, cousin. The traveling knight is the ally of the last friend, even though there be some wrong to general duties. But we cavaliers of the island well know that a retreat to be honorable must be orderly and not out of season. I am with thee, Emic, for the hour, and so no more parley." This was the image of the good bishop of our line? He had some such reverend office, I do believe, but speak of him as thou wilt, none can say he was a Benedictine. It had been better, cousin, since this church is to be sacked, that our predecessors had found other consecrated ground for their dust. Well, we sworn soldiers pass uneven lives. It is now some 12 months or so that, like a loyal and professed Rhodian, I stood to my knees in water, making good a trench against your believer in Horace and your unbeliever in Christ. And now, forsooth, I am here as a spectator. None call me more with honesty, while a Christian altar is overturned and a brotherhood of shaven monks are sent adrift upon earth, like so many disbanded mercenaries. By the 3 kings, my cousin, thou makest a fit comparison, for like disbanded mercenaries have they gone forth to prey upon society in a new shape. "Spare the angel of my grandfather, good smith," cried Emick, interrupting himself. "If there be any virtue in the image, 'tis for the benefit of our house." Dietrich stayed his uplifted arm and directed the intended blow at another object. The marble flew in vast fragments at each collision with his sledge, and the leaders of the party soon found it necessary to retire to avoid the random efforts of the heated crowd. There no longer remained a doubt of the fate of these long-known and much celebrated conventual buildings. Tomb fell after tomb, monuments were defaced, altars were overturned, chapels sacked, and every object that was in the least likely to resist the action of fire received such indelible injuries as rendered its restoration difficult or impossible. During the continuance of their efforts, the conflagration had advanced, as the fierce element that had been called in to assist the destroyers is known to do its work. Most of the dormitories, kitchens, and outer buildings were consumed, so far as the materials allowed, and it became apparent that the great church and its dependencies would soon be untenable. Emick and his companions were still in the crypt when a cry reached them admonishing all within hearing to retreat, lest they become victims to the flames. Berkhold and the smith drove before them the crowd before the crypt, and there was a general rush to gain the outer door. When the interior of the church was clear, the count and his followers paused in the court, contemplating the scene with curious eyes like men satisfied with their work. No sooner was the common attention directed back towards the spot from whence they had just escaped than a general cry that partook equally of wonder and horror broke from the crowd. As the doors were thrown wide and every cranny of the building was illuminated by the fierce light of the flames that were raging in the roofs, the choir was nearly as visible to those without as if it stood exposed to the rays of noonday sun. Father Johann was still kneeling before the altar. In obedience to the commands of Emick, the sacred shrine had been stripped of its precious vessels, but none had presumed to touch a relic. On these long-venerated memorials, the Benedictine kept his eyes riveted in the firm conviction that sooner or later the power of God would be made manifest in defense of his violated temple. "The monk! The monk!" exclaimed 50 eager voices. "I would fain save the fanatic," said Emick with great and generous concern. "He may listen to one who beareth this holy emblem," cried the Knight of Rhodes, releasing his cross from the doublet in which it had been concealed. "Will any come with me to the rescue of this mad Benedictine?" There was as much of repentant atonement in the offer of Albrecht of Weiderbach as there was of humanity, but the impulse which led young Berkhold forward was purely generous. Notwithstanding the imminent peril of the attempt, they darted together into the building and passed swiftly up the choir. The heat was getting to be oppressive, though the great height of the ceiling still rendered it tolerable. They approached the altar, advising the monk of his danger by their cries. "Do ye come to be witnesses of heaven's power?" demanded Father Johann, smiling with the calm of an inveterate enthusiast. "Or do ye come sore-stricken penitents that ye have done this deed?" "Away, good father," hurriedly answered Berkhold. "Heaven is against the community tonight. In another minute yon fiery roof will fall. Hearest thou, blasphemer lord? Is it thy holy will that—" "Listen to a sworn soldier of the cross," interrupted Albrecht, showing his Rhodian emblem. "We are of one faith, and we will now depart together for another trial." "Away, false servant! And thou a banded boy! See ye these sainted relics?" At a signal from the knight, Berkhold seized the monk by one side, while Albrecht did the same thing on the other, and he was yet speaking as they bore him down the choir. But they struggled with one that a long encouraged and morbid view of life had rendered mad. Before they reached the great aisle, the fanatic had liberated himself, and while his captors were recovering breath, he was again at the foot of the altar. Instead of kneeling, however, Father Johann now seized the most venerated of the relics, which he held on high, audibly imploring heaven to hasten the manifestation of its majesty. "He is doomed," said Albrecht of Weiderbach, retiring from the church. As the Knight of Rhodes rushed through the great door, a massive brand fell from the ceiling upon the pavement, scattering its coals like so many twinkling stars. "Berkhold! Berkhold!" was shouted from 100 throats. "Come forth, rash boy!" cried Emick with a voice in which agony was blended with the roar of the conflagration. Berkhold seemed spellbound. He gazed wistfully at the monk and darted back again towards the altar. An awful crashing above, which resembled the settling of a mountain of snow about to descend in an avalanche, grated on the ear. The very men who, so short a time before, had come upon the hill, ready and prepared to slay, now uttered groans of horror at witnessing the jeopardy of their fellow creatures. For whatever we may be in moments of excitement, there are latent sympathies in human nature which too much use may deaden, but which nothing but death can finally extinguish. Come forth, young Berkhold! Come forth, my gallant forester! Shouted the voice of the Count above the clamor of the crowd, as if rallying his followers with a battle cry. He will die with the wretched monk! The youth is mad! Berkhold was struggling with the Benedictine, though none knew what passed between them. There was another crash, and the whole pavement began to glow with fallen brands. Then came a breaking of rafters and a scattering of fire that denoted the end. The interior of the chapel resembled the burning showers which usually closes a Roman girandola, and the earth shook with the fall of the massive structure. There are horrors on which few human eyes can bear to dwell. At this moment nearly every hand veiled a face and every head was averted. But the movement lasted only an instant. When the interior was again seen, it appeared a fiery furnace. The altar still stood, however, and Johann miraculously kept his post on its steps. Berkhold had disappeared. The gesticulations of the Benedictine were wilder than ever, and his countenance was that of a man whose reason had hopelessly departed. He kept his feet only for a moment, but withering fell, after which his body was seen to curl like a green twig that is seared by the flames. End of Volume 2, Chapter 8. Read by Joel Kindrick. Volume 2, Chapter 9, of the Heidenmauer, or the Benedictines, A Legend of the Rhine, by James Fenimore Cooper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joel Kindrick. The Heidenmauer, by James Fenimore Cooper, Volume 2, Chapter 9. Masters, you ought to consider with yourselves. Midsummer Night's Dream. The constant moral sentinel that God hath set on watch in every man's breast, but which acts so differently in different circumstances, though perhaps in no condition of humiliation and ignorance does it ever entirely desert its trust, is sure to bring repentance with the sense of error. It is vain to say that this innate sentiment of truth, which we call conscience, is the mere result of opinion and habit, since it is even more apparent in the guileless and untrained child than in the most practiced man, and nature has so plainly set her mark upon all its workings as to prove its identity with the fearful being that forms the incorporeal part of our existence. Like all else that is good, it may be weakened and perverted or be otherwise abused. But, like everything that comes from the same high source, even amid these vicious changes, it will retain traces of its divine author. We look upon these unwearied monitor as a vestige of that high condition from which the race fell, and we hold it to be beyond dispute that precisely as men feel and admit its influence do they approach or recede from their original condition of innocence. The destruction of the abbey was succeeded by most of those signs which attend all acts of violence, in degrees that are proportioned to previous habits. Even they who had been most active in accomplishing this long-meditated blow began to tremble for its consequences, and few in the Palatinate heard of the deed without holding their breaths like men who expected heaven would summarily avenge the sacrilege. But in order that the thread of the narrative should not be broken, we will return to our incidents in their proper order, advancing the time but a few days after the night of the conflagration. The reader will have to imagine another view of the Jägerthal. There was the same smiling sun and the same beneficent season. The forest was as green and waving, the meadows were as smooth and dark, the hillsides as bright beneath the play of light and shade, while the murmuring brook was as limpid and swift as when first presented to his eye in these pages. Not a hut or cottage was disturbed either in the hamlets or along the travelled paths, and the hold of Hartenberg still frowned in feudal power and baronial state on the well-known pass of the mountains, gloomy, massive, and dark. But the hill of Limburg presented one of those sad and melancholy proofs of the effects of violence which are still scattered over the face of the old world, like so many admonitory beacons of the scenes through which its people have reached their present state of comparative security. Beacons that should be as useful in communicating lessons for the future as they are pregnant with pictures of the past. The outer wall remained unharmed, with the single exception of the principal gate, which bore the indelible marks of the smiths' sledges. But above this barrier the work of devastation appeared in characters not to be mistaken. Every roof, and there had been 50, was fallen. Every wall, some of which were already tottering, was blackened, and not a tower pointed toward the sky that did not show marks of the manner in which the flames had wreathed around its slender shaft. Here and there a small thread of white smoke curled upwards, losing itself in the currents of the air, resembling so many of the lessening symptoms of a volcano after an explosion. A small crucifix, which popular rumor said was wood, but which, in fact, was of painted stone, still kept its place on a gable of the ruined church, and many a peasant addressed to it his silent prayers, firm in the belief that God had protected this image of his sacrifice throughout the terrors of the memorable night. In and about the castle there appeared the usual evidences of a distrustful watch, such ward as is kept by him who feels that he has justly become obnoxious to the hand of the constituted powers. The gates were closed, the sentinels on the walls and the bastions were doubled, and from time to time signals were made that communicated with lookouts so stationed on the hills that they could command views of the roads which led towards the Rhine beyond the gorge of the valley. The scene in Durkheim was different, though it also had some points of resemblance with that in the hold. There was the same apprehension of danger from without, the same watchfulness on the walls and in the towers, and the same unusual display of armed force. But in a town of this description it was not easy to imitate the gloomy reserve of baronial state. The citizens grouped together in the streets, the women gossiped as in all sudden and strong cases of excitement, and even the children appeared to reflect the uneasiness and indecision of their parents. For as the hand of authority relaxed in their seniors, most wandered idly and vaguely among the men, listening to catch such loose expressions as might enlighten their growing understandings. The shops were opened, as usual, but many stopped to discourse at the doors, while few entered, and most of the artisans wasted their time in speculations on the consequence of the hardy step of their superiors. In the meantime, there was a council held in the town hall. Here were assembled all who had claim to civic authority in Durkheim, with some who appeared under the claim of their services in the late assault upon the monks. A few of the anxious wives of the burghers also were seen collected in the more public rooms of the building, for domestic influence was neither covert nor trifling in that uxorious and simple community. We shall resume the narrative within the walls of this municipal edifice. The burgomaster and other chief men were much moved by the vague apprehension which was the consequence of their hazardous experiment. Some were bold in the audacity of success. Some doubted merely because the destruction of the brotherhood seemed too great a good to come unmixed with evil. Some held their opinions in suspense, waiting for events to give a value to their predictions, and others shook their heads in a manner that would appear to imply a secret knowledge of consequences that were not apparent to vulgar faculties. The latter class was more remarkable for its pretension to exclusive merit than for numbers, and would have been equally prompt to exaggerate the advantages of the recent measure, had the public pulse just then been beating on the axis. But the public pulse was on the decline, and, as we have said, seeing and understanding all the advantages that were to be hoped from the defeat of Bonifacius, uncertainty quickened most imaginations in a manner to conjure disagreeable pictures of the future. Even Heinrich, who wanted for neither moral nor physical resolution, was disturbed at his own victory, though if questioned he would scarcely have told the reason why. This uneasiness was heightened by the fact that most of his compeers regarded him as the man on whom the weight of the church's and of the elector's displeasure was most likely to fall, though it is more probable that his situation would have been far less prominent had there been no question of any result but such as were agreeable. This sort of distinction, so isolated in defeat and so social in prosperity, is a species of revenge that society is very apt to take of all who pretend to be wiser or better than itself by presuming to point the way in cases of doubtful expediency, or in presuming to lead the way in those that require decision and nerve. He alone is certain of an unenvied reputation who, in preceding the main body in the great march of events, leaves no very sensible space between him and his fellows, while he alone can hope for impunity, who keeps so near his backers as to be able to confound himself in the general mass when singularity brings comment and censure. Heinrich fully felt the awkwardness of his position, and just then he would gladly have compounded for less of the fame acquired by the bold manner in which he had led the attack, in order to be rid of some of his anxiety. Still, a species of warlike instinct led him to put the best face on the affair, and when he addressed his colleagues it was with cheerfulness in his tones, however little there might have been of that desirable feeling in his heart. "Well, brethren," he said, looking around at the knot of well-known faces which surrounded him in the gravity of the civic authority, "this weighty matter is at length, happily, and as it has been effected without bloodshed, I may say peaceably over. The Benedictines are departed, and though the excellent abbot hath taken post in a neighboring abbey, whence he sends forth brave words to frighten those who are unused to more dangerous missiles, it will be long before we shall hear Limburg bell tolling in the Jägerthal." "For that I can swear," said the smith, who was among the inferiors that crowded a corner of the hall, occupying as little space as possible in deference to their head men. "My own sledge hath helped to put the fine-tuned instrument out of tune. We are now met to hear further propositions from the monks, but as the hour set for the arrival of their agent is not yet come, we can lighten the moments by such discourse as the circumstances may seem to require. Hast anything to urge that will ease the minds of the timid brother Wolfgang? If so, of God's name give it utterance, that we may know the worst at once." The affinity between Wolfgang and Heinrich existed altogether in their civic relations. The former, although he coveted the anticipated advantages that were to result from the downfall of Limburg, had a constitutional deference for all superior power, and was unable to enjoy the triumph without the bitterest misgivings concerning the displeasure of the Elector and Rome. He was aged, too, a fact that served to heighten the tremor of tones that, by a very general convention, are termed raven. "It is wise to call upon the experienced and wise for counsel in pressing straits," returned the old burgher. "For years teach the folly of everything human, inclining us to look at the world with moderation and with less love for ourselves and our interests." "Brother Wolfgang, thou art not yet yielding so fast as thou wouldest have us believe," interrupted Heinrich, who particularly disliked any discouraging views of the future. "Thou art but a boy. The difference between us cannot be greater than some 25 years. "Not that, not that. I count but 73, and thou mayest fairly number 55. "Thou heapest honors on me I little deserve, friend Wolfgang. I shall not number the days that thou namest these many months, and time marches fast enough without any Philips from us to help him. If I have yet seen more than 54, may my fathers arise from their graves to claim the little they left behind when they took leave of earth. Words will make me neither young, but I could wish we had found means to lay this unquiet spirit of Limburg without so much violence and danger to ourselves. I am old, and I have little interest in life, except to see those who will come after me happy and peaceful. Thou knowest that I have neither chick nor child, neighbor Heinrich, and the heart of such a man can only beat for all. 'Twere indeed folly in me to think of much else than of that great future which lies before us." "Sapperment!" exclaimed the smith, who was disposed to presume a little on the spirit he had shown in the late attack. "Worshipful burgomaster, were Master Wolfgang to deal out some of his stores a little freely to the Benedictines, the whole affair might be quietly settled, and Durkheim would be a great gainer. I warrant you now that Bonifacius would be glad to receive a well-told sum in gold, without question or farther account, in lieu of his lodgings and fare in Limburg, of which he was only a life tenant at best. At least, such had been my humour, and it had pleased heaven to have made me a Benedictine and Bonifacius a smith." "And where is this gold to be had, bold-speaking artisan?" demanded the aged burgher severely. "Where, but from your untouched stores, venerable Wolfgang," answered the single-minded smith. "Thou art old, father, and, as thou truly sayest, without offspring. The hold of life is getting loose, and to deal with thee in frankness, I see no manner in which the evil may be so readily turned from our town." "Peace, senseless talker. Dost think thy betters have no other employment for their goods than to cast them to the winds, as thy sparks scatter to the strokes of the sledge? The little I have hath been gained with sore toil and much saving, and it may yet be needed to keep want and beggary from my door. Nay, nay, when we are young we think the dirt may be turned to gold. Hot blood and lusty limbs cause us to believe man equal to any labor, aye, even to living without food. But when experience and tribulation have taught us truth, we come to know, neighbors, the value of pence. I am a long-living stock, heaven help us, and there is greater likelihood of my yet becoming a charge to the town than my ever doing a tithe of that this heedless smith hath hinted. By Saint Benedict, master, I hinted not. What I said was in plain words, and it is this, that one so venerable for his years and so respected for his means might do great good in this strait. Such an act would sweeten the few days thou yet hast. Get thee away, fellow! Thou talkest of death, and it were a joke. Do not the young go to their graves as well as the old? And are there not instances of thousands that have outlived their means? No, I much fear that this matter will not be appeased without mulcting the artisans in heavy sums. But happily most that belong to the crafts are young and able to pay. The reply of the smith, who was getting warm in a dispute in which he believed all the merit was on his own side, was cut short by a movement among the populace who crowded the outer door of the townhouse. The burghers seemed uneasy as if they saw a crisis was near, and then a beadle announced the arrival of a messenger from the rooted community of Limburg. The civic authorities of Durkheim, although assembled expressly with the expectation of such a visit, were, like all men of but indifferently regulated minds, taken by surprise at the moment. Nothing was digested, no plan of operations had been proposed, and although all had dreamed for several nights of the very subject before them, not one of them all had thought upon it. Still, it was now necessary to act, and after a little bustle, which had no other object than an idle attempt to impose upon the senses of the messenger by a senseless parade, orders were given that the latter should be admitted. The agent of the monks was himself a Benedictine. He entered the hall, attended only by the city guard, who had received him at the gate with his cowl so far drawn upon his head as to conceal the features. There was a moment of curiosity, and the name of Father Siegfried was whispered from one another as each judged of the man by the exterior. "Uncover of heaven's mercy, Father," said Heinrich, "and seat thyself as freely in the town hall of Durkheim as if thou wert at thine ease in the ancient cloisters of Limburg. We are lions in the attack, but harmless as thy marble cherubs, when there is not occasion for your true manly qualities. So take thy seat, of God's name, and be of good cheer, none will harm thee." The voice of the burgomaster lost its confidence as he concluded. The Benedictine was calmly removing the cowl, and when the cloth fell, it exposed the respected features of Father Arnulf. "He that comes in the service of him I call master needeth not this assurance," answered the monk. "Still I rejoice to find ye in this mood, and not bent on maintaining an original error by further outrages. It is never too late to see our faults, nor yet to repair them. I cry thy mercy, holy prior. We had taken thee for a very different member of the fraternity, and thou art not less welcome for being him thou art." Heinrich arose respectfully, and his example was followed by all present. The prior seemed pleased, and a glow like that which a benevolent hope creates passed athwart his countenance. With perfect simplicity he took the offered stool as the least obtrusive manner of inducing the burghers to resume their seats. The experiment produced the effect he intended. I should pretend to an indifference I do not feel, were I to say, Heinrich Frey, that I come among you, men to whom I have often administered the rites of the Church, during long and watchful years, without the wish to find that my ministrations are remembered. If there dwelleth, knave, in Durkheim whose heart hath not been touched by thy good works, Father, the hound is without bowels and unfit to live amongst honest people. Most true, exclaimed the smith in his audible byplay. The burgomaster doth us all justice. I never struck spark from iron more freely than I will render respect to the most reverend prior. His prayers are like tried steel, and next to those of him of the Hermitage are in most esteem among us. Fill me an abbey with such men, and for one, I shall be ready to trust all our salvation to their godliness, without thought or concern for ourselves. Sapperment! Could such a community be found, it would be a great relief to the layman, and more particularly to your artisan, who might turn all his thoughts to his craft with the certainty of being watched by men capable of setting the quickest-witted devil at defiance. Arnulf listened to this digression with patience, and he acknowledged the courtesy and friendliness of his reception by a slow inclination of the head. He was too much accustomed to hear those temporal applications of the spiritual interests of which he was a minister, to be surprised at anything, and he was too meek on the subject of his own deserving to despise any because they were weaker than himself. The Christian religion seems to be divided into two great classes of worshippers: those who think its consolations are most palpable in their direct and worldly form, and those whose aspirations are so spiritualized and whose thoughts are so sublimated as to consider it a metaphysical theory in which the principal object is to preserve the logical harmony. For ourselves, we believe it to be a dispensation from God to those of his creatures who are fearfully composed of the material and immaterial, and that so far as it is connected with our probation here, it is never to be considered as entirely distinct from one or the other of the great attributes of our nature. It is evident that such were not the views of the honest Smith, and it is probable, had the matter been thoroughly sifted, it would have been found that, as respects Durkheim, he was altogether of the popular party. "Thou comest, father, like the dove to the ark, the bearer of the olive branch," resumed Heinrich, "though for our northern regions a leaf of the oak would more likely have been the emblem, had Ararat been one of those well-wooded hills of ours. I come to offer the conditions of our brotherhood and to endeavor to persuade the misguided in Durkheim to accept them. The holy abbots, with the right reverend fathers in God, the bishops of Spires and Worms, now assembled in the latter city, have permitted me to be the bearer of their terms. An office I have sought lest another should forget to entreat and influence in the desire to menace. Gott, beware! Thou hast done well, as is thy wont, excellent Arnulf. Threats are about as useful with Durkheim as holy water is in our Rhenish, both being well enough in their places, but he that cannot be driven must be led, and liquor that is right good in itself needeth no flavor from the church. As for this old misunderstanding between Limburg of the one side and the noble court of Hartenburg, with our unworthy town of the other, the matter may be said to be now of easy adjustment, since the late events have cleared it of its greatest difficulty. And so, from my heart, I wish thee joy of thy mission, and felicitate the town that it hath to treat with one so skilful and reasonable. Thou wilt find us in a friendly humor, and ready to meet thee halfway, for I know not the man in Durkheim that desireth to push the controversy a foot further, or who is not at heart content. No, that would be out of reason and charity, said the smith, speaking again among the auditors. We ought to show these Benedictines an example of moderation, neighbors, and therefore, for one, though no better than a poor artisan that gaineth his bread by blows on the anvil, do I agree with the worshipful Heinrich, and say, of God's name, let us be reasonable in our demands, and be content with as little as may be in the settlement of our dispute. The prior listened patiently as usual, but a hectic glowed for an instant on his cheek. It disappeared, and the benevolent blue eye was again seen shining amid features that the cloister and the closet had long since robbed of all other bloom. Ye know, brothers of Durkheim, he answered, that in assailing the altars of Limburg ye set a double power at defiance, that of the Church, as it is constituted and protected on earth, and that of God. My errand at this moment is to speak of the first. Our father of Worms is sorely angered, and he has not failed to address himself directly and promptly to our father at Rome. In addition to this reverend appeal, messengers have been dispatched to both the elector and emperor, as well as to divers of the ecclesiastical princes, who rule on the banks of the Rhine. This is a fearful array of power to be met by a mountain baron in a city whose walls can be measured by the leg in so short a time, but chiefly would I lay stress on the evil that may flow from the displeasure of the head of the Church. And should he read the late exploit with severity, Reverend Prior, what are we to look to as its fruits? To be denounced as excluded from the fold, and to be left to the wickedness and folly of your own hearts. In a word, excommunication. Oomph! This might prove a short way of recruiting the followers of Brother Luther. Thou knowest, holy Arnulf, that men look more and more closely every day into these disputed points. Would that they looked with more humility and understanding. If ye consider the denunciations and benedictions of him to whom has been confided the authority to bless and to curse as of little weight, no words of mine can heighten their effect. But all among ye who are not prepared to go the length that your burgomaster hath just hinted may deem it prudent to pause, ere they incur the heavy risk of living under such a weight of heaven's displeasure. The burghers regarded each other in doubt, few among them being yet prepared to push resistance so far. Some inwardly trembled, for habit and tradition were too strong for the new opinions. Some shrewdly weighed the temporal rather than the spiritual consequences, and others ruminated on the possibility of enduring the anathema in so good company. There are thousands that are willing to encounter danger in large bodies, who shrink from its hazards alone, And perhaps the soldier goes to the charge quite as much stimulated by the sympathy of association as he is sustained by the dread of shame or the desire of renown. The civic councilors of Durkheim now found themselves in some such plight, and each man felt assurance or doubt, much as he happened to meet with either of those feelings expressed in the eyes of his neighbor. "Have ye any less godly proposition to make?" asked Heinrich, who perceived that the moral part of his civic support began to waver. "For these are points in which we are better skilled than on those that touch your doctrinal niceties. I am commanded to say that as becomes their divine office, the Brotherhood of Limburg is disposed to pardon and forget inasmuch as duty will allow the late act of Durkheim on conditions that may be named. Aye, this is Christian-like, and will meet with a ready return in our dispositions. On our side, too, Holy Prior, there is every wish to forget the past, and to look only to a quiet and friendly future. Do I interpret the intentions of the town well, my neighbors?" "To the letter. No clerk could do it better. Yes, we are of the community's mind. It is wise to live at peace and to pardon and overlook," were ready answers to this appeal. "Thou hearest, Father? A better mood no minister or messenger need wish. For heaven, we are all of one mind in this particular, and I know not that the man would find safety in Durkheim who should talk of aught but peace. It is to be mourned that ye have not always been of this humor. I come not, however, to reproach, but to reclaim, not to defy, but to persuade, not to intimidate, but to convince. Here are the written propositions of the holy divines, by whom I am charged with this office of mediator, and I leave it for a time to your private consultations. When ye shall have well digested this fit offer, I will come among ye in peace and friendliness." The written proposals were received, and the whole assembly rose to do the prior honor. As the latter left the hall, he asked permission of several of the burghers, among whom was Heinrich Frey, to visit their families in the spirit of Christian guardianship. The desired consents were obtained without demur or doubt on the part of any, for whatever may be said or thought of the errors of public opinion, it is usually right where the means are possessed of at all giving it a true direction. The high estimation in which Arnulf was held by the mere force of popular instinct was never more plainly seen than on the present occasion, when even those who had so lately warred against the community threw open their doors without reserve, though it was well known that the late policy of the town had many a secret enemy and many a bitter commentator in that sex which is sometimes as slow to incite to violence and resistance as at others it is thoughtless and hasty. End of Volume 2, Chapter 9. Read by Joel Kindrick. Volume 2, Chapter 10, of the Heidenmauer, or the Benedictines, A Legend of the Rhine, by James Fenimore Cooper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joel Kindrick. The Heidenmauer, by James Fenimore Cooper, Volume 2, Chapter 10. What well-appointed leader fronts us here? King Henry IV. The Missive of the Monks was written in Latin. At that period few wrote but the learned, and every noble or town was obliged to maintain a scholar to perform what are now the commonest duties of intercourse. The clerkly agent of Durkheim had been educated for the Church, and had even received the tonsure, but some irregularities of life, which, as it would appear, were not within the pale of clerical privileges, or which had been so unguarded as to bring scandal on the profession, compelled him to give his destinies a new direction. As happens with most men who have expended much time and labor in qualifying themselves for any particular pursuit, and who are unexpectedly driven from its exercise, this individual, who was named Ludwig, and who was often ironically styled in common parlance Father Ludwig, never completely succeeded in repairing the injury done by the first false step he had made. His acquirements procured for him a certain amount of consideration, but as he was known to be somewhat free in his manner of life, and especially as schism grew strong in Germany, a bold skeptic on most of the distinctive doctrines of the Catholic Church, he ever wore about his character some of that fancied looseness, which insensibly attaches itself to all renegades, whether their motives be more or less corrupt. Still, as he was known to be instructed, the multitude ascribed more virtue to his secession than it would have imputed to the withdrawal from the fold of 50 sincere believers. For most believed there were means of judging that belonged to the initiated which did not fall to the lot of those who worshipped in the outer court. We have daily proofs that this weakness reaches into the temporal interests of life. and that opinions are valued in proportion as there is believed to be some secret means of acquiring information, though men rarely conceal anything that they know which may be revealed, and few indeed are disposed to hide their light under a bushel. Ludwig forgot no part of the intonation or emphasis while he uttered the unintelligible phrases of the monkish missive. His auditors listened the more attentively because they did not understand a syllable of what was said, attention seeming usually to be riveted in an inverse ratio to the facilities of comprehension. Perhaps some of the higher dignitaries flattered themselves that their inferiors might be duped into the belief of their attainments, a fact that could not fail to increase their influence, since there is no better evidence of the innate aspirations of our intellectual being than the universal deference that is paid to knowledge. We have hazarded this supposition against the civic authorities of Durkheim because we believe it depends upon a general principle of human ambition, and because in our own case we will remember hearing out a sermon of more than an hour's duration delivered in Low Dutch, and in a damp church in Holland, when not a word from the text of the benediction was understood. "Right learnedly worded, and no doubt of proper courtesy," exclaimed Heinrich when the letter was ended, and while the clerk was clearing his spectacles preparatory to the more vulgar version. "It is a happy strife, neighbors, in which such language passes between the parties, for it proves that the charity is stronger than malice, and that reason is not forgotten merely because there have been blows." "I have rarely heard braver words," answered a fellow burgher, "or those that are better penned." "Potstausend," muttered the smith, "it were almost a sin to dispossess men that can write thus." Murmurs of approbation passed through the crowd, and not an individual was there, with the solitary exception of a gaping idiot that had stolen into the hall, who did not affect to have received more or less pleasure from the communication. Even the idiot had his share of satisfaction, for by the pure force of sympathy he caught gleamings of a delight that seemed so strong and so general. Ludwig now commenced translating the letter into the harsh, energetic German of the Rhine. The wonderful capabilities of the language enabled him to convert the generalities and comprehensive terms of the Latin with a minuteness of signification which put the loss of any shade of idea utterly out of the question. What the monks had meant, and perhaps even more, was laboriously and with malignant pleasure rendered, and so rendered as to give to each expression the fullest weight and meaning. We have no intention of attempting the office of translating this harsh summons ourselves, but must be content with a brief summary of its contents. The instrument opened with a greeting that was not unlike those which were sent in the first ages of the present dispensation, from the apostles to the churches of the East. It then contained a short but pointed narrative of the recent events, which were qualified in a way that the reader can easily imagine. It proceeded to refer to the spiritual and temporal authorities from which the Brotherhood had assurances of support, and it concluded by demanding, under the penalty of incurring every earthly and heavenly risk, an enormous sum in gold, as a pecuniary reparation for the injury done. A complete and absolute submission of the town to the jurisdiction of the community, even more than was ever before pretended to. A public and general acknowledgment of error, with a variety of penances and pilgrimages to be performed by functionaries that were named, and the delivery of Heinrich Frey, with 11 others of the principal inhabitants, into the abbot's hands as hostages, until all of these exactions and conditions should be completely and satisfactorily fulfilled. Phew! Whistled Heinrich when Ludwig ended, after a most provoking prolixity that had completely exhausted the burgomaster's patience. "Himmel! Here is a victory that is likely to cost us our means, our characters, our liberties, our consciences, and our ease. Are the monks mad, Master Ludwig? Or art thou sporting with our credulity? Do they really speak of hostages and of gold?" "Of a surety, worshipful Herr, and seemingly with a right good will. Wilt read the part touching the hostages again in Latin. Thou mayest have indiscreetly overlooked a conjunction or a pronoun, as I think thou callest these notables figures of speech." "Aye, it were well to judge of the letter by the Latin," echoed the smith. "One never knows the quality of his metal at the first touch of the hammer." Ludwig read a second time extracts in the original, and, through a species of waggery, by which he often took a secret and consolatory revenge for the indignities he frequently received from the ignorant, and which served him as food of merriment, as a vent to his confined humors in occasional interviews with others of his own class, He gave with singular emphasis the terms of greeting, which were, as usual, embellished with phrases of priestly benediction as the part that especially demanded the prompt delivery of Heinrich Frey and his fellows into the hands of the Benedictines. "God beware!" cried the burgomaster, who had shifted a leg each time the clerk glanced an eye at him over his spectacles. "I have other concerns than to sit in a cell, and Durkheim would fare but badly were the town left without so large a share of its knowledge and experience. Prithee, Master Ludwig, give us the kinder language of these Benedictines. For methinks there may be found some words of peace in the blessings they bestow." The crafty clerk now read in the original the strongest of the denunciation and the parts of the letter which so peremptorily demanded the hostages. "How now, knave?" said the hasty burgomaster. "Thou hearest, neighbors, I am named especially in their benedictions, for you must know, worthy burghers, that Henricus means Heinrich, and Frey, well pronounced, is much the same in all languages. This I know from long experience in these cunning instruments. I owe the reverend Benedictines grace for their good wishes expressed in this particularity, though the manner in which they introduce the hostages is unseemly." "I thought, when it came to the worst," muttered the smith, "that Master Heinrich would be considered with especial favor. This it is, brother artisans, to be honored in one's town and to have a name." "There sounds a parley," interrupted the burgomaster. "Can these crafty monks have dared to trifle with us by sending the choicest of their flock to hold us in discourse while they steal upon us in armor?" The idea was evidently unpleasant to most of the council, and to none more so than the aged Wolfgang, whose years would seem to have given less value to his personal safety than to the rest. Many quitted the hall, while those that remained appeared to be detained more by their apprehensions than by their fortitude. Heinrich, who was constitutionally firm, continued the most undisturbed of them all, though even he went from window to window like a man that was uneasy. "If the godly villains have done this treachery, let them look to it. We are not vassals to be hoodwinked with a cowl." "Perhaps, worshipful and wise Heinrich," said the crafty Ludwig, "they send the trumpet in readiness to receive the hostages." "The holy Magi curse them, and their impudent long-winded musician. How now, fellow? Who maketh this tan-ta-ra-ra at our gate?" "The noble Count of Hartenberg is at the valley side of the town, honorable burgomaster, with a stout troop of mounted followers," announced the breathless runner who came on this errand. "He chafes at the delay, but as the order to keep fast is so rigid, the captain of the watch dares not unbar and unbolt without permission had. Bid the valiant and faithful burgher undo his fastenings. Oh, heaven's name! And right speedily. We should have bethought this, excellent neighbors, of the chances of this visit, and had a care that our princely friend were without this cause of complaint. But we should rejoice, too, that our people are so true as to keep their trust even against one so known and honored. I warrant ye, neighbors, were it the imperial Karl himself, he would fare no better." And on looking out, he saw Emic and all his cortege coolly alighting. "Umph!" ejaculated the burgomaster. "Go forth and do reverence to my lord the count." The council awaited in deep silence the appearance of their visitor. Emic entered the hall with the assured step of a superior and with countenance that was clouded. He bowed to the salutations of the council, signed for his armed followers to await at the door, and walked himself to the seat which Heinrich had previously vacated, and which in truth was virtually the throne of Durkheim. Placing his heavy form in the chair with the air of one accustomed to fill it, he again bowed and made a gesture of the hand which the burghers understood to be an invitation to be seated. With doubting faces the odd authorities submitted, receiving that permission as a boon which they were ready so lately themselves to urge as a civility. Heinrich looked surprised, but, accustomed to pay great deference to his noble friend, he returned the bow and smile, for he was especially saluted with a smile, and took the second place. "It was not well, my worthy townsmen, to close your gates thus churlishly against me," commenced the baron. "There are rights and honors that ought to be respected at all hours and seasons. I and my train were held at parlance at your barriers, and we had been so many wandering gypsies, or some of the free bands that sell their arquebuses and lances to the highest bidder." "That there may have been some little delay, my lord count," answered Heinrich. "Little burgomaster, dost thou call that little which keeps a noble of lineage chafing at a gate, amid dust and heat and gaping mouths? Thou knowest not the spirit of our steeds, Herr Frey, if thou imaginest they like sudden checks of the curb. We are of high mettle, horses and riders, and must have our way when fairly spurred. There was every desire, nobly born Emic, to do you honor, and to undo our bolts as speedily as might be done. For this end we were about to depute the necessary orders when we were suddenly favored with your gracious and high dispensing company. We doubt not that the captain of the watch reasoned with himself, and did that of good intention, and of his own accord, which he would speedily have been called upon to do by our commands. God's truth! That may not prove so true, answered Emic, laughing. Our impatience was stronger than your bolts, and lest the same oversight might renew the inconvenience we found means to enter with little formality. The burghers in general seemed greatly troubled, and Heinrich as greatly surprised. The baron saw that enough had been said for the moment, and assuming a more gracious mien, he continued in another strain. Well, loving townsmen, he said, it is now a happy week since all our desires have been accomplished. The Benedictines are defeated. The Jägerthal is at peace and under the sway of its rightful lord. And yet the sun rises and sets as before. The heavens seem as smiling. The rains as refreshing, and all our hopes as reasonable as of old. There is to be no miracle in their behalf, Herr Heinrich, and we may fain sleep in peace. That may depend, Lord Count, on other humors than ours. Here are reports abroad that are anything but pleasant to the ear, and our honest townsmen are troubled lest, after doing good service in behalf of their betters, they may yet be made to pay all the charges of the victory. Set their hearts at peace, worthy burgomaster, for I have not thrust a hand into the ecclesiastical flame without thought of keeping it from being scorched. Thou knowest I have friends, and 'twill not be easy to put a count of lineage into the ban. Nay, we doubt but little, illustrious noble, of your safety and of your houses. Our fear is for ourselves. Thou hast only to lean on me, Master Frey. When the tie between us shall be explained more clearly to the Emperor and the Diet, and when our loving wishes, as respects each other, shall be better understood, all will know that to strike Durkheim is to aim a blow at me. Whence cometh this sudden fear? For the last reports touching your condition said the town was firm of heart and bent on joining Luther rather than confess. Sapperment! The heart must not always be judged by the countenance. Here is the smith, who is seldom of a bright visage. But were it said that his heart is as black as his face, great injustice would be done the man. A movement and a murmur betrayed the admiration of those who crowded the door at this figure of the burgomaster. Thou hast some reason for this sudden despondency, rejoined the Count, glancing a look of indifference at the artisans. Why, to speak the truth, Lord Emic, Bonifacius hath sent us a missive written in very fair Latin and in a scholarly manner that threatens us to a man with every Christian wish, from plagues to downright and incurable damnation. And art thou troubled, Heinrich, at a scrawl of intelligible words? I know not what is to be understood, Herr Count. If a demand for Heinrich Frey with 11 others of our most respected as hostages, doubtless to be kept from their affairs in some convent cells, on hard fare and hard penance, for weary months, be not plain. To this they add demands for gold, with pilgrimages and penances and other godly recreations. By whose hand got ye this? By that of the honest prior, a man of so much bowels that I marvel he should be the bearer of a message so unwelcome and so uncharitable. But the best of us have our moments of weakness, for all are not always thoughtful or just. Ha! Arnulf is afoot. Hath he departed? He tarries, my good lord. For look you, we have not yet determined on the fashion of our reply. Thou wouldst not have thought of sending answer without taking counsel of me, Herr Frey, said Emic sharply, and much in the manner that a parent reproves a child. I am luckily arrived, and the matter shall be looked into. Have ye bethought of the fitting terms? No doubt all have bethought them much, though as yet none have uttered their secret opinions. For one, I cry out loudly against all hostages, though none could be readier than I to undergo this risk to serve the town. But it is admitting an error in too plain evidence, and carrieth with it a confession that our faith is not to be depended on. This sentiment, which had long been struggling in Heinrich's breast, met with an audible echo in that of every one of the 11 who were likely, by situation and years, to be chosen for this honorable distinction, and every man among them uttered some proper phrase concerning the value of character and the necessity of so demeaning themselves as not to cheapen that of Durkheim. Emic listened coolly, for it was of great indifference to him how much the burghers were alarmed, since their fears could only induce them the more to seek support from his interest and power. Thou hast then refused the conditions? We have done nothing, Herr Count, but we have thought much and sorely, as hath just been said. I take it the gold and the hostages will find but little favor among us, but rather than keep the Palatinate in a disturbed and insecure state, and as we are quiet burghers who look to peace and the means of getting their bread, our answers may not be so short, could the matter be brought down to a few chosen penitents and pilgrimages. Though half of Brother Luther's mind in many things, it were so well to get quit of even the chances of damnation, for a few sore feet and stripes that might be so managed as to do little civic harm. By the lineage of my house, excellent Heinrich, thou dost but echo my thoughts. The prior is a man with bowels, and this matter shall be speedily arranged. We must bethink us of the details, for these monks are close calculators, and on a time are said to have outwitted Lucifer. First, then, there shall be an offering of gold.
Nay, my lord count will consider the means of our town.
Peace, honest Heinrich, whispered Emic, leaning toward the place where the burgomaster and 2 or 3 of the principal members of the council sat. We have accounts from the Hebrews of Culm, which say that Limburg treasures may be well applied in this manner to purchase a little peace.
We will be liberal as become our names, he now spoke to all,
and not send the brotherhood naked into a world which is getting every day less disposed to clothe them. We must drain our coffers rather than they should starve,
and this point may be looked upon as settled.
As for our penitents and pilgrims, the castle and the town shall equally furnish a share. I can send the lieutenant of my men-at-arms, who hath a nimble foot, Gottlieb the cowherd, to whom punishment is fairly due on many general accounts.
And others, doubtless, that may be found. What good of this nature can Dirkham supply? We are a homely people, highborn Graf, and having fewer virtues than our betters, are not so well gifted either in vices. As becometh the middle state, we are content with no great excess in the one or the other of more striking qualities.
And yet I doubt not, neighbors, that at need there might be among us who would not fare the worse for wholesome correction and fitting penances. Heinrich looked about him in an inquiring manner while the burgher passed the investigation on to the next, as men forward a glance that they wish to think has no application to themselves. There are delinquents, young and thoughtless varlets, who vex the town with their ribaldry and noise, that it might do to scourge with the church's rod, suggested the tremulous and aged Wolfgang. St. Benedict will be put off with none of these, bluffly answered the burgomaster. He must have men of substance and of some esteem, or the affair will be as far as ever from a happy conclusion. What thinkest thou, honest and patriotic Dietrich? Thou hast a constitution to endure and a heart of iron. Tausend Sex und Zanzwick, returned the smith. You little know all my ailings, most worshipful master, if you think I am near this force. I have difficulties of breath, that are only at peace near the heat of the forge, and my heart gets soft as a feather on a journey. Then there is the wife and the young to wail my absence, and I am not a scholar enough to repeat a prayer more than some 6 or 10 times a day. This excuse did not appear to satisfy the council, who, acting on that principle of exaction which is found among all people and in all communities,
felt disposed to recollect the former services of the artisan as a sort of apology for further claims on his exertions.
Nay, for one that hath ever been so free at the wish of Durkheim, this plea cometh with an ill grace, answered Heinrich, a sentiment that was audibly repeated in a general exclamation of discontent by all the other burghers. We expected other reply from thee. Well, since the worshipful council expects, but there will be the wife and the young, with none to care for them. That difficulty may be disposed of. Thou hast 6, if I remember, in thy household? 10, honorable Heinrich. Not a month less than half a score,
and all of an age to require much food and strong.
Here are all but 2 of our dozen, in a word, noble Emic, promptly added the burgomaster, and of scriptural quality, for we are told the prayers and sacrifices of the young and innocent are acceptable. Thanks, honest smith, and more than thanks. Thou shalt have marks of a quality different from those left by the scourge. No doubt the others may be picked up among the useless and idle. Our affairs seem settled, loving burghers, answered the count. Leave me to dispose of the question of indemnity, and look ye to the penitence, and to the seemliness of the atonement. Ye may retire, ye that throng the way. The mandate was hurriedly obeyed, and the door closed. As for support at Heidelberg and Madrid, continued the count, the matter hath been looked to, and should the complaint be pushed beyond decency at Rome, we have always brother Luther as an ally. Bonifacius wanteth not for understanding, and when he looks deeper into our defenses and into the humor of the times,
I know him for one that will be disposed to stay in evil before it becomes an incurable sore.
These shaven crowns, Master Heinrich, are not like us fathers of families, much troubled for posterity, for they leave no name or blood behind them, and so long as we can fairly satisfy their present longings, the truce may be considered as more than half concluded. To strip a churchman of his hoardings needeth but a bold spirit, and a present bribe, and a strong hand. The whole council murmured its approval of this reasoning, and the discussion now took a turn more inclining to the details.
Emick grew gracious and the burghers bolder. Some even laughed openly at their late apprehensions, and nearly all thought they saw a final settlement of this long-disputed and serious question. The prior, who had been engaged in visits of religious charity in the town, was soon summoned, and the count assumed the offices of communicating the common answer. The meeting between Emick and Father Arnulf was characteristic. It took place in the public hall and in the presence of a few of the principal burghers. The count was at first disposed to be haughty, imperious, and even repulsive, but the monk was meek, earnest, and calm. The effect of this forbearance was quickly apparent. For Emick, when not excited or misled by the cupidity that disgraced the age, possessed more of the breeding of his peers. On the other hand, Arnulf never lost sight of his duties, the chiefest of which he believed to be charity. "Thou art the bearer of the olive branch, holy prior," said the count as they took their seats after some little previous parley. "And pity 'tis that all who wear the cowl did not as well comprehend the pleasantest quality of their sacred characters. The world would grow less quarrelsome, and we who worship in the court of the temple would be less disturbed by doubts touching those who lift its veil." "I did not look to hold discussion of clerkly duties with thee, Lord Count, when my superior sent me on this errand to the town of Durkheim," mildly answered the monk, indifferent to the other's wily compliments. "Am I then to consider the castle and the council as one? In heart, humor, and interests, I might add, also in rights and sovereignty, for now all question of the abbey is settled. The ancient temporal rule is replaced. Say I well, loving burghers?" "Oomph," ejaculated Heinrich. The rest bent their heads, though doubtingly like men taken by surprise, but Emick seemed perfectly satisfied. "It is of no great moment who governs here, since the wrong done to God and our brotherhood must be repaired by those who have committed it. Hast thou examined the missive of the abbey, Herr Burgomaster, and art ready with the reply?" "This duty hath been done, Reverend Arnulf, and here is our answer. As for the letter, it is our mature opinion that it hath been indited in a fair hand, and in very learned Latin, as befitteth a brotherhood of so much repute. We deem this more credible, since there have been some late heavy losses in books, and he who did this might not have the customary aid of materials to which use has made him familiar. As for what hath been said in the way of greeting and benedictions, holy prior, we are thankful, and most especially for the part that is of thy share, which we esteem to be of particular unction. In mine own behalf, especially would I thank all of the convent for the manner in which my name hath been introduced into their good wishes. Though I must add, it were better that he who wrote had been content to stop there, since these frequent introductions of private personages in matters of general concernment are apt to raise envy and other evil passions. As respecting, moreover, any especial pilgrimages and penances in my own person, I feel not the occasion, as would doubtless be the fact at need, since we see most men pricked on to these mortifications by their own consciences. The expiation is not sought for particular consolation, neither is it desired as a balm to the convent's wounds, but as an humble and a necessary atonement to God. In this view, we have deemed it important to choose those who are most esteemed among men, since it is before the eyes of mankind that the expiation must be made. I am the bearer of similar proposals to the castle, and by high ecclesiastical authority am I charged to demand that its well-born lord himself make these acknowledgments in his own person. The sacrifice of the honored and the innocent hath more flavor than that of the mean and wicked." "Potstausend," muttered Heinrich. "I see little use for leading a clean life with such doctrines and disciplines." But Emick heard the proposal with a frown. Bold, haughty, and audacious, he was also deeply artful and superstitious. For years his rude mind had been tormented by conflicting passions, those of cupidity and religious dread. And now that the former was satisfied, he had begun to reflect seriously of appeasing his latent apprehensions in some effectual manner. Plans of various expiatory offerings had already crossed his mind, and so far from hearing the declaration of the Benedictine with resentment, he entertained the idea with pleasure. It seemed an easy and cheap expedient of satisfying all scruples, for the re-establishment of the community on the hill of Limburg was a condition he knew to be entirely out of the question in the present state of the public mind in Germany. In this humor, then, he did reply. The conference, of course, proceeded harmoniously, and it was protracted for several hours. But as its results will be more regularly developed in the course of the narrative, we shall not anticipate events. End of Volume 2, Chapter 10. Read by Joel Kindrick. Volume 2, Chapter 11, of the Heidenmauer, or the Benedictines, A Legend of the Rhine, by James Fenimore Cooper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joel Kindrick. The Heidenmauer by James Fenimore Cooper, Volume 2, Chapter 11. In a strange land, such things, however trivial, reach the heart, and through the heart the head, clearing away the narrow notions that grew up at home, and in their place grafting goodwill to all. Rogers. It is necessary to advance a few weeks in the order of time, a change that will bring us to the middle of the warm and generous month of July. The hour was towards the close of the day, and the place and scenery such as it is now our duty to describe. Let the reader imagine a high naked down whose surface was slightly broken by irregularities. Scarce a tree was visible over the whole of its bald face, though a few stunted shrubs betrayed the efforts of the earth to push forth a meager vegetation. The air was pure, thin, and volatile, and, together with the soft blue of the void, denoted a great elevation above the vapors and the impurities which linger near to regions that lie on the level of the sea. Notwithstanding these never-failing signs of a mountain country, here and there were to be seen distant peaks that shot upward into the fierce light, glittering with everlasting frost. Along one side of this naked expanse the land fell suddenly away towards a long, narrow sheet of water which lay 1,000 feet below. The shores of this lake, for such it was, were clothed with innumerable white dwellings, and garnished with hamlets and vineyards, while a walled town with its towers and battlements occasionally darkened the shores. But these were objects scarcely to be seen from the precise situation which we desire the mind of the reader to occupy. In the distant views always in that direction, one favorably placed might have seen a vast range of undulating country stretching towards the north and east, that had the usual characteristics of a region in which alpine mountains begin gradually to melt into the plain. This region was beautified with several spots of dark blue resembling so many deep reflections of the skies which were sheets of limpid and tranquil water. Towards the south and west the down was bounded by a natural wall of rude and gray rock that rose in nearly all its line to the elevation of a mountain and which shot up to a giddy height near its center in two pointed cones that, by their forms, coupled with other circumstances that shall be soon explained, had obtained the name of the miters. Near the barrier of mountain and almost directly beneath these natural miters was a small village whose houses, constructed of wood, had the wide roofs, numerous windows, and the peculiar resin-like color of Swiss habitations. The place was a hamlet rather than a village, and most of the land around it lay at waste, like all that was visible for miles in every direction. On a rising ground near the hamlet, from which it was separated merely by a large esplanade, or green as we should be apt to term the spot, stood one of those mazes of roofs, chimneys, and towers which in that age, and indeed even now, mark a conventual pile. The edifices were large, complicated in their forms and order, and had been constructed without much architectural knowledge or taste, the air of the whole being that of rude but abundant wealth. In the center was a church, or chapel, evidently of ancient existence and simple origin, though its quaint outlines were elaborately decorated, after the fashion of times, by a variety of afterthoughts, and in a manner to show what means were not wanting to render the whole more magnificent, and that the fault of the construction lay rather in the first idea than in any subsequent ability or inclination to repair it. The site of this hamlet and down was in the celebrated Canton of Schwytz, a small district that has since given its name to the heroic confederation that occupies so much of the country among and near the Western Alps. Its name was Einsiedeln. The monastic buildings belonged to a convent of the Benedictines, and the church contained one of the shrines even then most in repute after that of Loreto. Time and revolutions have since elevated Our Lady of Einsiedeln perhaps to the very highest rank among the pilgrimages of the Catholic. For we have lately seen thousands crowding her altars, while we found the Santa Casa abandoned chiefly to the care of its guardians or subject to the casual inspection of curious heretics. Having thus described the spot to which the scene is shifted, it is proper to refer to the actors. At a point distant less than a league from the hamlet, and on the side of the open down just mentioned, which lies next to the steep ascent from the Lake of Zurich, and in the direction of the Rhine, there came a group of travelers of both sexes and apparently of all ages, between declining manhood and vigorous youth. They were afoot, wearing the garb and symbols of pilgrims. Weariness had caused them to lengthen their line, and they were in pairs, the strongest in front, the feeble and more fatigued in the rear.
In advance marched 2 men. One wore the gown and cowl of a Benedictine, while he carried, like the rest, the staff and wallet of a pilgrim. His companion had the usual mantle decorated with scallop shells, and also bore his scrip and stick. The others had the same attire, with the usual exceptions that distinguished the sexes. They consisted of 2 men of middle age who followed those in front, 2 of each sex in pairs, all still young and active, 2 females who were in their prime, though wearied and sad, and a maiden who dragged her limbs after them with a difficulty disproportioned to her years. At the side of the latter was a crone, whose infirmities and age had enabled her to obtain the indulgence of an ass, on which she was seated comparatively at her ease, though by a license that had been winked at by the monk, her saddle was encumbered with the scrips of most of the female penitents. In the rear of all came 2 males who seemed to form a sort of rear guard to the whole party. This group was composed of the prior and Emic, who led the van, of Heinrich and Dietrich, the smith, of Gisela and Gottlieb, with the youth and maiden from Durkheim, of Ulrich and Lochchen, of Meta and Ilse, and of Monsieur Latouche and the Knight of Rhodes. These were the penitents chosen to expiate the late offense to the majesty of God by prayers and mortifications before the shrine of Einsiedeln. The temporal question had been partially put at rest, but the intrigues and influence of the Count, backed as he was by timely applications of gold, and by increasing heresy that had effectually shaken the authority of the Church throughout all Germany, and which had sufficiently apprised the Practus Bonifacius and his superiors of the expediency of using great moderation in their demands. "Saint Benedict, make us thankful, Holy Father," said the Count, as his gratified eye first beheld the long-wished-for roofs of the convent. "We have journeyed a weary distance, and this snail's pace, which, in deference to the weak, we are bound to observe, but little suits the impatience of a warrior, accustomed to steed and spur. Thou hast oft visited this sacred shrine, pious Arnulf?" The monk had stopped, and with a tearful eye he stood gazing in religious reverence at the distant pile. Then, kneeling on the grass, he prayed, while the others, accustomed to these sudden demonstrations of zeal, gladly rested their limbs the while. "Never before hath eye of mine greeted yon holy pile," answered the prior as they slowly resumed their journey, "though often in night dreams hath my soul yearned for the privilege." "Methinks, Father, thou hast little occasion for penitence or pilgrimage, thou whose life hath rolled on in deeds of Christian charity and love." "Each day brings its evil, and each day should have its expiation." "Truly not in marches over stony and mountain paths like these we travel. Einsiedeln must have a special virtue to draw men so far from their homes to do it honor. Hast the history of the shrine at command, Reverend Prior?" "It should be known to all Christians, and chiefly to the pilgrim. I had thought thee instructed in these great events." "By the Magi, to speak thee honestly, Father Arnulf, the little friendship which hath subsisted between Limburg and my house had been given a disrelish for any Benedictine miracle, let it be of what quality it would. But now that we are likely to be so lovingly united, I could gladly hear the tale which will at least serve to divert our thoughts from a subject so grovelling as our own feet. For, to conceal nothing, mine make most inopportune appeals to be at rest. Our journey draweth near its end, but as thy request is reasonable, it shall be answered. Listen then, Emic, and may the lesson profit thy soul. During the reign of the illustrious and warlike Charlemagne, who governed Gaul, with so much of our Germany and the country of the Franks, there lived a youth of the ancient family of Hohenzollern, branches of which still possess principalities and marches in the empire. The name of this learned and pious youth was Maynard. Early fatigued with the vanities of life, he sought a hermitage nearer than this to the banks of that lake which we so lately crossed at Rapperswil. But overburdened by the number of the curious and pious who visited his cell, the holy Maynard, after 7 years of prayer, retired to a clear fountain which must still run near yonder church, where another cell and a chapel were built for him, expressly by command of Hildegard, a royal lady and the abbess of a monastery in the town of Zurich. Father, had he a profitable and happy end in this wild region? Spiritually, nothing could have been more desirable. Temporarily, not more foul. He died by the hands of vile assassins to whom he had rendered hospitality. The deed was discovered by means of 2 crows who followed the murderers to Zurich, where they were taken and executed, at least, so saith tradition. In later age, the holy Maynard was canonized by Benedict VIII. For nearly half a century, the cell of Maynard, though in great request as a place of prayer, remained without a tenant. But at the end of that period, Buren, a canon of the House of Burgundy, which house then ruled most of the country far and near, caused the chapel and cell to be repaired. replaced the image of Blessed Mary, and devoted his own life to the hermitage. The neighboring seigneurs and barons contributed to endow the place, and divers holy men joined themselves to the service of the altar, from which circumstance the shrine obtained the name of Our Lady of the Hermits, its true appellation to this hour. It would weary thee to listen to the tale of miracles performed in virtue of their prayers, even in that early and less gifted condition of the place. But its reputation so circulated that many came from afar to see and to believe.
In the process of time, a regular community was established, and the church, thou seest, was erected,
containing in its nave the original cell, chapel, and image of Saint Maynard. "I had thought there was still higher virtue in the place," observed Emick when the prior paused, and seemingly a little disappointed. "For your deep sinner as little likes a simple dispensation as the drunkard relishes small drinks. Thou shalt hear. When the buildings were completed, and it became necessary to consecrate the place agreeably to the forms and usages of the church, Conrad, Bishop of Constance, was invited to discharge the holy office. Here cometh the wonderful favor of heaven. As Conrad of Constance, with other pious men, arose to pray at midnight of the day appointed for the service, they suddenly heard divine music most sweetly chanted by the angels. Though sore amazed and impressed, they were still sufficiently masters of their reason to discover that the unseen beings sang the prescribed formula of the consecration, that office which they were preparing themselves to perform a few hours later. Satisfied with this especial and wonderful interference, Conrad would have abstained from repeating a service which had already been thus performed, but for the demands and outcries of the ignorant. But when, after hours of delay, he was about to yield to their impatience, a clear voice 3 times admonished him of the blasphemy by saying, "Cease, brother, thy chapel is divinely consecrated." From that moment the place is so esteemed, and all our rites are performed as at a shrine of high behest and particular virtue. Emick crossed himself devoutly, having listened in perfect faith and with deep interest. For at that moment early impressions were stronger than the modern doubts. "It is good to be here, Father," he reverently answered. "I would that Ermengarde and all of my house were at my side. But are there any especial favors accorded to those who come hither in a fitting temper, in the way of temporal gifts or political considerations? Since, being before a shrine so holy, I could fain profit by the sore pains and privations by which the grace is gained." The prior seemed mortified, for though he lent the faith required by the opinions of the age to the tradition he had recounted, he was too well instructed in the true doctrines of the Church not to perceive the false bias of his companion's mind. The embarrassment caused a silence during which the reader is to imagine that they passed on, giving place to other personages of the tale. Before turning to another group, however, we desire to say distinctly that in relating the manner of the miraculous consecration of the chapel of Our Lady of the Hermits, we have wished merely to set the tradition before the reader without inferring aught for or against its authenticity. It is well known the belief of these supernatural interferences of divine powers forms no necessary part of doctrine, even in that church which is said to be the most favored by these dispensations. And it ought always to be remembered that those sects which impugn these visible and physical signs of omnipotence entertain opinions of a more purely spiritual character that are scarcely less out of the course of ordinary and vulgar nature. In cases in which there exist so nice shades of distinction and in which truth is so difficult of discovery, it is our duty to limit ourselves to popular facts, and as such have we given the history of Einsiedeln, its abbey, and its virgin. Heinrich and the smith were the couple next to the count and the prior, and of course they were the next to cross the stage. "It is no doubt much, or I may add altogether, as you say, worshipful burgomaster—" "Brother Pilgrim," ruefully interrupted Heinrich. "I should have said, brother worshipful Pilgrim, though heaven it knows the familiarity goes nigh to choke me. And it is much as you say, that whether we cling to Rome or finally settle quietly into the new worship of Brother Luther, this journey ought in all fairness to be set down to our account as of so much virtue. For, look you, brother worshipful, it is made at the cost of Christian flesh and blood, and therefore should it be savory without much particularity concerning mere outward appearances? I do not think, were truth spoken, that wielding the sledge a 12-month would have done this injury to my feet. Have mercy on thyself and me, good smith, and think less of these trifling grievances. What heaven wills must happen, else would one of thy merit have risen higher in the world. Thanks, worshipful brother pilgrim and burgomaster, I will bethink me of resignation, though these wire-drawn pains are never to the liking of your men of muscle and great courage.
A knock o' the head or the bullet of an arquebus gives less uneasiness than smaller griefs much endured.
Were things properly governed, the penances and pilgrimages and other expiations of the Church would be chiefly left to the women. We shall see hereafter how Luther hath ordered this, but having ourselves embarked in this journey for the good of Durkheim, to say nothing of our own souls, it behoveth us to hold out manfully, a duty the more easily performed as we can now see the end of it. To speak thee fair, Dietrich, I do not remember ever to have beheld Benedictine abode with so much joy as this we see at yonder mountain's foot. Be of cheer, most honorable and excellent brother worshipful pilgrim. The trial is near its end, and if we come thus far to do this honor to our own community, why, Himmel, it is but the price paid for getting rid of another. Be of cheer truly, brother Smith, for it is but some kneeling and a few stripes that each is to apply to his own back, after which the return will reasonably be more joyous than the advance. Encouraged by each other, the devotees hobbled on, their heavy massive frames yielding at every step, like those of overgrown oxen which had been but indifferently shod. As they passed by, their places were filled by the four, of whom Gisela and Gottlieb formed a part.
Among these the discourse was light and trifling, for bodily fatigue had little influence on the joyous buoyancy of such spirits, especially at a moment when they saw before them the immediate termination of their troubles. Not so with those that came next. These were Ulrich and her friend, who moved along the path like those who are loaded with griefs of the soul. God is among these hills as he is in our plains, Lottchen, said the former, continuing the discourse. Yon temple is his shrine, as was that of Lemberg, and it is as vain for man to think of forgetting him on earth as it would be to invade him in that heaven which is his throne. What he doth is wise, and will endeavor to submit. The words of Ulrich were perhaps more touched with resignation than her manner. The latter, though subdued, was filled with sorrow, and her voice was tremulous nearly to tears. Though the exhibition of her melancholy was deep and evident, it was of a character which denotes no extinction of hope. On the other hand, the features, eye, and entire manner of her friend bore the heavy and fatal impress of incurable woe. God is among these hills, repeated Lottchen, though she scarce seemed to hear the words. God is among these hills. We approach a much-esteemed shrine, dearest Lottchen. The being in whose name it hath been raised will not permit us to depart from it unblessed. We shall be blessed, Ulrich. Thou dwellest hopelessly on thy loss, my Lottchen. Would thou had less thought of the past and more of the future. The smile with which the widow regarded her friend was full of anguish. I have no future, Ulrich, but the grave. Dearest Lottchen, we will speak of this holy shrine. Emotion smothered her voice. Speak of what thou wilt, my friend, answered the childless widow with a frightful calm. I see no difference in subjects. Lottchen, not when we discourse of heaven. The widow bowed her vacant eyes to earth, and they passed on. Their footsteps were succeeded by those of the beast ridden by Ilse and by the faltering tread of Meta. Aye, yon is the shrine of Our Lady of the Hermits, said the former. A temple of surpassing virtue. Well, heaven is not in churches and chapels, and that of Lemberg may yet be spared. The more especially as the brotherhood was far from being of unexceptionable lives. Keep up thy heart, Meta, and think not of weariness, for not a pain dost thou now bear that will not be returned to thee another day in joy or in some other precious gift. This is heaven's justice, which is certain to requite all equally for good or evil. Well a day, it is this certainty that comforteth the godly and giveth courage to the tottering. She spoke to an insensible listener. The countenance of Meta, like that of Lottchen, expressed hopelessness, though it were in less palpable and certain signs. The eye was dull but wandering, the cheek pale, the mouth convulsive and at times compressed. The step languid, and the whole being of this young and innocent creature seemed wasting under a premature and unnatural blight. She looked at the convent with indifference, though it brought relief to her bodily pains. The mountains rose dark and rugged near or glittered in the distance like hills of alabaster, without giving birth to a single exclamation of delight which these scenes are known to excite in young breasts, and even the pure void above was gazed at, though it seemed to invite to a more tranquil existence with vacuity and indifference. Ah's me, continued Ilse, whose observation rarely penetrated beyond her own feelings, and whose tongue was never known to wax weary. Ah's me, Meta, oh, it must be a wicked world that needs all these pilgrimages and burnings.
But they are only types, child, of the past and of the future,
of the has-been and of the to-come.
First life is a pilgrimage and a penance, though few of us think so while journeying on its way.
But so it is to all, especially to the little favored. But a penance it is, by means of our ailings and other infirmities, particularly in age.
And the burnings of convents and villages are types of the burnings of the wicked. Thou dost not answer, child.
Dost think, nurse, that they who die by fire are blessed?
Of what art speaking, Meta? Poor Berchtold Hintermeyer perished, as thou knowest, in the flames of Limburg. So did Father Johann, and so did one far more evil than either. Oh, I could reveal secrets, and I not a prudent tongue. But wisdom lieth in prudence, and I say not. Therefore, Meta, be thou silent.
I will obey thee, nurse.
The tones of the girl trembled, and the smile with which she gladly acquiesced in the demand of Ilse was such as the sinking invalid gives the kind attendant.
Thou art dutiful, and it is a merit. I never knew thee more obedient and less given to merriment or girlish exclamations than on this pilgrimage.
All of which shows that thy mind is in a happy state for these holy offices. Well a day! The pious Arnulf has halted, and now we are about, in sooth, to reap the virtue of all our labors. Oh, and I had been a monk, thou wouldst have had a leader.
Ilse beat the sides of the patient animal she rode, and Meta toiled after, as well as her trembling limbs permitted. The knight and the abbé came last.
Thou hast made many of these pious expiations, Reverend Abbé? Observed the former when they had risen the hill which commanded a view of the convent.
Never another.
Had not chance made me an innocent participator in the destruction of Limburg, this indignity would have been spared. How? Callest thou a pilgrimage and a prayer at a shrine an indignity? Thou a churchman?
Gallant knight, I speak to thee as to a comrade of many days and of weary passages, as one enlightened. Thou knowest the constitution of earth and the divers materials that compose society. We have doctrines for all, but practices must be mitigated like medicaments to the sick.
Your pilgrimage is well enough for the peasant or the citizen, or even for your noble of the provinces, but their merit is much questioned among us of the capitals. Unless indeed there should mingle some hope for the future, but penance for deeds accomplished we hold to be supererogatory. By my rapier, no such doctrine was in vogue at Rhodes, where all ordinances were much respected and uniformly admitted. And had ye these familiar practices of religion in your daily habits, Sir Knight? I say not in practice, but ever in admission. Thou knowest the distinction, Sir Abbey, between the purity of doctrine and some constructions of practice.
That, doubtless.
Were we to tie the gentle down to all the observances and exactions of a severe theory, there would grow up numberless inconveniences. For myself, had it been possible to preserve the ecclesiastical character without penance, under the odium of this unhappy but accidental visit to our host the Count, I could have dispensed with the last act of the drama. 'Tis whispered, Herr Latouche, my cousin bethought him that the presence of an ecclesiastic might prove a cloak to his intentions, and that we might owe the pleasure of thy agreeable society to a policy that is deeper than chance. Albrecht of Weiderbach laughed as he intimated the ruse of Emic, and his companion, who had long perceived how completely he had been the dupe of his host, for in truth he knew nothing previously of the intended assault,
was fain to make the best of his situation.
He laughed in his turn, as the loose of principle make light of any misadventure that may happen to be the consequence of their laxity of morals. And pressing each other on their several parts in the late events, the two proceeded leisurely toward the spot where the prior and Emic, as leaders of the party, had now come to a halt. We shall profit by the occasion to make some necessary explanations. We are too much accustomed in this Protestant country to believe that most of the piety of those who profess the religion of Rome consists in externals. When the great antiquity of this church shall be remembered, as well as the great tendency in the early ages to imitate the forms and habits of their immediate predecessors, it should not occasion surprise if some observances were retained that cannot very clearly be referred either to apostolic authority or to reason. The promulgation of abstract truth does not necessarily infer a departure from those practices which may have become of value by use, even though they may not materially assist in the attainment of the great end.
We have inherited many of the vestments and ceremonies which are retained in the Protestant churches from pagan priests, nor is there any sufficient motive for abandoning them so long as they aid the decencies of worship without weakening its real objects. The pagans themselves probably derive some of these very practices from those whom we are taught to believe held direct communion with God, and should have best known in what manner to render human adoration most acceptable to the ruler of the universe.
In this country, Catholicism in its limited and popular meaning is no longer Catholic, since it is in so small a minority as to have no perceptible influence on the opinions or customs of the country. The outward symbols, the processions, and all the peculiar ceremonies of the Romish Church are confined to the temples, and the eye rarely or never meets any evidence of its existence beyond their walls. But in Europe, the reverse is altogether the case, more particularly in those countries in which the spiritual sway of the head of the Church has not been interrupted by any adventitious changes proceeding from political revolutions or powerful causes. The crucifix, the spear, the cock, the nails, and the sponge are erected at crossroads. Chapels dedicated to Mary are seen near many a spring or at the summit of some weary mountain, while the usual symbols of redemption are found scattered along the highways, marking the site of some death by accident or the scene of a murder. In no part of the other hemisphere are these evidences of faith and zeal more common than in the Catholic cantons of Switzerland. Hermitages are still frequent among the rugged rocks of that region, and it is usual to see near these secluded abodes a sort of minor chapel that is termed in ordinary language a station. These stations are so many tabernacles raised by the wayside, each containing a representation of one of the 12 sufferings of Christ. They are met equally on the side of Vesuvius, overlooking the glorious sea and land of that unequaled country among the naked wastes of the Apennines, or buried in gorgeous groves as accident may have determined their location. In some of the valleys of Switzerland, these little tabernacles dot the mountainside for miles, indicating by zigzag lines and white walls the path that leads from the village beneath to some shrine that is perhaps perched on the pinnacle of a naked rock, or which stands on a spur of the nearest range. The shrine of Einsiedeln possessed the usual number of these tabernacles stretching along the path that communicated with the Lake of Zurich. They were designed in the customary manner, each alluding to some one of these great personal afflictions that preceded the crucifixion, and each having sentences of Holy Writ to incite the pious to devotion. Here the pilgrims ordinarily commenced the worship peculiar to that place, and it was here that the prior now awaited his companions. End of Volume 2, Chapter 11. Read by Joel Kindrick. Volume 2, Chapter 12, of the Heidenmauer, or the Benedictines, A Legend of the Rhine, by James Fenimore Cooper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joel Kindrick. The Heidenmauer, by James Fenimore Cooper, Volume 2, Chapter 12. Was good to search our hearts and reins, the best were sinners great. Christ Vicar only knows no sin in alla thy's mortal state. Chatterton. When all were arrived, the pilgrims divided themselves along the path, some kneeling before one tabernacle and some at another. Ulrich and Lockchen, followed by the pallid Meta, prayed long at each succession. The other females imitated their example, though evidently with less zeal and earnestness. The Knight of Rhodes and Monsieur Latouche limited their observations to a few genuflections and much rapid crossing of themselves with the fingers, appearing to think their general professions of faith possessed a virtue that superseded the necessity of any extraordinary demonstrations of piety. Heinrich and the smith were more particular in showing respect for the prescribed forms. The latter, who was secretly paid by his townsmen for what he did, feeling himself bound in honor to give them the worthy of their money, and the burgomaster, in addition to his looking for great temporal advantages from the whole affair, being influenced by paternal regard for Durkheim. As for Ilse, none was more exact than she, and we may add none more ostentatious. "Hast bethought thee, Dietrich, to say an extra word in behalf of the general interests?" demanded Heinrich, while he patiently awaited the removal of the other from before the last tabernacle in order to assume the post himself. "Nay, worshipful burgomaster." "Brother Pilgrim, good smith." "Nay, worshipful brother, and good pilgrim." There was no question of this duty to the understanding. "Himmel, art such a hound, Dietrich, as to need a bribe to pray in thine own interest? Do that thou hast promised for the penance, and in the interest of the monks, and then bethink thee like an honest artisan of the town in which thou art a citizen. I never rise from my knees without counting a few beads on the score of Durkheim, and others for favor on the family of Frey. I cry you mercy, honorable Heinrich and excellent brother Pilgrim. The wish is reasonable, and it shall be performed." The smith then counted off his rosary, making place for the burgomaster as soon as he could conveniently get through with the duty. In the meantime, Arnulf had prayed devoutly with sincere mental abasement before each station. The pilgrims then arranged themselves in 2 lines, a form of approaching the convent of Einsiedeln that is still observed by thousands annually, the men placing themselves on the right of the path in single files and the females on its left in a similar order. Arnulf walking ahead, and the whole proceeded. Then began the repetition of the short prayers aloud. Whoever has wandered much through this remarkable and wild country must have frequently met with parties of pilgrims marching in the manner described. Whoever has wandered much through this remarkable and wild country must have frequently met with parties of pilgrims marching in the manner described and uttering their aspirations in the pure air as they ascend to or descend from the altar of Our Lady of the Snow, on the Rigi, or wend their way among rocky and giddy paths, seeking or returning from some other shrine. We know of no display of human worship that is more touching or impressive than this. The temple is the most magnificent on the earth. The air is as limpid as mountain torrents, and a high region can bestow, while sound is conveyed to the ear in its clearest and most distinct tones, aided perhaps by the echoes of dells that are nearly unfathomable, or of impending masses that appear to prop the skies. Long before the party is seen, the ear announces its approach by the music of the prayers. For music, it is in such a place, the notes alternating regularly between the deep bass of the male to the silvery softness of the female voice. Such was now the effect produced by the advance of our party from the Palatinate. Father Arnulf gave the lead, and the powerful lungs of Heinrich and the smith, though much restrained, uttered the words in tones impressively deep and audible. The response of the women was tremulous, soft, and soothing. In this manner did they proceed for a mile when they entered the street of the hamlet. An express had announced to the community of Einsiedeln the approach of the German penitents. By a singular perversion of the humble doctrines of the founder of the religion, far more importance was attached to the expiations and offerings of princes and of nobles of higher degree than to those which proceeded from sources that were believed to be meaner. All the dwellers of the hamlet, therefore, and most of the others that frequented the shrine, were abroad to witness this expected procession. The name of Emic was whispered from ear to ear, and many curious eyes sought the form of the powerful baron under the guise common to the whole party. By general consent, after much speculation, the popular opinion settled on the person of the smith as on the illustrious penitent, a distinction which Dietrich owed to the strength of his lungs, to some advantage in stature, and particularly to the zeal which, as a hireling, he thought it just to throw into his air and manner. Among the other traditions that serve to give a popular celebrity to the shrine of Our Lady of the Hermits is one which affirms that, on an occasion it is unnecessary to relate, the Son of God, in the form of a man, visited this favored shrine. He is said to have assuaged his thirst at the fountain which flows, with Swiss purity and profusion before the door of the building. And as the clear element has been made to run through different metal tubes, it is a custom of the pilgrims as they arrive to drink a hasty swallow at each in order to obtain the virtue of a touch so revered. There was also a plate of silver that had marks which were said to have been left by the fingers of Jesus, and to these it was the practice to apply the hand. The former usage is still universal, though modern cupidity has robbed the temple of the latter evidence of the reputed visit, in consequence of the value of the metal which bore its memorial. Arnulf halted at the fountain, and slowly making its circuit, drank at each spout. He was followed by all of his companions, but he passed the silver plate and entered the building praying aloud until his foot was on the threshold. Without stopping, he advanced and knelt on the cold stones before the shrine, fastening his eye the while on the carved image of Mary. The others imitated his movements, and in a few minutes all were kneeling before the far-famed chapel of the Divine Consecration. The ancient church of Einsiedeln, for the building has since been replaced by another still larger and more magnificent, had been raised on the spot where the cell of St. Maynard originally stood. The chapel reputed to have been consecrated by angels was in this reverend cell, and the whole stood in the center of the more modern edifice. It was small in comparison with the pile which held it, but of sufficient size to admit of an officiating priest, and to contain many rich offerings of the pious. The whole was encased in marble, blackened by time and the exhalations of lamps, while the front and part of the sides permitted a view of the interior through openings that were protected by gratings curiously and elaborately wrought. In the farther and dark extremity of this sacred chapel were the images of the mother and child. Their dresses, as is usual at all much worshipped shrines, were loaded with precious stones and plates of gold. The face of each had a dark and bronzed color, resembling the complexion of the Far East. but which probably is a usage connected with the association of the origin and destiny that are superhuman. The whole was illuminated by strong lights in lamps of silver gilt, and the effect to the mind indisposed to doubt was impressive and of a singularly mysterious influence. Such was the shrine of Our Lady of the Hermits at the time of our tale, and such it continues to be to this day, with some immaterial additions and changes that are more the results of time than of opinion. We have visited this resort of Catholic devotion in the elevated region of hill and frost, have strolled near the close of day among its numerous and decorated chapels, have seen the bare-kneed peasants of the Black Forest, the swarthy Hungarian, the glittery-eyed Piedmontese, and the fair-haired German, the Tyrolese, and the Swiss arrive in groups wearied and footsore, have watched them drinking with holy satisfaction at the several spouts, and, having followed them to the front of the altar, have wondered at the statue-like immovability with which they have remained kneeling without changing their gaze from that of the unearthly-looking image that seemed to engross their souls. Curiosity led us to the spot alone, and at no moment of a pilgrimage in foreign lands that has now extended to years do we remember to have felt so completely served from all to which we were most accustomed as at that hour. The groups arrived in scores, and without pausing to exchange a greeting, without thought of lodging or rest, each hurried to the shrine, where he seemed embodied with the stone of the pavement, as with riveted eye and abased mien he murmured the first prayers of expiation before the image of Mary. But to return to the narrative. For the first hour after the arrival of the expected pilgrims of Durkheim, not a sign of recognition or of grace was manifested in the convent. The officials came and went as if none but the common character made their expiations, and the fixed eye and swarthy face of the image seemed to return each steady gaze with supernatural tranquillity. At length Arnulf arose, and, as if his movements were watched, a bell rang in a distant aisle. A lateral door, which communicated with the conventual buildings, opened, and the whole brotherhood issued through it into the body of the church. Arnulf immediately kneeled again, and by a sign commanded his companions to maintain their places. Though grievously wearied with their positions, the men complied, but neither of the females had yet stirred. The Benedictines of Einsiedeln entered the church in the order that had been already described in the processions of Limburg. The junior monks came first, and the dignitaries last. In that age, their abbot was commonly of a noble and ancient, and sometimes of a princely house, for in maintaining its influence, the Church has rarely been known to overlook the agency of those opinions and prejudices that vulgarly exist among men. In every case, however, the prelate who presided over this favored community possessed in virtue of his office the latter temporal distinction, being created a mitred abbot and a prince of the empire on the day of his consecration. During the slow advance of the long line of monks that now drew near the shrine, there was a chant in the loft, and the deep organ accompanied the words on a low key. Even Albrecht and the abbé were much impressed, while Emick fairly trembled, like one who had unwittingly committed himself into the hands of his enemies. The head of the train swept round the little chapel and passed with measured steps before the pilgrims. The prior and the females only prayed the more devoutly, but neither the count nor the burgomaster could prevent their truant eyes from watching the movement. Dietrich, little schooled in his duties, fairly arose and stood repeating reverences to the whole fraternity as it passed. When the close drew near, Emick endeavored to catch a glance of the abbot's eyes, hoping to exchange one of those secret signs of courtesy with which the initiated in every class of life know how to express their sympathies. To his confusion, and slightly to his uneasiness, he saw the well-known countenance of Bonifacius at the side of the dignitary who presided over the brotherhood of Einsiedeln. The glances of these ancient and seemingly irreconcilable rivals were such as might have been anticipated. That of Bonifacius was replete with religious pride and a resentment that was at least momentarily gratified, though it still retained glimmerings of conscious defeat, while that of Emick was fierce, mortified, and alarmed all in a moment. But the train swept on, and it was not long ere the music announced the presence of the procession and the choir. And Arnulf again arose, and, followed by all the pilgrims, he drew near to listen to the vespers. After the prayers, the usual hymn was sung. "Himmel, master brother pilgrim," whispered the smith to the burgomaster. "That should be a voice known to all of Durkheim." "Oomph," ejaculated Heinrich, who sought the eye of Emick. "These Benedictines sing much in the same strain, Herr Emick, whether it be in Limburg or here in the church of Our Lady of the Hermits." "By my fathers, Master Frey, but thou sayest true. To treat thee as a confidant, I little like this intimate correspondence between the abbots, and, least of all, to see the Reverend Bonifacius enthroned here in this distant land, much as he was wont to be in our valley. I fear me, burgomaster, that we have entered lightly on this penance. If you can say this, well-born Emic, what should be the reply of one that hath wife and child in addition to his own person in the risk? It would have been better to covet less of heaven, the least portion of which must naturally be better than the best of that to which we are accustomed on earth, and to be satisfied with the advantages we have. Do you note, noble Count, the friendly manner in which Bonifacius regards us from time to time? His favors do not escape me, Heinrich, but peace. We shall learn more after the Vespers are ended. Then came the soothing power of that remarkable voice. The singer had been presented to the convent of Eisenden by Bonifacius, to whom he was now useless, as a boon that was certain to give him great personal favor, and so it had proved. For in those communities that passed their lives in the exercise of the offices of the Church, the different shades of excellence in the execution, or the greater external riches and decorations of their several shrines, often usurped the place of a nobler strife in zeal and self-denial. The ceremony now ended, and a brother approaching whispered Father Arnulf. The latter proceeded to the sacristy, attended by the pilgrims, for it was forbidden even to the trembling Meta to seek refreshment or rest until another important duty had been performed. The sacristy was empty, and they awaited still in silence while the music of the organ announced the retiring procession of the monks. After some delay, a door opened, and the abbot of Eisenden, accompanied by Bonifacius, appeared. They were alone, with the exception of the treasurer of the abbey, and as the place was closed, the interview that now took place was no longer subject to the vulgar gaze. "Thou art Emic, Count of Hartenberg-Leiningen?" said the prelate, distinguishing the noble, spite of his mean attire, by a single glance of an eye accustomed to scan its equals. "A penitent at our shrine for wrongs done the Church and for dishonor to God." "I am Emic of Leiningen, holy abbot." "Dost thou disclaim the obligation to be here?" "And a penitent," the words "for being here" bitterly added in a mental reservation. The abbot regarded him sternly, for he disliked the reluctance of his tongue. Taking Bonifacius apart, they consulted together for a few minutes. Then, returning to the group of pilgrims, he resumed. "Thou art now in a land that listeneth to no heresies, Herr von Hartenberg, and it would be well to remember thy vow and thy object. Hast thou aught to say?" Emic slowly undid his scrip, and sought his offerings among its scanty contents. "This crucifix was obtained by a noble of my house when a crusader. It is of jasper, as thou seest, reverend abbot, and it is not otherwise wanting in valuable additions." The abbot bowed in the manner of one indifferent to the richness of the boon, signing to the treasurer to accept the gift. There was then a brief pause. "This censer was a gift of a noble far less possessed than thee," said he who kept the treasures of the abbey, with an emphasis that could not easily be mistaken. "The zeal outstrippeth the limbs of a weary man, brother. Here is a diamond that hath been heirloom of my house a century. 'Twas an emperor's gift. It is well bestowed on Our Lady of the Hermits, though she can boast of far richer offerings from names less known than thine." Emic now hesitated, but only for an instant, and then laid down another gift. "This vessel is suited to thy offices," he said, "being formed for the altar's services." "Lay the cup aside," sternly and severely interrupted Bonifacius. "It cometh of Limburg." Emic colored, more in anger than in shame, however, for in that age plunder was one of the speediest and most used means of acquiring wealth. He eyed the merciless abbot fiercely, but without speaking. "I have no more," he said. "The wars, the charges of my house, and gold given the rooted brother have left me poor." The treasurer turned to Heinrich with an eloquent expression of countenance. "Thou wilt remember, master treasurer, that there is no longer any question of a powerful baron," said the burgomaster, "but that the little I have to give cometh of a poor and saddled town. First, we offer our wishes and our prayers. Secondly, we present in all humility, and with the wish they may prove acceptable, these spoons, which may be of use in some of thy many ceremonies. Thirdly, this candlestick, which though small is warranted to be of pure gold by jewelers of Frankfurt. And lastly, this cord with which 7 of our chief men have grievously and loyally scourged themselves in reparation of the wrong done thy brethren." All these offerings were graciously received, and the monk turned to the others. It is unnecessary to repeat the different donations that were made by the inferiors who came from the castle and the town. That of Gottlob was, or pretended to be, the offending horn, which had so irreverently been sounded near the altar of Limburg, and a piece of gold. The latter was the identical coin he had obtained from Bonifacius in the interview which led to his arrest, and the other was a cracked instrument that the roguish cowherd had often essayed among his native hills without the least success. In afterlife, when the spirit of religious party grew bolder, he often boasted of the manner in which he had tricked the Benedictines by bestowing an instrument so useless. Ulrich made her offering with sincere and meek penitence. It consisted of a garment for the image of the Virgin, which had been chiefly wrought by her own fair hands, and on which the united tributes of her townswomen had been expended, in the way of ornaments and in stones of inferior price. The gift was graciously received, for the community had been well instructed in the different characters of the various penitents. "Hast thou aught in honor of Maria?" demanded the treasurer of Lochgin. The widowed and childless woman endeavored to speak, but her power failed her. She laid upon the table, however, a neatly bound and illuminated missal, a cap that seemed to have no particular value except its tassel of gold and green, and a hunting horn, all of which, with many others of the articles named, had made part of the load borne on the furniture of the ass. "These are unusual gifts at our shrine," muttered the monk. "Reverend Benedictine," interrupted Ulrich, nearly breathless in the generous desire to avert pain from her friend. "They are extorted from her who gives like drops of blood from the heart. This is Lochgin Hintermeyer, of whom thou hast doubtless heard." The name of Lochgin Hintermeyer had never reached the treasurer's ear, but the sweet and persuasive manner of Ulrich prevailed. The monk bowed, and he seemed satisfied. The next that advanced was Meta. The Benedictines all appeared struck by the pallid color of her cheek and the vacant, hopeless expression of an eye that had lately been so joyous. "The journey hath been hard upon our daughter," said the princely abbot with gentleness and concern. "She is young, reverend father," answered Ulrich, "but God will temper the wind to the shorn lamb." The abbot looked surprised, for the tones of the mother met his ear with an appeal as touching as that of the worn countenance of the girl. "Is she thy child, good pilgrim?" "Father, she is. Heaven make me grateful for its blessed gift." Another gaze from the wondering priest, and he gave place to the treasurer, who advanced to receive the offering. The frame of Meta trembled violently, and she placed a hand to her bosom. Drawing forth a paper, she laid it simply before the monk, who gazed at it in wonder. "What is this?" he asked. "It is the image of a youth rudely sketched." "It meaneth, father," half-whispered Ulrich, "that the heart which loved him now belongs to God." The abbot bowed, hastily signing to the inferior to accept the offering, and he walked aside to conceal a tear that started to his eye. Meta at that moment fell upon her mother's breast, and was borne silent from the sacristy. The men followed, and with single exception, the two abbots and the treasurer were now left alone. "Hast thou an offering, good woman?" demanded the latter of the female who remained. "Have I an offering, father? Dost think I would come thus far with an empty hand? I am Ilse, Frau Frey's nurse, that Durkheim hath sent on this pilgrimage as an offering in herself, and such it truly is for frail bones and 60 and past. We are but poor townspeople of the Palatinate, but then we know what is available at need. There are many reasons why I should come, as thou shalt hear. Firstly, I was in Limburg church when the deed was. How did one of thy years go forth on such an expedition? Aye, and on many other expeditions. Firstly, I was with the old burgomaster, Frau Ulrich's father, when there was a succor sent to Mannheim. Secondly, I beheld from our hills the onset between the elector's men and the followers of— Dost thou serve the mother of yonder weeping girl? Demanded the abbot, cutting short the history of Ilse's campaigns. And the weeping girl herself, reverend and holy and princely abbot, and, if thou wilt, the burgomaster too, for at times, in sooth, I served the whole family. Canst thou repeat the history of her sorrow? Not easier, my lord and abbot. Firstly, as she is youthful, and that is an age when we grieve or are gladdened with little reason, then she is an only child, which is apt to weaken the spirit by indulgence. Next, she is fair, which often tempts the heart with various vanities, and doubtless into sorrow among the others. Then is she footsore, a bitter grief of itself. And finally, she hath much repentance for this nefarious sin, of which we are not yet purged, and which, unless pardoned, may descend to her, among other bequests from her father. It is well. Deposit thy gift, and kneel, and I may bless thee. Ilse did as ordered, after which she withdrew, making many reverences in the act. As the door closed on the crone, Bonifacius and his brother abbot quitted the place in company, leaving the monk charged with that duty to care for the wealth that had been so liberally added to the treasury of Einsiedeln.
End of Volume 2, Chapter 12. Read by Joel Kindrick. Volume 2, Chapter 13 of the Heidenmauer, or the Benedictines, A Legend of the Rhine by James Fenimore Cooper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joel Kindrick. The Heidenmauer by James Fenimore Cooper, Volume 2, Chapter 13. Israel, are these men the mighty hearts you spoke of? Byron. There was little resemblance in the characters of the two prelates beyond that which was the certain consequence of their common employment. If Bonifacius was the most learned, of the strongest intellectual gifts, and, in other particulars relating to the mind, of the higher endowments, the princely abbot of Einsiedeln had more of those gentle and winning qualities which best adorn the Christian life. Perhaps neither was profoundly and meekly pious, for this was not easy to men surrounded by so many inducements to flatter their innate weaknesses. But both habitually respected the outward observances of their church, and both, in degrees proportioned to the boldness and sagacity of their respective intellects, yielded faith to the virtue of its offices. On quitting the sacristy, they proceeded through the cloisters to the abode of the chief of the community. Here, closeted together, there was a consultation concerning their further proceedings. "Thou wert of near neighborhood," said he of Our Lady of the Hermits, to this hardy baron, brother Bonifacius. "As thou mayest imagine by the late events, there lay but a few arrows' flights between his castle and our unhappy walls. Had ye good understanding of old, or cometh the present difficulty from long-standing grievances? Thou art happy, pious Rudiger, to be locked as you are among your frosts and mountains, beyond the reach of a noble's arm and beyond the desires of noble's ambition. Limburg and the craving counts have scarce known peace since our abbey's foundation. Your unquiet baron fills some such agency in respect to our religious communities as that which the unquiet spirit of the father of sin occupies in the moral world. And yet I doubt that the severest blow we are to receive will come from one of ourselves. If all that rumor and missives about the bishops reveal to be true, this schism of Luther promises us a lasting injury." Bonifacius, whose mind penetrated the future much farther than most of his brethren possessed the means of doing, heard this remark gloomily, and he sat brooding over the pictures which a keen imagination presented while his companion watched the play of his massive features with intuitive interest. "Thou art right, princely abbot," the former at length replied. "To us both the future and the past are filled with lessons of deep instruction, could we but turn them to present advantage. All that we know of earth shows that each physical thing returns to its elements, when the object of its creation has been accomplished. The tree helps to pile the earth which once nourished its roots, the rock crumbles to the sand of which it was formed, and every man turns to that dust which was animated that he might live. Can we expect that our abbeys, or even the church itself in its present temporal organization, will stand forever? Thou hast done well to qualify thy words by saying temporal, good Bonifacius, for if the body decays, the soul remains, and the essence of our communion is in its spiritual character. Hearken, right reverend and noble Rudiger. Go ask Luther in the nicety of his creed on this point, and he will tell you that he is a believer in the transmigration of souls, that he keepeth the spiritual character but in a new dress, and that, while he consigns the ancient body to the tomb, he only lightens the imperishable part of a burthen that has grown too heavy to be borne. But this is rank rebellion to authority and flat refusal of doctrine. Of the former there can be no question, and, as to our German regions, most seem prepared to incur its risks. In respect to doctrine, learned Rudiger, you now broach a thesis which resembles the bells in your convent towers, on which there may be rung endless changes from the simple chime to a triple bob major. Nay, reverend Bonifacius, thou treatest the grave subject with irreverent levity. If we are to tolerate these innovations, there is an end of discipline, and I marvel that a dignified priest should so esteem them. Thou doest me injustice, brother, for what I urge is said in befitting seriousness. The ingenuity of man is so subtle, and his doubts once engaged so restless, that when the barrier of discipline is raised, I know no conclusion for which a clever head may not find a reason. Has it never struck thee, Reverend Rudiger, that a great error hath been made from the commencement in founding all our ordinances to regulate society, whether they be of religious or of mere temporal concerns?
Thou askest this of one who hath been accustomed to think of his superiors with respect. I touch not on our superiors, nor on their personal qualities. What I would say is that our theories are too often faulty, inasmuch as they were made to suit former practices. Whereas in a well-ordered world, methinks the theory should come first and the usage follow as a consequence of suitable conclusions. This might have done for him who possessed Eden, but those who came after were compelled to receive things as they were and to turn them to profit as they might. Brother and princely abbot, thou hast grappled with the dilemma. Could we be placed in the occupancy of this goodly heritage, untrammeled by previously endeared interests, seeing the truth not would be easier than to make practice conform to theory? But, being that we are priest and noble, saint and sinner, philosopher and worldling, why, look you, the theory is driven to conform to the necessities of practice, and hence doctrine, at the best, is but a convertible authority. As a Benedictine and a lover of Rome, I would that Luther had been satisfied with mere change in habits, for these may be accomplished to climates and prejudices. But when the floodgates of discussion are raised, no man can say to what extent or in what direction the torrent will flow. Thou hast little faith, seemingly, in the quality of reason. Bonifacius regarded his companion a moment with an ill-concealed sneer. Surely, holy Rudiger, he gravely replied, thou hast not so long governed thy fellows to put this question to me. Hast thou said passion we might rightly quick come to an understanding? The corollaries of our animal nature follow reasonably enough from the proposition, but when we quit the visible landmarks of the species to launch upon the ocean of speculation, we commit ourselves to the mariner who trusts his magnet to an unknown cause. He that is a-hungered will eat, and he that is pained will roar. He that hath need of gold will rob, in some shape or other, and he that loveth his ease may prefer quiet to trouble. All this may be calculated with other inferences that follow. But if thou wilt tell me what course the Lammergeier will take when he hath soared beyond the Alps, I will tell thee the direction in which the mind of man will steer when fairly afloat on the sea of speculation and argument. The greater the necessity that it should be held in the wholesome limits of discipline and doctrine. Were doctrine like our convent walls, all would be well, but being what it is, men become what they are. How? Dost thou account faith for naught? I have heard there were brothers of deep piety in Limburg. Father Johann, who perished in defense of thy altars, may go near to be canonized, to say nothing of the excellent prior who is here among us on this pilgrimage. I count faith for much, excellent brother, and happy is he who can satisfy uneasy scruples by so pleasant an expedient. Brother Johann may be canonized, if our Father of Rome shall see fit, hereafter, and the fallen Limburg will have reason to exult in its member. Still, I do not see that the unhappy Johann proveth aught against the nature of doctrine, for, had he been possessed of less pertinacity in certain of his opinions, he would have escaped the fate which befell him. Is martyrdom a lot to displease a Christian? Bethink thee of the fathers and of their ends. Had Johann bethought him more of their fortunes, his own might have been different. Reverend Abbot, Johann hath long ceased to be a riddle to me, though I deny not his utility with the peasant and the fervent. But him thou hast last mentioned, here Bonifacius leaned a cheek on his hand and spoke like one that was seriously perplexed. Him thou namest last, the sincere and wise and simple Arnulf, have I never truly comprehended. That man appeareth equally contented in his cell or in his stall, honored equally in his office and on this weary pilgrimage. Whether in prosperity or in misfortune, he is ever at peace with himself and with others. He is truly a man that no reasoning of mine hath been able to fathom. He is not ambitious, for thrice hath he refused the mitre. He is sustained by no wild visions or deceitful fantasies like the unhappy Johann, nor yet is he indifferent to any of the more severe practices of his profession, all of which are observed quietly and seemingly with satisfaction. He is learned without the desire of discussion, meek amid a firmness that would despise the stake, and forgiving to a degree that might lead us to call him easy, but for a consistency that never seemeth to yield to any influence of season, events, or hopes. Truly, this is a man that baffleth all my knowledge. Bonifacius, in despite of his acquirements, his masculine intellect, and his acquaintance with men, did not perceive how much he admitted against himself by expressing his own inability to fathom the motives of the prior. Nor did the enigma appear to be perfectly intelligible to his companion. who listened curiously to the other's description of their brother, as much as we hearken to a history of inexplicable or supernatural incidents. "I have heard much of Arnulf," observed the latter, "though never matter so strange as this, and yet most seem to love him. Therein is his power. Though often most opposed to me, I cannot say that I myself am indifferent to the man. By our patron saint, I sometimes fain believe I love him. He was among the last to desert our altars when pressed by this rapacious noble and his credulous and silly burghers, and yet was he foremost to forgive the injury when committed. But for him and his high influence with the bishops, there might have been blows for blows, spite of this schism that hath turned so many in Germany from our support. And since thou speakest of the schism, in what manner dost thou account for an innovation so hardy, in a region that is usually esteemed reasonable? There must have been relaxation of authority, for there is no expedient so certain to prevent heresies or errors of doctrine as a church well established and which is maintained by fitting authority. Bonifacius smiled, for even in that early age his penetrating mind saw the fallacy to which the other was a dupe. "This is well when there is right, but when there is error, brother, your established authority does but uphold it. The provisions that are made in thy comfortable abode to keep the cold air out may be the means of keeping foul air within. In this manner of reasoning, truth can have no existence. Thou dreadest doctrine, and thou wilt not of discipline? Nay, holy Rudiger, in the latter thou greatly misconceiveth me. Of discipline I would have all that is possible. I merely deny that it is any pledge of truth. We are apt to say that a well-ordained and established church is the buttress of truth, when experience plainly showeth that this discipline doeth more harm to truth than it can ever serve it, and that simply because there can be but one truth, while there are many modes of discipline. Many establishments therefore uphold many errors, or truth hath no identity with itself. Thou surprisest me. Whatever may come of this heresy, as yet I know of but one assault on our supremacy, and that cometh of error, and we come of right. This is well for Christendom, but what saith it for your Moslem, your fire-worshipper, your Hindu, your pagan, and all the rest, any one of whom is just as ready to keep out error by discipline as we of Rome? Until now, certainly among Christians, this evil hath not often happened, though even we are not without our differences. But looking to this advance of the printing art and of the variety of opinions that are its fruits, I foresee that we are to have many opposing expedients, all of which will be equally well pondered and concocted to keep in truth and to exclude error. This pretension of high authority and of close exactions to maintain purity of doctrine and what we deem truth is well, as the jurists say, quod hoc. But nothing touching the general question, I do not see its virtue. Now that men enlist with passion in these spiritual discussions, we may look to see various modifications of the church, all of which will be more or less buttressed by human expedients, as so many preservatives of truth. But when the time shall come that countries and communities are divided among themselves on these subtleties, look you, excellent Rudiger, we may expect to shut in as much error by our laws and establishments as we shall shut out. I fear heaven is a goal that must be reached by general mediation, leaving each to give faith to the minor points of doctrine according to his habits and abilities. This savors more of the houseless abbot than of him who lately had an obedient and flourishing brotherhood, Rudiger somewhat piquantly rejoined. Bonifacius was unmoved by the evident allusion, regarding his companion coolly and like a man who too well knew his own superiority easily to take offense. His reply, however, would probably have been a retort, notwithstanding the seeming moderation, had not a door opened and Arnulf quietly entered the room. The reception of the prior by his two mitred brethren proved the deep respect which had so universally been won by his self-denying qualities. In the great struggle of the conflicting egotism which composes in a great degree the principle of most of the actions of this uneasy world, no one is so likely to command universal esteem as he who appears willing to bear the burthen of life, with as little as possible of its visible benefits by withdrawing himself from the arena of its contentions. In the great mass, an occasional retreat from the struggle on the part of those who have few means of success creates but little feeling of sort, perhaps. But when he that hath undeniable pretensions exhibits this forbearance, he may be certain of obtaining full credit for all that he possesses and more, even to the admission of qualifications that would be vehemently denied had he taken a different attitude in respect to his rivals. Such was, in some measure, the position of Father Arnulf, and Bonifacius himself never struggled to resist his natural impulses towards the pious monk, having a secret persuasion that none of his virtues, however publicly proclaimed, were likely to militate against his own interests. "Thou art much wearied, holy prior," said the abbot of Einsiedeln, offering a seat to his visitor with assiduous and flattering attention. "I count it not, princely Rudiger. Having lighted the way with much good discourse and many prayers, my pilgrims are faint, but happily arrived, they are now fairly committed to the convent's hospitality." "Thou hast with thee, Reverend Arnulf, a noble of high esteem in thy German country, of ancient blood and of great worldly credit," returned the prior with reserve. "What thinkest thou, brother Bonifacius? It may not be prudent to make any very public manifestations of a difference of treatment between those who seek our shrine, but do not hospitality and such courtesy as marketh our own breeding demand some private greetings? Is my opinion suitable, worthy Arnulf?" "God is no respecter of persons, abbot of Einsiedeln. Can any know this better than ourselves? But we pretend not to perfection, nor can our judgments be set up as decisive of men's merits farther than belongs to our office. Ours is an hospitable order, and we are privileged to earn esteem, and therefore doth it appear to me not only becoming our politic to show a noble of this repute, and at a moment when heresy runs mad, that we do not overlook the nature of his sacrifices. Thou art silent, brother abbot." The abbot of Limburg listened with secret satisfaction, for he had views of his own that the proposal favored. He was therefore about to give a ready assent when Arnulf interrupted him. "I have nobles among my followers, right reverend abbots," said the latter earnestly, "and I have those that deserve to be more than noble if deep Christian humility can claim to be so esteemed. I did not come to speak of Emic of Hartenburg, but the spirit sorely bruised, and to beg of thee, in their behalf, a boon of churchly offices. Name it, father, and make certain of its fair reception. But it is now late, and no rites of the morrow need defeat our intentions of honest hospitality." "They in whose behalf I would speak," said Arnulf with apparent mortification, "are already without. If admitted, they may best explain their own desires." The abbot signified a ready assent to receive these visitors, and the prior hastened to admit them, anticipating a wholesome effect on the minds of his superiors from the interview. When he reappeared, he was followed by Ulrich, Lockchen, and Meta, who came after him in the order named. Both the abbots seemed surprised, for it exceeded their confidence in themselves to admit visitors of that sex at an hour so equivocal in the more retired parts of the buildings, and they counted little on the boldness of innocence. "This exceedeth usage," exclaimed the superior of Einsiedeln. "It is true we have our privileges, pious Arnulf, but they are resorted to with great discretion." "Fear not, holy abbot," Arnulf calmly answered. "This visit may at least claim to be as harmless as that of those thou hast just named. Speak, virtuous Ulrich, that thy wishes may be known." Ulrich crossed herself, first casting a tearful eye on the pallid and depressed countenances of her daughter and of her friend. "We are come to your favored shrine, princely and pious abbot," she slowly commenced like one who feared the effects of her own words. "Penitents, pilgrims, and acknowledging our sins in order to expiate a great wrong and to implore heaven's pardon. The accomplishment of our wishes hath been promised by the Church, and by one greater than the Church should we bring with us contrite hearts. In this behalf, then, we have now little to offer, since our pious guide, the beloved and instructed Arnulf, hath taught us to admit no observance, nor hath he, in any particular, left us ignorant of the state of mind that best befitteth our present undertaking. But, right reverend abbot, proceed, daughter, thou wilt find all here ready to listen," said Rudiger, kindly, observing that her words became choked, and that she continued to cast uneasy looks at Lockchen and Meta. The voice of the speaker sank, but her tones were still more earnest as she continued. "Holy Benedictine, aided by heaven's kindness, I will. In all that toucheth our pilgrimage and its duties, we confide entirely to the pious counsel of the learned and godly Arnulf, and he will tell you that not material hath by us been neglected. We have prayed and confessed and fasted and done the needed expiations in a meek mood and with contrite hearts. We come then to ask a service of this favored community, which we trust may not be refused to the Christian." The abbot looked surprised, but he awaited her own time to continue. It hath pleased heaven to call away one dear to us at a short summons, proceeded Ulrich, not without casting another fearful glance at her companions, and we would ask the powerful prayers of the community of Our Lady of the Hermits in behalf of his soul. Of what age was the deceased? God summoned him, Reverend Abbot, in early youth. By what means did he come to his end? By a sudden display of heaven's power. Died he at peace with God and the Church? Father, his end was sudden and calamitous. None can know the temper of his mind at that awful moment. But did he live in the practices of our faith? Thou comest from a region in which there is much heresy, and this is an hour in which the shepherd cannot desert the fold. Ulrich paused, for the breathing of her friend was thick and audible. Princely Abbot, he was a Christian. I held him myself at the font. This humble penitent and pilgrim gave him birth, and to this holy prior hath he often confessed. The abbot greatly disliked the manner of the answers. His brow drew over the eyes, and he turned jealous glances from Arnulf to the females. "Canst thou vouch for thy penitent?" he demanded abruptly of the prior. "His soul hath need of masses. Was he tainted with the heresy of the times?" Arnulf paused. His mind underwent a severe struggle, for while he distrusted the opinions of Berchtold, he knew nothing that a scrupulous and conscientious judge could fairly construe to unequivocal evidence of his dereliction from the Church. "Thou dost not answer, prior. God hath not gifted me with knowledge to judge the secret heart." "Ha! This grows plainer. Reverend Bonifacius, canst thou say aught of this?" The dethroned abbot of Limburg had at first listened to the dialogue with indifference. There had even been an ironical smile on his lips while Ulrich was speaking, but when Arnulf was questioned, it disappeared in an active and a curious desire to know in what manner a man so conscientious would extricate himself from the dilemma. Thus directly questioned, however, he found himself obliged to become a party in the discourse. "I well know, princely and pious Rudiger, that heresy is rife in our misguided Palatinate," he answered, "else would not the abbot of Limburg be a houseless guest in Einsenden. Thou hearest, daughter? The youth is suspected of dying an enemy of the Church. The greater the errors, if this be true, the greater the need that prayers be offered for his soul. This would truly be aiding Lucifer in his designs to overturn our tabernacles, and a weakness not to be indulged. I am grieved to be compelled to show this discipline to one of thy seeming zeal. But our altars cannot be defiled by sacrifices in behalf of those who despise them. Was the youth connected with the fall of Limburg?" "Father, he died in the crush of its roofs," said Ulrich in nearly inaudible syllables, "and we deem the manner of his end another reason why extraordinary masses should be said in his behalf." "Thou askest an impossibility. Were we to yield to our pity in these cases of desperate heresies, it would discourage the faithful and embolden those who are already too independent." "Father," said a tremulous and low but eager voice. "What wouldest thou, daughter?" asked the abbot, turning to Lottchen. "Listen to a mother's prayer. The boy was born and educated in the bosom of the Church. For reasons at which I do not repine, heaven early showed its displeasure on his father and on me. We were rich, and we became poor. We were esteemed of men, and we learned how much better is the support of God. We submitted, and when we saw those who had once looked up to us in respect looking down upon us in scorn, we kissed the child, were grateful, and did not repine. Even this trial was not sufficient. The father was taken from his pains and mortifications, and my son put on the livery of a baron. I cannot say my strength would have been equal to all this of itself. An angel in the form of this constant and excellent woman was sent to sustain me. Until the late wrong to Limburg, we had our hopes and our hours of happiness. But that crime defeated all. My boy hath perished by a just anger, and I remain to implore heaven in his behalf. Wilt thou refuse the Church's succor to a childless mother, who, this favor obtained, will be ready to bless God and die?" "Thou troublest me, daughter, but I beg thee to remember I am but the guardian of a high and sacred trust." "Father," said a second and still more thrilling appeal. "Thou too, child, what wouldest thou of one but too ready to yield were it not for duty?" Meta had kneeled, and throwing back the hood of her pilgrim's mantle, the change left her bloodless face exposed to the abbot's view. The girl seemed severely struggling with herself. Then, finding encouragement in her mother's eye, she was able to continue. "I know, most holy and very reverend abbot," she commenced with an evidently regulated phraseology, like one who had been instructed how to make the appeal, "that the Church hath need of much discipline, without which there would be neither duration nor order in its existence. This hath my mother taught me, and we both admit it and prize the truth. For this reason we have submitted ourselves to all its ordinances, never failing to confess and worship, or to observe fasts and saints' days. Even the mitred Bonifacius there will not deny this as respects either of us." Meta delayed, as if inviting the abbot to gainsay her words if he could, but Bonifacius was silent. "As for him that hath died," resumed Meta, "this is truth. He was born a Christian, and he never said aught in my presence against the Church. Thou canst not think, Father, that he who sought my esteem would strive to gain it by means that no Christian girl could respect. That he was often at the abbey confessionals I know, and that he was asked in favor with this holy prior thou hast but to ask but to learn. In going against Limburg he did not but obey his lord, as others have often done before. And surely all that fall in battle are not to be hopelessly condemned. If there is heresy in Germany, is it not of itself to endure so great a danger in life that the dead must be abandoned to their past acts, without succor from the Church or thought from their friends? Oh, thou wilt think better, holy but cruel Rudiger, of thy hasty decision. Give us then masses for poor Berkhold. I know not what Bonifacius may have said to thee in secret concerning the youth, but this much would I say in his favor, in presence of the assembled earth: more pious son, more faithful follower, a braver at need, a more gentle in intercourse, a truer or kinder heart than his, does not now beat in the Palatinate. I know not, but I exceed the limits of a maiden's speech in what I say," continued the girl ardently, a bright spot shining on her cheek amid her tears. "But the dead are mute, and if those they loved are cold to their wants, in what manner is heaven to know their cruel need?" "Good daughter," interrupted the abbot, who began to feel distressed, "we will think of this. Go thou to thy rest, and may God bless thee." "Nay, I cannot sleep while the soul of Berkhold endures this jeopardy. Perhaps the Church will demand penance on his behalf. My mother Lockjen is no longer young and strong as formerly, but thou seest, Father, what I am. Name what thou wilt, pilgrimages, fasts, stripes, prayers, or vigils are all alike to me. Nay, think not that I regard them. Thou canst not bestow more happiness than to give this task for poor Berkhold's sake. Oh, hadst thou known him, holy monk, so kind with the weak, so gentle with us maidens, and so true, thou wouldest not, nay, thou couldst not need another prayer to grant the masses." "Bonifacius, is there no means of justifying the confession?" "I would speak with thee, brother," answered the Limburg, who, with a thoughtful countenance, awaited his comparison a little apart from the others. The conference of the two prelates was short, but it was decisive. "Take away the child," said Abbot Rudiger to Ulrich. "The weight of heaven's displeasure must be borne." The prior sighed heavily, but he signed for the females to obey like one who saw the uselessness of further entreaties. Leading the way, he left the abbot's abode, his companions following, nor did a murmur escape either while giving this proof of patient submission. It was only when Ulrich and Lockjen had reached the open air that they found the helpless girl they supported was without sensibility. As fits of fainting had been common of late, her mother felt no great alarm, nor was it long before all the female pilgrims sought the pillows they so much needed. End of Volume 2, Chapter 13. Read by Joel Kindrick. Volume 2, Chapter 14. Of the Heidenmauer, or the Benedictines, A Legend of the Rhine, by James Fenimore Cooper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joel Kindrick. The Heidenmauer, by James Fenimore Cooper, Volume 2, Chapter 14. "Fie, Uncle Beaufort, I have heard you preach. That malice was a great and grievous sin." King Henry VI. The social character of a Benedictine community has been mentioned in one of the earlier chapters. That of Einsiedeln, though charged with the worship of altars especially favored, formed no exception to the general rule.
If anything, the number of distinguished pilgrims that frequented its shrines rendered it liable to more than usual demands on its hospitality, demands that were met by a suitable attention to the rules of the brotherhood. Even Loreto has its palace for the entertainment of such princes as can descend from their thrones to kneel in the Santa Casa. For policy, not to speak of a more generous motive, requires that the path should be smoothed to those devotees who are unaccustomed to encounter difficulties. In conformity with the rule of their order, then, though dwelling in the included and wild region already described, the fraternity of Our Lady of the Hermits had their abbot's abode, their lodgings for the stranger, and their stores of cheer, as well as their cells and their religious rites. It was about 3 hours after the interview related in the last chapter, a time that brings us near the turn of the night, that we shall return to the narrative. The scene is a banqueting hall, or to speak in more measured phrase, a private refectory, in which the princely abbot was wont to entertain those in whose behalf he saw sufficient reasons to exercise more than ordinary attention and favor. There was no great show of luxury in the ordinary decorations of the place, for a useless display of its means formed no part of the system of a community that chiefly existed by the liberality of the pious. Still, the hall was well arranged as comported with the rude habits of the age in that secluded region, habits that consulted the substantial portion of human enjoyments far more than those elaborate and effeminate inventions which use has since rendered nearly indispensable to later generations. The floor was of tile, not very nicely polished. The walls were wainscoted in dark oak, and the ceiling had a rude attempt to represent the supper given at the marriage of Cana and the miracle of the wine. Notwithstanding it was midsummer, a cheerful fire blazed in a chimney of huge dimensions, the size of the apartment and the keen air of the mountains rendering such an auxiliary not only agreeable but necessary. The board was spacious and well covered, offering a generous display of those healthful and warm liquors which have so long given the Rhine additional estimation with every traveler of taste. Around the table were placed the abbot and his unhoused peer Bonifacius, a favorite or two of the community of Einsenden, with Emic, the Knight of Rhodes, the Abbé, Heinrich Frey, and the smith. The former were in their usual conventual robes, while the latter were confounded, so far as externals were concerned, in their dresses of pilgrims. Dietrich owed his present advantage altogether to the fortuitous circumstance of being found in so good company, divested of the usual distinguishing marks of his rank. If Bonifacius was at all aware of his character, indifference or policy prevented its exposure. Had one been suddenly introduced to this midnight scene, he would scarce have recognized the weary penitent and the reproving churchman in the jovial cheer and boon companionship of the hour. Had one been suddenly introduced to this midnight scene, he would scarce have recognized the weary penitent and the reproving churchman in the joyful cheer and boon companionship of the hour. The appetite was already more than satisfied, and many a glass had been quaffed in honor of both hosts and guests, ere the precise moment to which we transfer the action of the tale. The princely prelate occupied the seat of honor, as became his high rank, while Bonifacius was seated at one elbow and the Count of Hartenberg at the other. The great consideration due to the first, as well as his personal character and mild manners, had served to preserve all outward appearances of amity and courteous intercourse between his neighbors, neither of whom had as of yet suffered the slightest intimation of their former knowledge of each other to escape him. This polite duplicity, which we have every reason to think is of very ancient origin, and in which Albrecht of Weiderbach and Monsieur Latouche assisted with rare felicity, aided in curbing the feelings of their inferiors, who, being less trained in the seemliness of deception, might otherwise have given vent to some of their bodily pains by allusions of an irritating and questionable nature. "Thou findest our liquors palatable?" courteously observed the abbot, as we shall, par excellence, now distinguish him of Einsenden. "This of the silver cup cometh from the liberality of thy late elector, who had occasion to send votive offerings in behalf of the illness of one of his family to Our Lady of the Hermits, and who had the grace to accompany the memorial to the convent treasury by the sign of private regard. And that thou seemest most to relish is a neighborly boon from our brother of St. Gall, than whom more generous churchman does not wear a cowl. Thou knowest, son, that the matter of good wine hath long been the subject of especial care with that thriving brotherhood.
Thou overratest my knowledge of history, princely abbot, returned Emic, setting down the glass, however in a manner to show that his familiarity with good liquors might safely be assumed. We of the lower countries waste but little time on these studies, trusting chiefly to those who dwell at the universities for the truth of what we hear. If he of St. Gall dispenseth much of this goodly liquor, certes it were well that our spiritual guardians sent us on occasions to make our pilgrimages in that region, which cannot be far from this, unless my geography is greatly in fault. Thou couldst not have better divined, hadst thou been a doctor of Wittenberg or of Rome itself. Considering our mountain paths and the insufficiency of the bridges and other conveniences, it may require 2 sons to urge a beast from our convent gate to that of our brother of St. Gall, though on emergencies we have succeeded by means of our faithful footmen in getting tidings to their ears within the day and night. St. Gall is a wealthy and well-bestowed abbey of very ancient existence and of much repute as the haven of letters during the darkest period, learned Bonifacius, of our more modern times, though the late increase of its town and the growing turbulences of the times have not permitted it to escape with impunity from the dangers that now beset all of Rome. This was the first allusion which had been made to the events that had so singularly brought the present company together. And but for the address and self-command of Bonifacius, it might have brought on a discussion that would not have proved agreeable. St. Gall and its merits are unknown to none who wear the frock of St. Benedict, he said with admirable composure. Thou hast well said that its walls were, for many ages, the sole protectors of learning in our Europe. For without the diligence and fidelity of its abbots and brotherhood, much that is now preserved and prized would have been irretrievably lost to posterity and to ourselves. I doubt not, Reverend Benedictine, observed Emic, speaking courteously across the abbot to Bonifacius, much as a well-bred guest at board addresses a convive to whom he is otherwise a stranger, that this rare taste in liquors of which there has just been question is the fruit of the excellent knowledge which you extol. That is a point I shall not hastily decide, returned Bonifacius, smiling. It may be so, for we have accounts of sore discord between St. Gall and others, even of the Church, touching the uses and qualities of their wines. That have we, and right faithfully recorded, rejoined the abbot. There was the war between the Prince Bishop of Ball and our brethren of St. Gall that led to sore contentions and heavy losses. How? Did the desire to partake urge our Rhenish prelate to push adventures so far as to come this distance in quest of liquor? Thou art in error, son pilgrim, concerning the nature of St. Gall's stores. We have vineyards, it is true, among these mountains, as witness those on the shores of the neighboring lake of Zurich, as well as others that might be named, but our country wines will warm the blood of peasant only. He that hath tasted better seldom fills his cup with liquor that comes from any region this side the farther border of Swabia, your vines of the Rheingau in specialty, whereas the territories of St. Gall lie still farther from those favored countries than we ourselves. You have need to explain, princely abbot, for that the Baslois should come in our direction in quest of good liquor is clear enough, whereas the war you have named would have sent him farther from his object. Thou hast not come hither, son, without marking the course of the Rhine on whose banks thou hast so long journeyed. This great stream, though so turbulent and dangerous among the mountains, is of much use in procuring our supplies. By means of the Lake Constance and the lower river, heavy burthens arrive at the very territory of our sister abbey, and the dispute to which there has been allusion came of the fact that the right reverend prelate of Ball would fain have demanded toll on the purchases of the abbey. Thou mayest remember, brother, looking toward Bonifacius, that when both were tired of blows, the good bishop sent to demand what the Virgin had done that the churchman above should slay her own people, and that he received for a merry answer the question of, What has St. Gall done that thou shouldest stop his wines? The listeners laughed in low simpers, like men amused with this characteristic narrative. For such incidents were yet too recent to excite much other reflection, even among churchmen, than what was connected with the vulgar temporal interest of the incident. By the Magi, holy and princely abbot, thy tale giveth additional flavor, said Emic, who greatly enjoyed the choral. It moreover serveth to shut out thoughts that come from aching bones and weary feet. Thy pilgrimage, son, will bring its rewards as well as its pains. Should it be a means of removing thee for a time from the heresies of Germany and placing thee and thine in more friendly communion with the Church, the toil will not be lost. As such do I esteem the duty, returned Emic, tossing off his glass after steadily regarding the liquor a moment by the firelight. St. Gall had the right of the matter, and he who would not take up arms for this did not deserve to wear them. How now, Herr Frey, thou art silent. Not more so, I trust, nobly born Emic, than becometh one on a pilgrimage, and one who hath need to bethink him of his duties, lest his town should have cause to reproach him with negligence. God's truth, Master Burgomaster! If any here have reason to bethink them of Durkheim, it is the city's sovereign and lord. And let us lighten the load we carry, always under the favor and good graces of this hospitable and well-endowed brotherhood. Thou art a servitor of the cross? Demanded the abbot of Albrecht of Weiderbach, beckoning the knight to come nearer. An indifferent one, princely and pious Rudiger, and I might say one that hath yielded to the seductions of company and good fellowship, not to speak of the force of blood. Else would he have been spared this expiation. Nay, I name not thy pursuit with the intent to reproach, interrupted the courteous prelate. Such liberty does not become hospitality. We make a difference within these walls between the confessional and the board. The distinction is just and promises perpetuity and lasting respect to our faith spite of all our heresies. The rock on which this brother Luther and his followers will split, holy abbot, at least it so seemeth to an uninstructed capacity, is the desire to refine beyond men's means of endurance. Religion, like chivalry, is good in its way, but neither the priest nor the knight can bear his armor at all times and seasons. Your schismatic hath the desire to convert the layman into a monk, whereas the beauty of creation is its order, and he that is charged with the cure of souls is sufficient for his object without laying this constant burthen on the shoulders of him that hath already more temporal cares than he can bear. Were others more of thy mind, son, we should have less trouble and better discipline. Our altars are not useless, and if they who frequent them could be content to think that we are sufficient for their safety, the world would be saved much disputation, and haply some shedding of blood. But with these safe and creditable opinions, Sir Knight and Pilgrim, continued the abbot, dropping his voice to a more confidential key, it may be permitted me to express surprise that I see one of a penitence commanded for violence done a convent. Albrecht of Weiderbach shrugged his shoulders and glanced meaningly toward his cousin. What will you, right noble and reverend prelate? We are but the creatures of accident. There is respect due to fellowship and hospitality, to say naught of the claims of blood and kindred. The evil turn of the Rhodian warfare, some longings to look again at our German fields, for the fatherland keeps its hold of us more particularly in adversity with the habits of an unsettled existence. Serve to lead me to the castle of Hartenberg, and fairly entered, it will excite no wonder that the guest was ready to lend his sword in a short foray to the host. These sallies, as thou well knowest, princely Rudiger, are not so rare as to be deemed miracles. What thou sayest is true, returned the abbot, always speaking as it were aside to the knight, and manifesting no great surprise at this avowal of principles that were common enough in that age, and which have descended in a different form to our own, since we daily see men in the gravest affairs of a nation putting their morality at the disposal of party, rather than incur the odium of being wanting in this species of social faith. What thou sayest is very true, and may well furnish thy plea with the Grand Master. Thou mayest on some accounts, too, find this pilgrimage wholesome. Doubt it not, Reverend Abbot. We had little time during the siege to pay attention due to the rites, and the general looseness of our lives since driven from the island has left long arrears to settle, a fact that I endeavor to remember now. And thy associate, he of gentle mien, hath he not also connection with the church? Albrecht turned to whisper the reply. 'Tis but one that circulates under the frock, holy Benedictine, a youth that hath been the dupe of Lord Emic. For to speak thee fair, my cousin wanteth not of the policy necessary to his condition and to the habits of a sage government. The abbot smiled in a way to show a good intelligence between him and his companion. After this they talked apart earnestly for a while, beckoning Monsieur Latouche to make one of their party after sundry glances in his direction. In the meantime the general discourse proceeded among the other guests. I was sorrowed to hear, Reverend Benedictine, proceeded the Count, purposely avoiding the eye of Bonifacius by addressing himself to one of the Brotherhood of Einsenden, that thy community hath refused us masses for the soul of one that fell in that unhappy dispute which is the cause of our present pleasure, in being in so goodly company. I loved the youth, and would fain deal liberally by those that remember his present necessities. Hath the matter been fairly put to those having the right to decide? Demanded the monk, showing the direction of his eye that he met his superior.
They tell me it hath, and put touchingly, but without success. I trust there has been no hostile interference in this affair, which concerneth no less than a soul, and ought to be dealt by tenderly.
I know of but one, and that is the father of evil himself, that hath an enmity to souls, answered the monk with very honest surprise. As for us, it is our pleasure to be of use on all such occasions, and that especially when the request is preferred by friends of the deceased that are worthy of so much higher favor.
Dost thou call those who overturn altars, said Bonifacius sternly and with great firmness of voice,
who visit the temple with the armed hand and who divide the church worthy of her favors? Reverend Abbot!
Nay, let him give his humor vent, said Emic proudly. The cold air and a roofless head are apt to move the temper. I would fain have met thee, Bonifacius, in amity, as should have been the case after our solemn treaty, and all the reparations that are made, but the desire to rule, it would seem, does not abandon thee even in banishment. Thou art deceived in imagining that I shall forget myself or my office, rude Emic. The question was put to the Benedictine and not to thee. Then let the Benedictine answer. I asked thee, Father, is it becoming or just that a soul of a youth of good repute, of moral life, and of reasonable earthly hopes should be refused aid on the mere grudge of ancient hostility, or haply that there were some passages at his death that might have been better avoided? The Church must judge for itself, noble pilgrim, and decide on those rules which regulate its course. By the sainted 11,000! Thou forgettest that all usages have been respected, and that the masses are not asked as the beggar imploreth alms, but fairly counted gold is proffered in behalf of the youth. If enough has not been done in this way, I swear to thee, Bonifacius, since it would seem thy influence here is so strong, that on my return there shall be further offerings on his account. Berchtold was very dear to me, and I would not have it said that all memory of the boy is lost beneath the ashes of Limburg. Though both in their several ways were irascible, violent, and unaccustomed to control, neither Emic nor Bonifacius was wanting in that species of self-command which is so necessary to men entrusted with the care of important interests. They had early learned to bring feeling more or less in subjection to their policy, and though not quite equal to a cold and managed display of indifference on such subjects as too closely crossed their views, it required a certain combination of excitement to induce either, unnecessarily, to betray his true emotions. Their personal intercourse had, in consequence of this affected moderation, been less violent and wrangling than what otherwise have proved, for it did not often happen that both found themselves wrought up to the point of explosion precisely at the same instant, and he that happened to remain the coolest stood as a check on the passions of him who had momentarily forgotten appearances. But for this fact, the ill-timed and ill-worded question of the Count might have produced an immediate rupture to the injury of the pilgrim's interests, and to the great scandal of Brotherhood of Einsenden. As it was, however, Bonifacius listened with outward courtesy, and answered more like one that remembered his priestly office than his particular injuries. Had it been my good fortune, Herr Pilgrim, he said calmly, to have remained in charge of altars so esteemed as to have sought on such a behalf, thy application in favor of the youth would have received meet attention. But thou now addresseth a prelate that, like thee, is indebted to the hospitality of these excellent brothers for a roof to cover his head. Nay, I know not, added the Count, a little confused by this sudden humility, but rather than desert so young a soul in this strait, and a soul of a servitor whom I so much loved, that I would not even now endow some chapel of a size and decoration suited to his station while living. On Limburg Hill, Herr Emic? Nay, excellent Bonifacius, thou forgettest our loving treaty, this pilgrimage and other conditions honorably fulfilled. Altars can never rise again on Limburg Hill, for that were to lose sight of our oaths and promises, which would be a crying sin in both. But altars and chapels may exist elsewhere. Give us then this grace, and look to our gratitude and justice for this reward. Bonifacius smiled, for he felt his power, and he enjoyed it like a man conscious of having so lately been in the hands of the very baron who now so earnestly beseeched his favor.
It may not be easy for one educated in these later days to understand the singular contradiction which led Emich of Hartenberg, the destroyer of Limburg, thus to entreat a monk. But he who would properly understand his character must remember the durability of impressions made in youth, the dread mystery that is attached to the unknown future, and most of all, the flagrant inconsistencies that are always the fruits of a struggle between principles and interests, between the force of reason and the desires of selfishness. Thou accusest me unwarrantably when thou sayest that our oaths or our loving treaty is forgotten, pious pilgrim, returned the Benedictine. Both are respected and well remembered, as thou wilt see in the end. But there is a feature in this request of thine that hath apparently escaped unwittingly one of thy known justice and impartiality. Thy forester is well known for having greatly affected the heresy that is ripe in Germany. Nay, Bonifacius, here must be an error, interrupted the Count. Thou hast his very mother in our pilgrimage, and dost think a proselyte of Luther would undertake so grievous pain to satisfy Rome? We speak of the child and not the parent, Herr Pilgrim. Had all that were trained in better principles observed the opinions of their fathers, our age would have been spared this heresy. Of the boy's irreverence there can be little doubt, since mine own ears have been my witnesses. How hast thou ever shrived the youth, Reverend Abbot? Demanded Emich in surprise. I did not think thee of so great condescension to one of his hopes, nor, by the mass, did I think the youth so weak as to touch on disputed points at the confessional. There are other acknowledgments made, Herr Pilgrim, than those which are heard in the church or under the cloak of her mysteries. There was formerly a question between us, noble Count, amicably settled, and in a merry manner that need not now be named. Touching certain vineyards? Rejoined Emich, laughing. The fact is not so distant as to be forgotten, though neither my cousin nor this good abbé proved as staunch in that matter as had been expected. Thy forester did better service. Thou mayest also remember there were certain discussions then had that the bold boy ventured on a comparison of the tree trimmed of its useless branches and the tree suffered to stand in its deformity. Wilt thou abandon a soul to jeopardy for speech light as this, Herr Bonifacius? God's justice! This promiseth but little in mine own behalf at some future day. Berkhold, heated and warm in the interest of his lord, threw out hints that might otherwise have been spared. Moreover, the greater the sinner, father, the greater need of masses and prayers. This I will not gainsay. My objection goeth no farther than to urge that those who are willing to live by the counsels of Luther should also be willing to seek salvation by his means. Friends and pilgrims, said the abbot of Einsiedeln, approaching the table from which he had retired a little to converse more freely with the abbot and the Knight of Rhodes, the hour is at hand which has been set aside to celebrate an early Mass in behalf of this pilgrimage. The bell is giving the first summons, and it is meet that we retire to prepare ourselves for the duty. At this interruption, Bonifacius, who saw a storm gathering, gladly arose and instantly withdrew. The rest dropped off according to their several conditions, Emich and his cousin retiring with the leisure of men more accustomed to make others wait than of hastening their movements to the injury of their own convenience. After perusing this scene, we admonish the reader to spare his remarks until the subject has been well pondered in his mind. In portraying what passed in the private refectory of the convent of Our Lady of the Hermits, we wish to convey no censure on any particular persuasion or sect or order of Christians, but simply to exhibit the habits and opinions of the age in which the individuals of this legend existed. Let those who are disposed to be hypocritical or censorious in their remarks coolly look around them and, first making the necessary allowances for the new aspects of society, put the question whether contradictions as apparent, inconsistencies nearly as irreconcilable with truth, and selfishness almost as gross and as unjust, is not now manifest equally among the adherents of Rome, and the proselytes of Luther as any that have been here represented. We may claim to have improved on the opinions and practices of our predecessors, but we are still far from being the consistent and equitable creatures that, it is to be hoped, we are yet destined to become. End of Volume 2, Chapter 14. Read by Joel Kindrick. Volume 2, Chapter 15. Of the Heidenmauer, or the Benedictines, A Legend of the Rhine, by James Fenimore Cooper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joel Kindrick. The Heidenmauer, by James Fenimore Cooper, Volume 2,
Chapter 15.
Forbear to judge, for we are sinners all. King Henry VI. Among the expiations prescribed to the pilgrims of Durkheim and Hartenberg, there had been included an especial and early morning service, the one to which they were now summoned. Time had been allowed the weaker portion of the party to rest, while the stronger had been employed in the manner described in the preceding chapter. Certain self-inflicted stripes, it was taken for granted, had been duly bestowed at different periods during the long journey from the Palatinate. It was an hour after the separation of the abbey guests that the procession of the Benedictines swept out of the cloisters into the body of the church. Though far from being a community remarkable for the austerity of its practices, it was not unusual for monks of all orders to quit their palates on extraordinary occasions and to break the stillness of night with the music and service of the altar. When the spirit comes thus fresh from repose and in a disposition suited to the object into the immediate presence of the deity, incense and praise so free from the dross of humanity must come nearer to that high purity which adorns the worship of angels than any other that can ascend from man, since it is at such a moment that all least feel the burthen of their corporeal adjunct. Even in the daily parochial duty, the good Catholics still observe a uniformity and rigidity of practice that are unknown even in this land of Puritan origin. The church bell is heard in every village with the first dawn of light. At indicated hours, all within hearing of its sound are admonished to recall their thoughts from earth by addressing a prayer to God. And with the close of day, the flock is once again summoned to the fold at the service of vespers. These are beautiful and touching memorials of our duties, and when practiced in sincerity, cannot fail to keep the mind in better subjection to the great authority that directs all our destinies. In countries where the husbandmen dwell together in villages, the practice is easy, and we hold its loss to be one of the greatest disadvantages of our own diffuse distribution of rural population, a distribution which is also the reason why we must forever be wanting in several other features of social intercourse, that give to life more or less of its poetical charm. Happily, there are, on the other hand, accompanying advantages that perhaps more than serve as offsets to this as to most other similar anomalies in our usages. The arrangements of a Benedictine chapel and the decorations of its altars, together with the manner in which the brotherhood occupy their stalls in the choir, have been too often mentioned in these pages to require repetition. Long accustomed to these exercises, the monks were early in their places, though they for whom the Mass was to be said were not all as punctual. Ulrich and Lottchen, with the rest of the females, entered the church in a body, while the men, as is usual in matters that touch the finer feelings, were the last. Emick and the burgomaster, however, finally made their appearance, followed by their companions, the whole betraying by their drowsy air that they had been endeavoring to sleep off the last repast and to recover from their fatigue. During the Mass, the companions of Lottchen and Ulrich exhibited exemplary devotion and a close attention to the service, but the gaping of the Count and his circle, the wandering eyes, and finally the profound repose of several sufficiently showed that the ethereal part of their natures was altogether unequal to the mastery of that which was material. There was a procession from the choir to the shrine, and the prayers were said, as on the previous day, with the eyes of all riveted on the unearthly countenance of Maria. As each was left to judge for himself of the manner in which he discharged his particular duties, there was a very sensible difference in the time occupied by the several devotees in the performance of the common vows. The females appeared to be embodied with the stone, and there were entire minutes during which their motionless forms would have seemed to be as inanimate as the image on which they gazed, but for the heaving of a breast or an occasional tremor, outward and visible signs of the workings of the spirit within. Meta kneeled between her mother and Lottchen, her whole soul apparently engrossed in devotion. As she studied the bright eye that gleamed upon her from the depths of that mysterious chapel, illuminated as it was by gorgeous and bright lamps, her fancy transformed the image into a being sainted and blessed by the choice of God, and her own gentle spirit clung to the delusion as one replete with a hope to cheer her own desolation. She thought of the future and of the grave, of the rewards of the just and of heaven, of that endless eternity and its fruition in which she confided, and the ties of earth began sensibly to lessen. There was a holy desire to be at rest, but notwithstanding the spiritual nature of employment, the form of Berchtold, gay in the green garb of the forester, with laughing eye, light step, and cheerful voice, mingled in all the pictures of her imagination. Now he appeared a saint, robed and bearded, as she had been wont to see those holy men represented in works of art, and yet by a contradiction wrought by her own heart, always bright and youthful, and now she thought him gifted with wings, and united to the beings of that heavenly choir, which had so many representatives around her suspended between the roof and the pavement of the edifice. Singular as it may seem to some of our readers, so busy and so alluring was the working of her imagination at this thrilling moment that the mourning and affectionate girl had rarely spent an hour of more holy enjoyment than this which she passed before the shrine of Our Lady of the Hermits. Very different were the sensations of Lottchen. Her griefs were those in which the fancy had no share. She wept for the child to which she had given birth, for the stay of her age and for the pride of her life. No fancy could betray the imagination of a mother, nor could any workings of the mind convert the sad reality into aught but the bitter truth. Still Lottchen found consolation in her prayers. Religious faith was active, though imagination slumbered, for nothing can be more different than the delusions of the one and the deep-sustained convictions of the other, and she was able to find a solace for her sorrow by looking with calm, Christian hope beyond the interest of life. The sentiments and feelings of Ulrich differed from those of her friend, only in the degree and in the peculiarity of those circumstances which directed her maternal solicitude to a still living object. But Ulrich, kind, true, and warm of heart, had tenderly regarded the lost Berthold. Had there been no other motive than the fact of his being the offspring of Lottchen, she could not have been indifferent to him. But accustomed as she had been for years to look forward to his union with Meta, she felt his loss little less than she would have mourned over that of a child of her own. Not so with Heinrich. The bold and spirited support he received from Berthold during the assault had sensibly won upon his esteem, for the affinities between the brave are amongst the strongest. But the burgomaster had not passed a life in the indulgence of a passion so engrossing and so incurable as the love of gain, readily to cast aside all his intentions and objects at the impulse of a purely generous feeling. He would freely have given of his beloved stores to the youth, but to bestow Meta was, in his eyes, to bestow all, and under his habits it seemed to be giving gold without an equivalent, to give his daughter's hand to a penniless husband. There are some who accumulate for the advantages that are incidental to wealth. Others hoard under the goadings of an abstract and nearly inexplicable passion, while another set heap together their means as boys roll up snow with delight in witnessing how large a mass may be collected by their agency. Heinrich was of the latter class, subject, however, to a relish for the general results of wealth, and like all men who deem money as an end and not as a means, he was in the practice of considering the last measure of his policy, which was intended to double the stock by the marriage of his daughter, as the happiest and greatest stroke of fortune and prosperous life. And yet Heinrich Frey had his moments of strong natural feeling, and the manner in which Meta mourned for the death of Berthold touched him, to a degree that might have disposed him to say he regretted the faith of his young lieutenant, as much on her account as on his own. It is more than probable, however, could Berthold have been suddenly restored to life, that the burgomaster would have returned to his former mode of thinking, and would have thought the resuscitation of the young forester sufficient of itself to assuage the grief of a whole family. Heinrich and the Count were among the first to quit their suppliant attitudes before the shrine. They had each said the required number of prayers, and brushing their knees, the two pilgrims strolled away deeper into the body of the church, like men well satisfied with themselves. But, while so ready to give relief to his own bones, the burgomaster kept a vigilant eye on Dietrich, who, being a hired penitent, was expected to give Durkheim the full worth of its money in the way of mortifications and aves. Most of the lights in the choir had been extinguished, and the aisles of the edifice were dimly visible, by means of a few scattered candles that burned almost without ceasing before the altars of different subordinate chapels. As they walked down the great aisle, Emick slowly laid a hand on the shoulder of his companion, seeming to invite his close attention by the grave and meaning manner of the action. "I could wish that our poor Berthold, after all, had the virtue of masses from these servitors of Our Lady of the Hermits," said the Count. "If there be a special savour in any of this description of prayers, methinks it must be among men who watch a shrine of which they tell all these miracles. Your wish, nobly born brother, pilgrim, and friend, is but the expression of mine own.
To own the truth, I have thought of little else while going through the Aves, but to devise the means of persuading the holy abbot at a reasonable rate to change his mind, and honestly to let the youth's soul benefit by his intercessions. Thou hast not well bethought thee altogether, friend Heinrich, of thine own errand here. Sapperment, what would you, Herr Emick, from a man of my years in education? One gets to be ready with the words by so oft repeating that going through the beads is much like tapping with a finger while the eye looks over an account. But to speak of the duty, were we to bid higher for these masses, it might raise the present price and we be uselessly losers. For, as I understand the question, the amount given in no manner changes the true value of the intercession to the defunct. Heinrich, returned the Count musingly, they say that Brother Luther denounces these post-mortem prayers as vain and of none avail. That would alter the case greatly, Lord Count and Brother Pilgrim. One could wish to be sure in an affair of this delicacy, for if the monk of Wittenberg hath reason of his side, we lose our gold, and if he hath wrong, the soul of Berchtold may be none the better for our doubts. We laymen are sorely pressed between the two opinions, worthy burgomaster, and I could fain wish that these reformers would bring the question speedily to a conclusion. By the mass, there are moments when I am ready to throw away the rosary and to take Duke Friedrich of Saxony's side of the question, as being the most reasonable and manly. But then again, should he prove wrong, thou knowest, Heinrich, we lose the benefit of chapels built, of Ave said, of gold often paid, and the high protection of Rome. Thou seest the strait of poor Berchtold, and this only for some little freedom of discourse. Heinrich sighed, for he felt the force of the dilemma, and he appeared to ponder well before he answered. Edging nearer to the Count, like a man who felt he was about to utter dangerous sentiments in a delicate situation, he whispered the reply. Here, Emick, he said, we are but dust, and that of no very excellent quality. The potter's ware hath its utility, if well baked and otherwise prepared. But of what use is man when the breath hath departed? They say the soul remains, and that it must be cared for, neither of which I will dispute. But is it reasonable to buy out a patent of salvation for an intangible thing with current coin? Look to that knave, the smith. Your pardon, nobly born Count, but here hath our town engaged the rogue to do penance in its behalf, and in my eyes are no sooner off him than his lips become as stationary as the wings of a mill in a calm. Duty to Durkheim demands that I should give him a jog, after which, with your gracious leave, we will look further into the philosophy of that in which we were dealing. So saying, the zealous Heinrich hurried down the aisle toward his religious mercenary with a laudable and sensitive watchfulness over the interests of his constituents. He found the smith perfectly immovable, and it was only by repeated and vigorous shakes that he succeeded in arousing his auxiliary from a profound slumber. In the meanwhile, Emick walked on, still occupied by his reflections. On reaching the gate of the choir, he was about to retrace his steps when he was privately beckoned by one whose dusky form appeared at a side door of the church to draw nearer. On approaching, Emick found that his old rival, Bonifacius, awaited his coming. The salutations of these ancient enemies were courteous but distant. After a short parley, however, they withdrew in company, and it was past the turn of the day ere the Count of Hartenburg reappeared among the pilgrims. The details of what passed in this secret conference were never known to the public, though subsequent events gave reason to believe that they had reference to the final settlement of the long-contested existence of Limburg in the Jägerthal. It was known generally in the abbey that the abbot Rudiger made one of the council and that its termination was friendly. Those who were disposed to be critical intimated in after days that in this dispute, as in most others in which the weak and the humble lend themselves to the views of the great and the strong, they for whom the battle had been fought and whose apparently implacable enmities had sown discord among their followers, suddenly found the means to appease their resentments and to still the tempest that had raised in such a manner as to suffer most of its consequences to fall on the heads of their allies.
This result, which appears to be universal to those who have the imprudence to connect themselves indissolubly with friends who can irretrievably dispose of their destinies, was perhaps to be looked for, since the man or the community that is so weak as to confide too implicitly in the faith of the powerful, whether considered individually or as nations, may at once consider itself a tool to favor views that have little connection with its own interests. In cases of this nature, men are wont to share the fate of the orange skin which is thrown away after being sucked, and communities themselves are apt to undergo some such changes as those which mark the existence of the courser, which is first pampered and caressed, then driven upon the pole, and which commonly ends its career at the plough. During the time Bonifacius and Emich were arranging their secret treaty in the best manner that the former could hope for, in the actual state of Germany, and to the entire satisfaction of the latter, the ceremonies of the expiation proceeded. Aroused from his sleep, Dietrich endeavored to compensate for lost time by renewed diligence, and the burgomaster himself, apprehensive that the negligence of the hireling might bring a calamity on the town, joined himself to the party with as much zeal as if he had as yet done nothing towards effecting the object of their journey. The sun had fallen far towards the west when the pilgrims finally took their departure for the Palatinate. Father Arnulf was again at their head, and blessed by the abbot and in favor with the church, the whole went their way, if not with lighted hearts, at least with bodies much refreshed, with hopes rekindled, and with packs materially diminished in size. Ulrich and Lottchen paused when they reached the boundary of the plain, where they could command a parting view of the abbey. Here they and Meta, and indeed most of the party, prayed long and fervently, or at least so seemed to pray. When they arose from their knees, the prior, whose whole time while at the convent had been deeply occupied by religious exercises, and whose spirit had been refreshed in a degree proportioned to his sincerity and faith, came to the side of the principal group of the females, his eye beaming with holy hope and his face displaying innate peace of mind. "Ye are now daughters, about to take leave for ever of the shrine of Our Lady of the Hermits," he said. "If ye have seen aught to lessen the high expectation with which the pious are apt to draw near the sacred altar, ascribe it to that frailty which is inherent in the nature of man. And if ye have reaped consolation and encouragement from your offerings and prayers, ye may with all security impute it to the goodness of God. And thou, my child," he added with paternal tenderness, addressing Meta, "thou hast been sorely tried in thy young life. But God is with thee, and he is in yon blue sky, in that sun of molten gold, in yonder icy pile that props the heavens, and in all his works that are so glorious in our eyes. Turn with me to yonder mountain, that from its form is called the Mitre. Regard it well. Dost see aught in particular?" "'Tis an abrupt and dreary pile of rock, father," answered Meta. "Seest thou naught else on its highest summit?" Meta looked intently, for in sooth there did appear on the uppermost pinnacle of the mass an object so small and so like a line that at first she passed a hand across her eye to remove a floating hair from before her sight. "Father!" exclaimed the girl, clasping her hands fervently, "I behold a cross! That rock is the type of God's durable justice. That cross is the pledge of his grace and love. Go thy way, daughter, and have hope." The pilgrims turned and descended the mountain in musing silence. That evening they crossed the lake and slept within the ancient walls of the romantic town of Rapperswil. On the following day, the pilgrimage being now happily accomplished, they proceeded toward their own distant habitations, descending the Rhine in boats. End of Volume 2, Chapter 15, read by Joel Kindrick. Volume 2, Chapter 16, of the Heidenmauer, or the Benedictines, A Legend of the Rhine, by James Fenimore Cooper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joel Kindrick. The Heidenmauer, by James Fenimore Cooper, Volume 2, Chapter 16. "But thou art clay, and canst but comprehend that which was clay, and such thou shalt behold." Cain. The return of the pilgrims was a happy moment to all who dwelt in Durkheim. Many prayers had been offered in their behalf during the long absence, and divers vague reports of their progress and success had been eagerly swallowed by their friends and townsmen. When, however, the burgomaster and his companions were actually seen entering the gates, the good citizens ran to and fro in troubled delight, and the greetings, especially among the gentler sex, were mingled with many tears. Emic and his followers did not appear, having taken a private path to the castle of Hartenberg. The simple and still Catholic, though wavering, burghers had felt many doubts concerning the fruits of their bold policy, while the expiatory penance was pending. Their town was in the midst of a region that is perhaps more pregnant with wild legends even at this hour than any other of equal extent in Europe, and it can be easily conceived that under such circumstances the imaginations of a people who had been, as it were, nurtured in superstition would not be likely to slumber. In effect, numberless startling rumors were rife in the town, the valley, and on the plain. Some spoke of fiery crosses gleaming at night above the walls of the fallen abbey. Others whispered of midnight chants and spectre-like processions that had been heard or seen among the ruined towers, while one peasant in particular asseverated that he had held discourse with the spirit of Father Johann. These tales found credulous auditors, or not, according to the capacity of the listener, and to these may be added another, that was accompanied by such circumstances of confirmation as are apt momentarily to affect the minds of those even who are little wont to lend attention to any incidents of miraculous nature. A peasant in crossing the chase by a retired path was said to have encountered Berkhold clad in his dress of green, wearing the hunting horn and cap, and girded with the usual couteau de chasse, or, in fine, much as he was first presented to the reader in our early pages. The youth was described to have been hot on the chase of a roebuck and flushed with exercise. From time to time he was said to wind his horn. The hounds were near, obedient as usual to his call, and indeed the vision was described as partaking of most of the usual accompaniments of the daily exercise of the forester. Had the tale ended here, it might have passed off among the 1,000 other similar wonderful sights that were then related in that wonder-loving country and been forgotten. But it was accompanied with positive circumstances that addressed themselves in a manner not to be disputed to the senses. The two favorite hounds of the forester had been missing for some weeks, and from time to time cries resembling theirs were unequivocally heard ringing among the arches of the forest and filling the echoes of the mountains. This extraordinary confirmation of the tale of the boor occurred the week preceding the return of the pilgrims. The latter found their townsmen under a strong excitement from this cause, for that very day nearly half the population of Durkheim had been into the Pass of the Heart, which was described in the opening chapter of this work, and with their own ears had heard the deep baying of the hounds. It was only after the first felicitations of the return were over, and during the night which followed, that the pilgrims learned this unusual circumstance. It reached Emic himself, however, ere his foot crossed the threshold of his castle. On the following day, Durkheim presented a picture of pleased but troubled excitement. Their population was happy in the return of their chosen and best, but troubled with the marvelous incident of the dogs, and by the wild rumors that accompanied it, rumors which thickened every hour by corroborating details from different sources. Early that very morning a new occurrence helped to increase the excitement. From the moment that the abbey was destroyed, not an individual had dared to enter its tottering walls. Two peasants of the Jägerthal, incited by cupidity, had indeed secretly made the attempt, but they returned with a report of strange sights and of fearful groans existing within the consecrated pile. The rumor of this failure, together with a lingering respect for altars that had been so long reverenced, effectually secured the spot against all similar expeditions. The alarm spread to the Heidenmauer, for, by a confusion of incidents that is far from unusual in popular rumors, an account of Ilse, concerning the passage of the armed band through the cedars on the night of the assault, coupled with the general distrust that was attached to the place, had been so perverted and embellished as effectually to leave the ancient camp to its solitude. Some said that even the spirits of the pagans had been aroused by the sacrilege from the sleep of the centuries, and others argued that, as the hermit was known to have perished in the conflagration, it was a spot accursed. The secret of the true name and of the history of the anchorite was now generally known, and men so blended the late events with former offenses as to create a theory to satisfy their own longings for the marvelous. Though, as is usual in most of these cases of supernatural agency, it might not have stood the test of a severe logical and philosophical investigation. During the night which succeeded the return of the pilgrims, there had been a grave consultation among the civic authorities on the subject of all these extraordinary tales and spectacles. The alarm had reached an inconvenient point, and the best manner of quieting it was now gravely debated. There was not a burgher present at the discussion who felt himself free from the general uneasiness. But men, and especially men in authority, ordinarily choose to affect a confidence they are frequently far from feeling. In this spirit, then, was the matter discussed and decided. We shall refer to the succeeding events for the explanation. Just as the sun began to shed his warmth into the valley, the people of Durkheim, with few exceptions, collected without the gate which the Count of Hartenberg had so unceremoniously forced. Here they were marshaled by citizens appointed to that duty in the usual order of a religious procession. In front went the pilgrims, to whom an especial virtue was attached, in consequence with their recent journey. Then came the parochial clergy, with the ordinary emblems of Catholic worship. The burghers succeeded, and last of all followed the women and children without much attention to order. When all were duly arranged, the crowd proceeded, accompanied by a chant of the choristers and taking the direction of Limburg. "This is a short pilgrimage, Brother Dietrich," said the burgomaster, who, in his quality of a Christian of peculiar savor, was still associated with the smith, "and little likely to weary the limbs. Still, had the town been as active and true as we who have visited the mountains, this little affair of a few barking hounds and some midnight moans in the abbey ruins would have been ready settled to our hands. But a town without its head is like a man without his reason. You count on an easy deliverance, then, honorable Heinrich, from this outcry of devils and unbidden guests. For mine own particular exercises, I will declare that, though sufficiently footsore with what hath already been done, I could wish the journey were longer and the enemy more human. Go to, Smith, thou art not to believe above half of what thou hast heard. The readiness to give faith to idle rumors forms a chief distinction between the vagrant and the householder, the man of weakness and the man of wisdom. Were it decent between a magistrate and an artisan, I would hold thee some hazard of coin now that this affair turns out very different from what thou expectest. And I do not account thee, Dietrich, an everyday swallower of lies. If your worship would but hint what a fair-dealing man ought in truth to believe. Why, look you, Smith, here is all that I expect from the inquiry, though we hunt and exercise for a month. It will be found that there is no pack of hounds at all, loose or in leash, but at most a dog or two that may be beset or not, as the case shall prove. Next, thou wilt see that this tale of Father Johann chasing young Berkhold while the boy hunts a roebuck is altogether an invention, since the monk was the last man to give loose to such a scampering, noisy device. As for the forester, my life on it, his appearance too will end in footmarks, or perhaps some other modest sign that he desires the masses refused by the Benedictines. For I know not the youth that would be less likely needlessly to disturb a neighborhood with his own particular concerns than Berkhold Hintermeyer, living or dead. A general start and a common murmur among his companions caused Heinrich to terminate his explanations. The head of the procession had reached the gorge, and as it was about to turn into the valley, the trampling of many hoofs became audible. Feelings so highly wrought were easily excited to a painful degree, and the common expectation for the moment seemed to be some supernatural exhibition. A whirlwind of dust swept round the point of the hill, and Count Emich, with a train of well-mounted followers, appeared from its cloud. It was so common to meet religious processions of this nature that the Count would not have manifested surprise had he been ignorant of the motive which induced the population of Durkheim to quit its walls. But, already apprised of their intentions, he hastily dismounted and approached the burgomaster, cap in hand. "Thou goest to exercise, worshipful Emich," he said, "and love for my town hath quickened our steps, that no honor or attention should be wanting to those I love. Hast a place among thy pilgrims for a poor baron and his friends?" The offer was gladly accepted, courage being quickened by every appearance of succor. Emich, though equipped as a cavalier, was therefore willingly received among his fellow travelers. The delay caused by this interruption ended. The procession, or rather the throng, for eagerness and anxiety and curiosity had nearly broken all order, proceeded towards the ascent of the mountain. The ruins of Limburg, then recent and still blackened with smoke, were found in the deep silence of utter desertion. To judge from appearances, not a footstep had trodden them since the moment when the band of the assailants had last poured through the gates after the tumultuous triumph which had been so chilled by the awful catastrophe of the falling roofs. If that party had drawn near the abbey in expectation of a sudden and furious assault, this slowly advanced with a troubled apprehension of witnessing some fearful manifestation of superhuman power. Both were disappointed. The unresisted success of the assailants is known, and the procession now proceeded with the same impunity, though many a voice faltered in the chant as they entered the spoiled and desolate church. Nothing, however, occurred to justify their alarm. Encouraged by this pacific tranquility and desirous of giving proofs of their personal superiority to vulgar terrors, the Count and Heinrich commanded the throng to remain in the great aisle of the church while they proceeded together into the choir. They found the usual evidences of a fierce conflagration at every step, but nothing to create surprise until they arrived at the moldering altar. "Himmel!" exclaimed the burgomaster, hastily pulling back his noble friend by the cloak. "Your foot was about to do disreverence to the bones of a Christian, my lord Count. For Christian Father Johann was, beyond all question, though one more given to damnation than to charity." Emic recoiled, for he saw in truth that with heedless step he had been near crushing these revolting remnants of mortality. "Here died a wild enthusiast," he said, moving the skeleton with the point of his sheathed sword. "And here he is still, nobly born Graf. This settles the question of the monk chasing young Berkhold through the forest and among the cedars of the Heidenmauer, and it would be well to show these remains to the people." The hint was improved, and the throng was summoned to bear witness that the bones of Johann still lay on the precise spot in which he died. While the curious and the timid were whispering their opinions of this discovery, the two leaders descended to the crypt. This portion of the edifice had suffered least by the fire. Protected by the superior pavement and constructed altogether of stone, it had received no very material injury, but that which had been inflicted by the sledges of the invaders. Fragments of the tombs lay scattered on every side, and here and there a wreath of smoke had left its mark upon the wall. But Emic saw with regret that he owed the demolition of the altar and of the other memorials of his race entirely to his own precipitation. "I will cause the bones of my fathers to be interned elsewhere," he said musingly. "This is no sepulchre for an honored stock." "Umph! They have long and creditably decayed where they lie, Herr Emic, and it would have been well had they been left beneath the cover of their ancient marbles." "But our artisans showed unusual agility in this part of their toil, in honor, no doubt, of an illustrious house." "None of my race shall sleep within walls accursed by Benedictines. Hark! What movement is that above, good Heinrich? The townspeople have doubtless fallen upon the bones of the hermit and of young Berkhold. Shall we go up, Lord Count, and see that fitting reverence be paid their remains? The forester has claims upon us all, and as for Otto von Ritterstein, his crime would be deemed all the lighter in these days. Moreover, he was betrothed to Ulrich in their youth." "Heinrich, thy wife was very fair. She had many suitors." "I cry your mercy, noble Count. I never heard but of poor Otto and myself. The former was put out of the question by his own madness, and as for the latter, he is such as heaven was pleased to make him, an indifferent lover and husband, if you will, but a man of some credit and substance among his equals." The Count did not care to dispute the possession of these qualities with his friend, and they left the crypt with a common desire to pay proper respect to the remains of poor Berkhold. To their mutual surprise, the church was found deserted. By the clamor of voices without, however, it was easy to perceive that some extraordinary incident had drawn away the members of the procession in a body. Curious to have so violent an interruption of the proceedings explained, the two chiefs, for Heinrich was still entitled to be so styled, hastened down the great aisle, picking their way among fallen fragments towards the great door. Near the latter, they were again shocked by the spectacle of the charred skeleton of Johann, which seemingly had been dropped under the impulse of some sudden and great confusion. "Himmel," muttered the burgomaster while he hurried after his leader. "They have deserted the bones of the Benedictine. Can it be, Lord Emic, that some fiery miracle, after all our unbelief, hath wrought this fear?" Emic made no reply, but issued into the court with the air of an offended master. The first glimpse, however, that he caught of the group which now thronged the ruined walls of the minor buildings, whence there was a view of the surrounding country, and particularly of parts of the adjacent hill of the Heidenmauer, convinced him that the present was no moment to exhibit displeasure. Climbing up a piece of fallen stonework, he found himself on a fragment of wall surrounded by 50 silent, wondering countenances, among whom he recognized several of his own most trusty followers. "What meaneth this disrespect of the service, and so sudden an abandonment of the remains of the monk?" demanded the baron, vainly looking about him in the hope of finding some quicker explanation by means of his own eyes. "Hath not my lord the Count seen and heard?" muttered the nearest vassal. "What, knave? I have seen naught but pallid and frightened fools, nor heard more than beating hearts. Wilt thou explain this, varlet? For though something of a rogue thou at least art no coward." Emic addressed himself to Gottlieb. "It may not be so easy of explanation as is thought, Lord Count," returned the cowherd gravely. "The people have come hither with this speed inasmuch as the cries of the supernatural dogs have been heard, and some say the person of poor Berkhold hath been seen." The Count smiled contemptuously, though he knew the speaker sufficiently well to be surprised at the concern which was very unequivocally painted in his face. "Thou wert attached to my forester." "Lord Emic, we were friends, if one of so humble station may use the word when speaking of a youth that served so near the person of our master. Like his, my own family once knew better days, and we often met in the chase, which I was wont to cross, coming or going to the pastures. I loved poor Berkhold, nobly born Count, and still love his memory." "I believe thou hast better stuff in thee than some idle and silly deeds would give reason to believe. I have remembered thy good will on various occasions, and especially thy cleverness in making the signals on the night these walls were overturned, and thou wilt find thyself named to the employment left vacant by my late forester's unhappy end." Gottlieb endeavored to thank his master, but he was too much troubled by real grief for the loss of his friend to find consolation in his own preferment. "My services are my Lord Count's," he answered. "But though ready to do as commanded, I could well wish that Berkhold was here to do that for me which—" "Listen! Hark!" cried 100 voices. Emic started and bent forward in fixed attention. The day was clear and cloudless, and the air of the hills pure as a genial breeze and a bright sun could bestow. Favored by such circumstances, and amid a silence that was breathing and eloquent, there were borne across the valley the well-known cries of hounds on the scent. In that region and age, none dared hunt, and indeed none possessed the means of hunting but the feudal lord. Since the late events, his chases had been unentered with this view, and the death of Berkhold, who had especial privileges in this respect, had left them without another who might dare to imitate his habits. "This is at least bold," said Emic, when the cries had passed away. "Hath any other near dogs of that noble breed?" "We never heard of other." "None would dare use them," were the answers. "I know those throats. They are of a certainty the favorite hounds of my poor forester. Have not the dogs escaped the leash to play their gambols at will among the deer?" "In that case, Lord Count, would tried hounds remain abroad for weeks?" answered Gottlieb. "It is now a sennight since these cries have been first heard, and yet no one has seen the dogs from that hour to this, unless, as some one of your hinds says, they have in sooth been seen running madly on the scent." "'Tis said, mine Herr Graf," put in another, "that Berkhold himself hath been viewed in their company, his garments floating in the wind, while he flew along, keeping even pace with the dogs, and he had been swift of foot as they." "With Father Johann at his heels, cowl undone, and robes streaming like a pennon, by way of religious amusement," added the Count, laughing. "Dost not see, dotard, that the crackling bones of thy monk are still in the ruin?" The hind was daunted by his master's manner, but nothing convinced. There then succeeded a long and expecting silence, for this little byplay near the Count had not in the least affected the solemn attention of the mass. At length the throats of these mysterious dogs again opened, and the cries indeed appeared like those of hounds rushing from beneath the cover of woods into the open air. In a few moments they were repeated, and beyond all dispute they were now upon the open heath that surrounded the Teufelsstein. The crisis grew alarming for the local superstitions of such a place in the commencement of the 16th century. Even Emic wavered, though he had a vague perception of the inconsistency of living dogs being hunted by a dead forester. Still, there were so many means of getting over this immaterial difficulty, when the greater point of the supernatural chase was admitted, that he found little relief in the objection. Descending from the wall, he was in the act of beckoning the priest and Heinrich to his side when a general shout arose among the male spectators, while the women rushed in a body around Ulrich, who was kneeling with Lottchen and Meta before the great crucifix of the ancient court of the convent. In a twinkling of an eye, Emic reoccupied his place on the wall, which shook with the impetus of his heavy rush. "What meaneth this disrespectful tumult?" angrily demanded the Baron. "The hounds, mine Herr Graf, the hounds!" answered 50 breathless peasants. "Explain this outcry, Gottlieb." "My Lord Count, we have seen the dogs leaping past yonder margin of the hill, here, just in a line with the spot where the Teufelsstein lies. I know the dear animals well, Herr Emic, and believe me, they are truly the old favorites of Berkhold." "And Berkhold," continued one or two of the more decided lovers of the marvelous. "We saw the late forester, great Emic, bounding after the dogs, and he had wings." The matter grew serious, and the Count slowly descended to the court, determined to bring the affair to some speedy explanation. End of Volume 2, Chapter 16. Read by Joel Kindrick.
Volume 2, Chapter 17, of the Heidenmauer, or the Benedictines, A Legend of the Rhine, by James Fenimore Cooper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joel Kindrick. The Heidenmauer, by James Fenimore Cooper, Volume 2, Chapter 17. By the Apostle Paul, shadows tonight have struck more terror to the soul of Richard than can be the substance of 10,000 soldiers. Richard III. The consultation that now took place was between the principal laymen. The connection which the Church had so long maintained with supernatural agencies, determined Emich, who was jealous of its again obtaining its lost ascendancy in that country, to exclude the officiating priests altogether from the decision he was about to take. Were we to say that the Count of Hartenberg gave full faith to the rumors concerning the spirit of his late forester, having been seen engaged in the chase as when in the flesh, we should probably not do entire credit to his intelligence and habits of thinking. But were we to say that he was altogether free from superstition and alarm on this difficult point, we should attribute to him a degree of philosophy and a mental independence which in that age was the property only of the learned and reflecting, and not always even of them. Astrology in particular had taken strong hold of the imaginations of those who even pretended to general science. And when the mind once admits of theories of a character so little in accordance with homely reason, it opens the avenues to a multitude of collateral weaknesses of the same nature which seem to follow as the necessary corollaries of the main proposition. The necessity of a prompt solution of the question was admitted by all of those whom the Count consulted. Many had begun to whisper that the extraordinary visitation was a consequence of the sacrilege, and that it was hopeless to expect peace or exemption from supernatural plagues until the Benedictines were restored to their abbey and their former rights. Though Emich felt convinced that this idea came originally from the monks, through some of their secret and paid agents, he saw no manner of defeating it so effectually as that of demonstrating the fallacy of the rumor. In our time and in this land, a weapon that was forged by a miracle would be apt to become useless of itself. But in the other hemisphere, there still exist entire countries that are yet partially governed by agents of this description. At the period of the tale, the public mind was so uninstructed and dependent that the very men who were most interested in defeating the popular delirium of the hour had great difficulty in overcoming their own doubts. It has been seen that Emich, though much disposed to throw off the dominion of the Church, so far clung to his ancient prejudices as secretly to distrust the very power he was about to defy, and to entertain grave scruples not only to the policy, but of the lawfulness of the step his ambition had urged him to adopt. In this manner does man become the instrument of the various passions and motives that beset him, now yielding or now struggling to resist, as a stronger inducement is presented to his mind, always professing to be governed by reason and constrained by principles, while in truth he rarely consents to consult the one or to respect the other until both are offered through the direct medium of some engrossing interest that requires an immediate and active attention. Then indeed his faculties become suddenly enlightened, and he eagerly presses into his service every argument that offers the plausible as well as the sound. And thus it happens that we frequently see whole communities making a moral pirouette in a breath, adopting this year a set of principles that are quite in opposition to all they had ever before professed. Fortunately, all that is thus gained on sound principles is apt to continue, since whatever may be the waywardness of those who profess them, principles themselves are immutable, and when fairly admitted are not easily dispossessed by the bastard doctrines of expediency and error. These changes are gradual as respect those avant couriers of thought who prepare the way for the advance of nations, but who, in general, so far precede their contemporaries as to be utterly out of view of the effectual moment of the Reformation or Revolution, or by whatever name these sudden somersets are styled. But as respects the mass, they often occur by the coup de main, an entire people awakening, as it were by magic, to the virtues of a new set of maxims, much as the eye turns from the view of one scenic representation to that of its successor. Our object in this tale is to represent society under its ordinary faces, in the act of passing from the influence of one set of governing principles to that of another. Had our efforts been confined to the workings of a single and a mastermind, the picture, however true as regards the individual, would have been false in reference to a community, since such a study would have been no more than following out the deductions of philosophy and reason, something the worse, perhaps, for its connection with humanity. whereas he that would represent the world or any material portion of the world must draw the passions and the more vulgar interests in the boldest colors, and be content with portraying the intellectual part in a very subdued background. We know not that any will be disposed to make the reflection that our labors are intended to suggest, and without which they will scarcely be useful. But while we admit the imperfection of what has been done here, we feel satisfied that he who does consider it coolly and in candor will be disposed to allow that our picture is sufficiently true for its object. We have written in vain should it now be necessary to dwell on the nature of the misgivings that harassed the minds of the Count and Heinrich as they descended the hill of Limburg at the head of the new procession. Policy and the determination to secure advantages that had been so dearly obtained urged them on, while doubt and all the progeny of ancient prejudices contributed to their distrust. The people advanced much in the same order as that in which they had ascended to the ruins of the abbey. The pilgrims were in front, followed closely by the parochial priests and their choirs, while the rest succeed in an eager, trembling, curious, and devout crowd. Religious change existed as yet rather in doctrine and among the few than in the practices of the many, and all the rites, it will be remembered, were those usually observed by the Church of Rome on an occasion of exorcism or of an especial supplication to be released from the mysterious display of heaven's displeasure. The Count and Heinrich, as became their stations, walked boldly in advance, for whatever might have been the extent and nature of their distrust, it was wisely and successfully concealed from all but themselves. Even the worthy burgomaster entertained a respectful opinion of the noble's firmness, and the latter much wondering at a man of Heinrich's education and habits of life being able to show a resolution that he thought more properly belonged to philosophy. They passed up towards the plain of the Heidenmauer, by the hollow way that has already been twice mentioned in these pages, once in the introduction, and again as the path by which Ulrich descended on her way to the abbey on the night of its destruction. Until near the summit, nothing occurred to create new uneasiness, and as the choristers increased the depth of their chant, the leaders began to feel a vague hope of escaping from farther interruption. As the moments passed, the Count breathed freer, and he already fancied that he had proved to the Heidenmauer to be a spot as harmless as any other in the Palatinate. "You have often pricked courser over this wild common of the devil, noble and fearless Count," said Heinrich when they drew near the margin of the superior plain. "One so accustomed to its view is not easily troubled by the cries and vagaries of a leash of uneasy dogs, though they might be kennelled beneath the shade of the Teufelsstein." "Thou mayest well say often, good Heinrich. When but an urchin, my excellent father was wont to train his chargers on this height, and it was often my pleasure to be of the party. Then our hunts frequently drove the deer from the cover of the chases to this open ground." The Count paused, for a swift pattering rush like that of the feet of hounds beating the ground was audible just above their heads, though the edge of the mountain still kept the face of the level ground from being seen. Spite of their resolution, the two leaders came to a dead halt, a delay which those in the rear were compelled to imitate. "The common hath its tenants, Herr Frey," said Emic gravely, but in a tone of a man resolute to struggle for his rights. "It will soon be seen if they are disposed to admit the sovereignty of their feudal lord." Without waiting for an answer, the Count, spite of himself, muttered an Ave, and mounted with sturdy limbs to the summit. The first glance was rapid, uneasy, and distrustful, but nothing rewarded the look. The naked rock of the Teufelsstein lay in the ancient bed, where it had probably been left by some revolution of the earth's crust 3,000 years before. Gray, solitary, and weather-worn as at this hour, the grassy common had not a hoof or foot over the whole of its surface, and the cedars of the deserted camp sighed in the breeze, as usual, dark, melancholy, and suited to the traditions which had given them interest. "Here is nothing," said the Count, drawing a heavy breath, which he would fain ascribe to the difficulty of the ascent. "Herr von Hartenberg, God is here, as he among the hills we have lately quitted, on that fair and wide plain below, and in thy hold." "Prithee, good Ulrich, we will of this another time. We touch now on the destruction of a silly legend and of some recent alarms." At a wave of his hand, the procession proceeded, taking the direction of the ancient gateway of the camp, the choir renewing its chant and the same leaders always in advance. It is not necessary to say that the Heidenmauer was approached on this solemn occasion with beating hearts. No man of reflection and proper feeling can ever visit a spot like this without fancying a picture that is fraught with pleasing melancholy. The certainty that he has before his eyes the remains of a work raised by the hands of beings who existed so many centuries before him in that great chain of events which unites the past with the present,
and that his feet tread earth that has been trodden equally by the Roman and the Hun, is sufficient of itself to raise a train of thought allied to the wonderful and grand. But to these certain and natural sensations was now added a dread of omnipotence and the apprehension of instantly witnessing some supernatural effect. Not a word was uttered until Emic and the burgomaster turned to pass the pile of stones which marked the position of the ancient wall, by means of the gateway already named, when the former, encouraged by the tranquillity, again spoke. "The ear is often a treacherous companion, friend burgomaster," he said, "and, like the tongue, unless duly watched, may lead to misunderstandings. No doubt we both thought at the moment that we heard the feet of hounds beating the earth as on a hunt. Thou now seest, by means of one sense, that the other hath served us false. But we approach the end of our little pilgrimage, and we will halt, while I speak the people in explanation of our opinions and intentions." Heinrich gave the signal, and the choir ceased its chant, while the crowd drew near to listen. The Count both saw and felt that he touched the real crisis in the furtherance of his own views as opposed to those of the Brotherhood, and he determined by a severe effort not only to overcome his enemies, but himself. In this mood he spoke. "Ye are here, my honest friends and vassals," he commenced, "both as the faithful who respect the usefulness of the altar when rightly served, and as men who are disposed to see and judge for themselves. This camp, as ye witness by its remains, was once occupied by armed bands of warriors, who in their day fought and fortified, suffered and were happy, bled and died, conquered or were vanquished, much as we see these who carry arms in our own time perform these several acts or submit to these several misfortunes. The report that their spirits frequent the spot is as likely to be true as that the spirits of all who have fallen with arms in their hands remain near the earth that hath swallowed their blood, a belief that would leave no place in our fair Palatinate without its ghostly tenant. As for this late alarm concerning my forester, poor Berchtold Hintermeyer, it is the less probable of the character of the youth, who well knew when living the disrelish I have felt for all such tales, and my particular desire to banish them altogether from the Jägerthal, as well as from his known modesty and dutiful obedience. You see plainly that here are no dogs." Emic met with a startling contradiction. Just as his tongue, which was getting fluent in the impunity that had so far attended his declarations, uttered the latter word, the long-drawn cries of hounds were heard. 50 strong German exclamations escaped the crowd, which waved like a troubled sea. The sounds came from among the trees in the very center of the dreaded Heidenmauer, and seemed only the more unearthly from rising beneath that gloomy canopy of cedars. "Let us go on," cried the Count, excited nearly to madness, and seizing the handle of his sword with iron grasp. "'Tis but a hound. Some miscreant hath loosened the dogs from his leash, and he scents the footsteps of his late master, who had the habit of visiting the holy hermit that dwelt here of late." "Hush!" interrupted Lockchen, advancing hurriedly and with a wild eye from the throng of females. "God is about to reveal his power for some great end. I know that footstep." She was fearfully interrupted, for while speaking the hounds rushed out of the grove in the swift, mad manner common to the animal, and made a rapid circuit around the form of the dazzled and giddy woman. In the next moment a tottering wall gave way to the powerful leap of a human foot, and Lockchen lay senseless on the bosom of her son. We draw a veil before the sudden fear, the general surprise, the tears, the delight, and the more regulated joy of the next hour. At the end of that period the scene had altogether changed. The chant was ended, the order of the procession was forgotten, and a burning curiosity had taken place of all sensations of superstitious dread. But the authority of Emic had driven the crowd back upon the common of the Teufelsstein, where it was compelled to content itself for the moment with conjectures, and with tales of similar sudden changes from the incarnate to the carnate that were reputed to have taken place in the eventful history of the borders of the Rhine. The principal group of actors had retired a little within the covers of the cedars, where, favored by the walls and the trees, they remained unseen from without. Young Berchtold was seated on a fragment of fallen wall, supporting his still half-incredulous mother in his arms, a position which he had received the Count's peremptory but kind orders to occupy. Meta was kneeling before Lockchen, whose hand she held in her own, though the bright eye and glowing face of the girl followed, with undisguised and ungenuous interest, every glance and movement of the countenance of the youth. The emotions of that hour were too powerful for concealment, and had there been any secret concerning her sentiments,
Surprise and the sudden burst of feeling that was its consequence would have wrung it from her heart. Ulrich kneeled too, supporting the head of her friend, but smiling and happy. The Knight of Rhodes, the Abbé, Heinrich, and the smith paced back and forth, as sentinels to keep the curious at a distance, though occasionally stopping to catch sentences of the discourse. Emic leaned on his sword, rejoicing that his apprehensions were groundless, and we should do injustice to his rude but not ungenerous feelings, did we not say glad to find that Berchtold was still in the flesh. When we add that the dogs played their frisky gambols around the crowd on the common, which could hardly yet believe in their earthly character, our picture is finished. The deserving of this world may be divided into two great classes, the actively and the passively good. Ulrich belonged to the former, for though she felt as strongly as most, an instinctive rectitude rarely failed to suggest some affirmative duty for every crisis that arrived. It was she, then, and we here beg to tell the reader plainly, she is our heroine, that gave such a direction to the discourse as was most likely to explain what was unknown, without harassing anew feelings that had been so long and so sorely tried. "And thou art now absolved from thy vow, Berchtold?" she asked after one of those short interruptions in which the exquisite happiness of such a meeting was best expressed by silent sympathy. "The Benedictines have no longer any claim to thy silence?" They set the return of the pilgrims as their own period, and as I first learned the agreeable tidings by seeing you all in the procession, I had called in the hounds who were scouring the chase, and was about to hurry down to present myself when I met you all at the gateway of the camp. Our meeting would have taken place in the valley, but that duty required me to visit the Herr Odo von Ritterstein. "The Herr von Ritterstein!" exclaimed Ulrich, turning pale. "What of my ancient comrade, the Herr Odo, boy?" demanded Emic. "This is the first we have heard of him since the night the abbey fell." "I have told my tale badly," returned Berchtold, laughing and blushing, for he was neither too old nor too practised to blush, "since I have forgotten to name the Herr Odo." "Thou told us of a companion," rejoined the mother, glancing a look at Ulrich and raising herself from the support of her son, instinctively alive to her friend's embarrassment, "but thou called him merely a religious." "I should have said the holy hermit, whom all now know to be the Baron von Ritterstein. When obliged to fly from the falling roof, I met the Herr Odo kneeling before an altar, and recalling the form of one who had shown me much favor, it was he that I dragged with me to the crypt. I surely spoke of our wounds and helplessness." "True, but without naming thy companion." "It was Herr Odo, heaven be praised. When the monks found us on the following day, unable to resist and weakened with hunger and loss of blood, we were secretly removed together, as ye have heard, and cared for in a manner to restore us both in good time to our strength and to the use of our limbs. Why the Benedictines chose to keep a secret I know not, but this silly tale of the supernatural huntsman and of dogs loosened from their leash would seem to prove that they had hopes of still working on the superstition of the country." "Wilhelm of Venlo had naught to do with this," exclaimed Emic, who had been musing deeply. "The underlings have continued the game after it was abandoned by their betters." "This may be so, my good lord, for I thought Father Bonifacius more than disposed to let us depart. But we were kept until the matters of the compensation and of the pilgrimage were settled. They found us easy abettors in their plot, if plot to work upon the fears of Durkheim was in their policy. For when they pledged their faith that my two mothers and dearest Meta had been let into the secret of our safety, I felt no extraordinary haste to quit leeches so skillful and so likely to make a speedy cure of our hurts." "And did Bonifacius affirm this lie?" "I say not the abbot, my lord count, but most certainly the brothers Kuno and Siegfried said all this and more, the malediction of a wronged son and of a most foully treated mother." His mouth was stopped by the hand of Meta. "We will forgive past sorrow for the present joy," murmured the weeping girl. The angry and flushed brow of Berchtold grew more calm, and the discourse continued in a gentler strain. Emic now walked away to join the burgomaster, and together they endeavored to penetrate the motives which had led the monks to practice their deception. In the possession of so effectual a key, the solution of the problem was not difficult. The meeting of Bonifacius and the Count at Einsiedeln had been maturely planned, and the uncertain state of the public mind in the valley and town was encouraged, as so much make weight in the final settlement of the convent's claims. For in that age the men of the cloisters knew well how to turn every weakness of humanity to good purpose, so far as their own interests were concerned. End of Volume 2, Chapter 17. Read by Joel Kindrick. Volume 2, Chapter 18 of the Heidenmauer, or the Benedictines, A Legend of the Rhine, by James Fenimore Cooper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joel Kindrick. The Heidenmauer by James Fenimore Cooper, Volume 2, Chapter 18. 'Tis over, and her lovely cheek is now on her hard pillow. Rogers. On the following morning, the Count of Hartenburg took horse at an early hour. His train, however, showed that the journey was to be short, but Monsieur Latouche, who mounted in company, wore the attire and furniture of a traveler. It was in truth the moment when Emick, having used this quasi-churchman for his own ends, was about to dismiss him, with as much courtesy and grace as the circumstances seemed to require. Perhaps no picture of the different faces presented by a church that had so long enjoyed an undisputed monopoly in Christendom, and which, as a consequence, betrayed so strong a tendency to abuses, would have been complete without some notice of such characters as the Knight of the Cross and the Abbé. And it was, moreover, our duty as faithful chroniclers to speak of things as they existed, although the accessories might not have a very capital connection with the interest of the principal subject. But here our slight relations with the Abbé are to cease altogether, his host having treated him as many politic rulers treat others of his profession purely as the instrument of his own views. Albrecht of Weiderbach was prepared to accompany his boon associate far as Mannheim, but with the intention to return, the unsettled state of his order, and his consanguinity with the Count, rendering such a course both expedient and agreeable. Young Berkhold, too, was in the saddle, his lord having, by a special favor, commanded the forester to keep at his crupper. The cavalcade ambled slowly down the Jägerthal, the Count courteously endeavoring to show the departing Abbé, by a species of misty logic that appears to be the poetical atmosphere of diplomacy, that he was fully justified by circumstances for effecting all that had been done, and the latter acquiescing as readily in his conclusions as if he did not feel that he had been an egregious dupe. "Thou wilt see this matter rightly represented among thy friends, Master Latouche," concluded the Baron. "Should there be question of it at the court of thy Francis, whom may heaven quickly restore to his longing people, the right valiant and loyal prince and gentleman. I will take upon myself, high-born and ingenuous Emick, to see thee fully justified, whenever there shall be discussion of thy great warfare and exquisite policy at the court of France. Nay, by the mass, should our jurists or our statesmen take upon themselves to prove to the world that thy house hath been wrong in this immortal enterprise, I pledge thee my faith to answer their reasons both logically and politically to their eternal shame and confusion." As Monsieur Latouche uttered this promise with an unequivocal sneer, he thought himself fully avenged for the silly part he had been made to act in the Count's intrigues. At a later day he often told the tale, always concluding with a recital of this bold and ironical allusion to the petty history of the Jägerthal, which not only he, but a certain portion of his listeners seemed to think gave him altogether the best of the affair. Satisfied with his success, the Abbé pricked on, to repeat it to the knight, who laughed in his sleeve at his friend while he most extolled his wit, the two riding ahead in a manner to leave Emick an occasion to speak in confidence with his forester. "Hast treated of this affair with Heinrich, as I bid thee, boy?" demanded the Count in a manner between authority and affection that he was much accustomed to use with Berkhold. "I have, my Lord Count, and right pressingly as my heart urged, but with little hope of benefit." "How? Doth the silly burgher still count upon his marks after what hath passed? Didst tell him of the interest I take in the marriage, and of my intent to name thee to higher duties in my villages? None of these favors were forgotten, or aught else that a keen desire could suggest or a willing memory recall." "What answer had the burgher?" Berkhold colored, hesitating to reply. It was only when Emick sternly repeated the question that the truth was extorted from him, for naught but truth would one so loyal consent to use. "He said, Herr Count, that if it was your pleasure to name a husband for his child, it should also be your pleasure to see that he was not a beggar. I do but give the words of Herr Frey, for which liberty I beg my lord to hold me free of all disrespect." "The niggardly miser! These hounds of Durkheim shall be made to know their master. But be of cheer, boy, our tears and pilgrimages shall not be wasted, and thou shalt soon wive with a fairer and better as becometh him I love." "Nay, Herr Emick, I do beseech and implore." "Ha! Yon is the drivelling Heinrich, seated on a rock of this ravine, like a vidette watching the marauders. Prick forward, Berkhold, and desire my noble friends to tarry at the town hall, making their compliments. As for thee, thou mayest humour thy folly and greet the smiling face of pretty Meta the while."
The forester dashed ahead like an arrow, while the Count reined his own courser aside, turning into that ravine by which the path led to the Heidenmauer when the ascent was made from the side of the valley. Emick was soon at the burgomaster's side, having thrown his bridle to a servitor that followed. "How is this, brother Heinrich?" he cried, displeasure disappearing in habitual policy and well-practiced management. "Art still bent on exorcism, or hast neglected some offices in yester's pilgrimage? Praised be Saint Benedict or brother Luther, for I know not fairly to which the merit is most due. Our Durkheim is in thrice happy disposition as touching all witchcraft and devilry, or even churchly miracles. This mystery of the hounds being so happily settled, the public mind seemeth to have taken a sudden change, and from sweating in broad daylight at the nestling of a mouse, or the hop of a cricket, our crones are ready to set demonology and Lucifer himself at defiance. The lucky clearing up of that difficulty will, in sooth, do much to favor the late Saxon opinions, and may go near to set the monk of Wittenberg firmly upon his feet in our country. Thou seest, Heinrich, that a dilemma so unriddled is worth a library of musty Latin maxims." "That is it, Herr Emick, and the more especially as we are a reasoning town. Our minds once fairly enlightened, it is no easy matter to throw them into the shade again. It was seen how sorely the best of us were troubled with a couple of vagrant dogs so lately as yesterday, and now I much question if the whole of the gallant pack would so much as raise a doubt. We have had a lucky escape, Lord Count, for another day of uncertainty would have gone nigh to set up Limburg Church again, and that without the masonry of the devil. There is not so potent in an argument as a little apprehension of losses or of plagues thrown into the scale. Wisdom weighs light against profit or fear. It is well as it is, though Limburg roof will never again cover Limburg wall, friend Heinrich, while an Emick rules in Hartenberg and Durkheim." The Count saw the cloud on the burgomaster's brow as he uttered the latter word, and slapping him familiarly on a shoulder, he added so quickly as to prevent reflection, "But how now, Herr Frey? Why art at watch in this solitary ravine?" Heinrich was flattered by the noble's condescension, and not displeased to have a listener to his tale. First looking about him to see that no one could overhear their discourse, he answered on a lower key in the manner in which communications that needs confidence are usually made. "You know, Herr Emick, this weakness of Ulrich concerning hermitages and monks, altars, and saints' days, with all those other practices of which we may now reasonably expect to be quit, since late rumors speak marvels of Luther's success. Well, the good woman would have a wish to come upon the Heidenmauer this morning, and as there had been some warm argument between us, and the poor wife had wept much concerning marrying our child with young Berkhold, a measure out of all prudence and reason, as you must see, nobly born Count, I was fain willing to escort her thus far, that she might give vent to her sorrow in godly discourse with the hermit." "And Ulrich is above in the cedars with the anchorite?" "As sure as I am, here waiting her return, Lord Count." "Thou art a gallant husband, Master Frey. Wert wont of old to resort much with the Herr Odo von Ritterstein, he who playeth this masquerade of penitence and seclusion." "Sapperment! I never could endure the arrogant. But Ulrich fancieth he hath qualities that are not so evil, and a woman's taste, like a child's humours, is easiest altered by giving it scope." Emick laid both hands on the shoulders of his companion, looking him full and earnestly in the face. The glances that were exchanged in this attitude were pregnant with meaning. That of the Count expressed the distrust, the contempt, and the wonder of a man of loose life, while that of the burgomaster, by appearing to reflect the character of the woman who had so long been his wife, expressed volumes in her favor. No language could have said more for Ulrich's principles and purity than the simple, hearty, and unalterable confidence of the man who necessarily had so many opportunities of knowing her. Neither spoke until the Count, releasing his grasp, walked slowly up the mountain, saying in a voice which proved how strongly he felt, "I would thy consort had been noble, Heinrich." "Nay, my good lord," answered the burgomaster, "the wish were scarcely kind to a friend. In that case I could not have wived the Frau. Tell me, good Heinrich, for I never heard the history of thy love, wert thou and thy proposal well received, when first offered to the virgin heart of Herr Heiltzinger's daughter?" The burgomaster was not displeased with an opportunity of alluding to a success that had made him the envy of his equals. "The end must speak for the means, Herr Count." he answered, chuckling.
Ulrich is none of your free and froward spirits to jump out of a window,
or to meet a youth more than halfway, but such encouragement as becometh maiden diffidence was not wanting, or mine own ill opinion of myself might have kept me a bachelor to this hour. Emic chafed to hear such language coming from one he so little respected, and applied to one he had really loved. The effort to swallow his spleen produced a short silence, of which we shall avail ourselves to transfer the scene to the hut of the hermit, where there was an interview that proved decisive of the future fortunes of several of the characters of our tale. The day which succeeded the restoration of Berkhold had been one of general joy and felicitation in Durkheim. There was an end to the doubts of the timid and superstitious concerning an especial and an angry visitation from heaven as a merited punishment for overturning the altars of the abbey, and few were so destitute of good feeling not to sympathize in the happiness of those who had so bitterly mourned the fancied death of the forester. As is usual in cases of violent transitions, the reaction helped to lessen the influence of the monks, and even those most inclined to doubt were now encouraged to hope that the religious change, which was so fast gaining ground, might not produce all the horrors that had been dreaded. Heinrich has revealed the nature of the discussion that took place between himself and his wife. The latter had endeavored in vain to seize the favorable moment to work upon the feelings of the burgomaster in the interest of the lovers, but, though sincerely glad that a youth who had shown such mettle in danger was not the victim of his courage, Heinrich was not of a temperament to let any admiration of generous deeds affect the settled policy of a whole life. It was at the close of this useless and painful conference that the mother suddenly demanded permission of her husband to visit the hermit, who had been left, as before the recent events, in undisturbed possession of the dreaded Heidenmauer. Any other than a man constituted like Heinrich might at such a moment have heard this request with distrust, but strong in his opinion of himself and accustomed to confide in his wife, the obstinate burgomaster hailed the application as a means of relieving him from a discussion in which, while he scarce knew how plausibly to defend his opinion, he was resolutely determined not to yield. The manner in which he volunteered to accompany his wife, and in which he remained patiently awaiting her return, and the commencement of his dialogue with Emic are known. With this short explanation, we shall shift the scene to the hut of the anchorite. Odo of Ritterstein was pale with loss of blood from the wounds received from a fragment of the falling roof, but paler still by the force of that inward fire which consumed him. The features of his fair and gentle companion were not bright, as usual, though naught could rob Ulrich of that winning beauty, which owed so much of its charm to expression. Both appeared agitated with what had already passed between them, and perhaps still more by those feelings which each had struggled to conceal. "Thou hast indeed had many moving passages in thy life, Odo," said the gentle Ulrich, who was seemingly listening to some recital from the other's lips, "and this last miraculous escape from death is among the most wonderful. That I should have perished beneath the roof of Limburg on the anniversary of my crime, and with the fall of those altars I violated, would have been so just a manifestation of heaven's displeasure, Ulrich, that even now I am scarce believe I am permitted to live. Thou then thought in common with others that I had been released from this life of woe? Thou lookest with an unthankful eye at what thou hast of hope and favor, or thou wouldest not use a term so ungrateful in speaking of thy sorrows. Remember, Odo, that our joys in this being are tainted with mortality, and that thy unhappiness does not surpass that of thousands who still struggle with their duties. This is the difference between the unquiet ocean and tranquil waters, between the oak and the reed. The current of thy calm existence may be ruffled by the casual interruption of some trifling obstacle, but the gentle surface soon subsides, leaving the element limpid and without stain. Thy course is that of the flowing and pure springs, while mine is the torrent's mad and turbulent leaps. Thou hast indeed well said, Ulrich. God did not form us for each other. Whatever nature may have done towards suiting our dispositions and desires, Odo, Providence and the world's usages have interposed to defeat." The hermit gazed at the mild speaker with eyes so fixed and dazzling that she bowed her own look to the earth. "No," he murmured rapidly. "Heaven and earth have different destinies. The lion and the lamb different instincts." "Nay, I will none of this disreputable depreciation of thyself, poor Odo. That thou hast been erring, we shall not deny, for who is without reproach? But that thou meritest these harsh epithets, none but thyself would venture to affirm."
I have met with many enigmas, Ulrich, in an eventful and busy life. I have seen those who worked both good and evil, encountered those who have defeated their own ends by their own wayward means. But never have I known one so devoted to the right that seemed so disposed to extenuate the sinner's faults. Then hast thou never met the true lover of God or known a Christian? It matters not, Odo, whether we admit of this or that form of faith. The fruit of the right tree is charity and self-abasement, and these teach us to think humbly of ourselves and kindly of others. Thou began early to practice these golden rules, or surely thou never wouldest have forgotten thine own excellence, or have been ready to sacrifice it to the heedless impulses of one so reckless as him to whom thou wast betrothed. The eye of Ulrich grew brighter, but it was merely because a tinge of color diffused itself on her features. I know not for what good purpose, Herr von Ritterstein, she said, that these allusions are now made. You know that I have come to make a last effort to secure the peace of Meta. Berchtold spoke to me of your intention to reward the service he did. I have now to say that if in aught the gentle youth favor, the moment when it, though not acceptable, hath come for Lockchen beauty, which owes stricken to bear up long against expression. The hermit was reproved. He turned slowly to one of his receptacles of the worldly stores, and drew forth a packet. The rattling told his companion that it was of parchment, and she waited the result with curious interest. I will scarce say, Ulrich, he replied, that this deed is the price of a life that is scarce worth the gift. Early in my acquaintance with young Berchtold and Meta, I wrung their secret from them, and from that moment it hath been my greatest pleasure to devise means to secure the happiness of one so dear to thee. I found in the child the simple, ingenuous faith which was so admirable in the mother, and shall I say that reverence for the latter quickened the desire to serve her offspring. I certainly owe thee thanks, Herr von Ritterstein, for the constancy of this good opinion, returned Ulrich, showing sensibility. Thank me not, but rather deem the desire to serve thy child a tribute that repentant error gladly pays to virtue. Thou knowest that I am the last of my race, and there remained not but to endow some religious house, to let my estate and gold pass to the feudal prince, or to do this. I could not have thought it easy to effect this change in opposition to the elector's interests. Those have been looked to. A present fine has smoothed the way, and these parchments contain all that is necessary to install young Berchtold as my substitute and heir. Friend, dear, generous friend, exclaimed the mother, moved to tears, for at that moment Ulrich saw nothing but the future happiness of her child assured, and Berchtold restored to more than his former hopes. Generous and noble Odo! The hermit arose and placed the parchment in her hand, in the manner of one long prepared to perform the act. And now, Ulrich, he said with a forced calm, the solemn and imperative duty done, there remaineth but the last leave-taking. Leave-taking? Thou wilt live with Meta and Berchtold. The castle of Ritterstein will be thy resting place after so much sorrow and suffering. This may not be, my vow, my duties, Ulrich. I fear my prudence forbids. Thy prudence? Thou art no longer young, dear Odo. Privations thou hast hitherto despised will overload thy increasing years, and we shall not be happy with the knowledge that thou art suffering for the very conveniences which thine own liberality hath conferred on others. Habit hath taken nature's place, and the hermitage and the camp are no longer strangers to me. If thou wouldest secure not only my peace, but my salvation, Ulrich, let me depart. I have already lingered too long near a scene which is filled with recollections that prove dread enemies to the penitent. Ulrich recoiled, and her cheek blanched to the paleness. Every limb trembled, for that quick sympathy which neither time nor duty had entirely extinguished, silently admonished her of his meaning. There was a fervor in his voice, too, that thrilled on her ear like tones which, spite of all her care, the truant imagination would sometimes recall. For in no subsequent condition of life can a woman entirely forget the long-cherished sounds with which true love first greets the maiden ear. Odo, said a voice so gentle that it caused the heart of the anchorite to beat, when dost thou think to depart? This day, this hour, this minute. I believe, yes, thou art right to go. Ulrich, God will keep thee in mind. Pray often for me. Farewell, dear Odo. God bless thee, may he have mercy on me. There was then a short pause. The hermit approached and lifted his hands in the attitude of benediction. Twice he seemed about to clasp the unresisting Ulrich to his bosom, but her meek, tearful countenance repressed the act, and, muttering a prayer, he rushed from the hut. Left to herself, Ulrich sank on a stool and remained like an image of woe, tears flowing in streams down her cheeks. Some minutes elapsed before the wife of Heinrich Frey was aroused from her forgetfulness. Then the approach of footsteps told her that she was no longer alone. For the first time in her life, Ulrich endeavored to conceal her emotion with a sentiment of shame. But ere this could be effected, the Count and Heinrich entered. "What hast done with poor Odo von Ritterstein, good Frau? That man of sin and sorrow?" demanded the latter in his hearty, unsuspecting manner. "He has left us, Heinrich." "For his castle? Well, the man hath had his share of sorrow, and ease may not yet come too late. The life of Odo, Lord Count, hath not been like our own histories, of a nature to make him content. Had that affair of the host, though at the best but an irreverent and unwarrantable act, happened in these days, less might have been thought of it. And then," tapping his wife's cheek, "to lose Ulrich's favour was no slight calamity of itself. But what have we here?" "'Tis a deed by which the Herr von Ritterstein invests Berchtold with his worldly effects." The burgomaster hastily unfolded the ample parchment. At a glance, though unable to comprehend the Latin of the instrument, his accustomed eyes saw that all the usual appliances were there. Turning suddenly to Emic, for he was not slow to comprehend the cause of the gift, he exclaimed, "Here is manna in the wilderness! Our differences are all happily settled, nobly born Count, and next, according to the hand of Mena, to the owner of the lands of Ritterstein. I hold it a pleasure to oblige an illustrious friend and patron. Henceforth, Herr Emic, let there not be but fair words between us." Since entering the hut, the Count had not spoken. His look had studied the tearful eyes and colourless cheeks of Ulrich, and he put his own constructions on the scene. Still he did the fair wife of the burgher justice, for, though less credulous than Heinrich on the subject of his consort's affections, he too well knew the spotless character of her mind, to change the opinion her virtue had extorted from him in early youth. He accepted the conditions of his friend with as much apparent frankness as they were offered, and, after a few short explanations, the whole party left the Heidenmauer together. Our task is ended. On the following day Berchtold and Meta were united. The castle and the town vied with each other, doing in honour to the nuptials, and Ulrich and Lottchen endeavoured to forget their own permanent causes of sorrow in the happiness of their children. In due time Berchtold took possession of his lands, removing with his bride and mother to the castle of Ritterstein, which he always affected to hold merely as the trustee of its absent owner. Gottlob was promoted in his service, and having succeeded in persuading Gisela to forget the gay cavalier who had frequented Hartenberg, these two wayward spirits settled down into a half-loving, half-wrangling couple for the rest of their lives. Durkheim, as is commonly the case with the secondary actors in most great changes, shared the fate of the frogs in the fable. It got rid of the Benedictines for a new master. And though the burgomaster and Dietrich, in afterlife, had many wise discourses concerning the nature of the revolution of Limburg, as the first affected to call the destruction of the abbey, he never could very clearly explain to the understanding of the latter the great principles of its merits. Still, the smith was not the less an admirer of the Count, and to this day his descendants show the figure of a marble cherub as a trophy brought away by their ancestor on that occasion. Bonifacius and his monks found shelter in other convents, each endeavoring to lessen the blow by such expedients as best suited his tastes and character. The pious Arnulf persevered to the end, and believing charity to be the fairest attribute of the Christian, he never ceased to pray for the enemies of the Church, or to toil that they might have the benefit of his intercession. As for Odo von Ritterstein, the country was long moved by different tales of his fate. One rumor, and it had much currency, said he was serving in company with Albrecht of Weiderbach, who rejoined his brother knights, and that he died on the sands of Africa. But there is another tradition extant in the Jägerthal touching his end. It is said that 30 years later, after Heinrich and Emic of Leiningen and most of the other actors of this legend had been called to their great accounts, an aged wanderer came to the gate of Ritterstein demanding shelter for the night. He is reported to have been well received by Meta, her husband and son being then absent in the wars, and to have greatly interested his hostess by the histories he gave of customs and events in distant regions. Pleased with their guest, the Madame von Ritterstein, for Berchtold had purchased this appellation by his courage, urged him to rest himself another day within her walls. From communicating, the stranger began to inquire, and he so knew how to put his questions that he soon obtained the history of the family. Ulrich was the last he named, and the younger female inmates of the castle fancied that his manner changed as he listened to the account of the close of her life, and of her peaceful and pious end. The stranger departed that very day, nor would his visit probably have been remembered had not his body been shortly after found in the hut of the Heidenmauer, stiffened by death. Those who love to throw a coloring of romance over the affections are fond of believing that was the hermit who had found a secret satisfaction even at the close of so long a life in breathing his last on the spot where he had finally separated from the woman he had so long and fruitlessly loved. To this tradition, true or false, we attach no importance. Our object has been to show, by a rapidly traced picture of life, the reluctant manner in which the mind of man abandons old to receive new impressions, the inconsistencies between profession and practice, the error in confounding the good with the bad, in any sect or persuasion, the common, governing principles that control the selfish under every shade and degree of existence, and the high and immutable qualities of the good, the virtuous, and of the really noble. The End. Volume 2, Chapter 18. Of the Heidenmauer, or the Benedictines, A Legend of the Rhine, recorded by Joel Kindrick. joelkindrick.com, Los Angeles, California, 2020.